Chapter 4594. They wouldn't return until they were dead. This wasn't something that Mo Ijan said casually. He had even brought his wife with him, which showed his firm determination and attitude. If they didn't kill Zichen, then the two of them wouldn't return. Mod and Mo Yen Dans obviously knew about this, but Mo Ijan's plan clearly wasn't appropriate. There wasn't the slightest bit of intelligence in it. It was purely an irrational plan for revenge. As the vanguard, they might very well be wiped out by the Holy Thunder Clan as soon as they arrived. Mo Yen Dans shook his head. This isn't appropriate. Unexpectedly, Mo Ijan said, No, this is the safest method. The two of them stared at Mo Ijan. Normally, he wasn't so reckless. Every time he acted, he would think twice and carefully. Could it be that he had suffered so much last time that he would lose his composure as soon as he talked about Zichen? Mo Ijan continued, We won't directly attack the Holy Thunder Clan. Instead, we'll go in a straight line and destroy the morale of the resistance against the spirit race. Then, with the determination to kill Zichen, we'll attack the Holy Thunder Clan. But when the time comes, won't we still have to face the Holy Thunder Clan head-on? Mod asked. Mo Ijan smiled mysteriously. That might not be the case. But first, we need to know what's happening in this world. Then we'll decide what to do next. Even though the demon race had retreated, they had still left behind a portion of their people. In addition, there were still some factions that had colluded with the demon race. Soon, the three of them found out what had happened in recent years. The latest news was something they hadn't expected. All of them were very surprised. Zichen, whom the demon race hated the most, was actually so unpopular in the spirit realm. This was completely different from the hero they had imagined. Now, they finally understood why Mo Ijan had made such a suggestion. Under the demon race's powerful offensive, the Holy Thunder Clan definitely wouldn't mobilize all of their forces just for a single Zichen and fight to the death with the demon race. Thus, when the time came, it was very likely that they would give up on Zichen. Once the Holy Thunder Clan chose to give up, they would have to retreat again and again until they completely lost the initiative. At this moment, they began to admire Mo Ijan. This move was simply taking drastic measures. Just one Zichen was enough to shake the foundation of the Holy Thunder Clan. This seemingly absurd and unruly suggestion was unanimously passed. The large army soon arrived. Compared to the last time, the scale of the demons was much larger this time. More than a dozen passages from different places were opened at the same time, and the demons were constantly pouring in. In addition to the army of the Devil Clan, there was also the Holy Master. In the sky, Chung Ho and the others silently watched the arrival of the Devil Army. They did not stop them, because it was meaningless. Just as the Nephilim appeared, the Protoss opened up a passage at almost the same time. The fiend gods invaded once more. This time, it was a real invasion. At this time, there were many leaders in the Saint Spirit realm, and Saint Zichen was one of them. In the early days, he fought many battles with the demon army, causing the demon army to suffer great losses. At that time, although there were conflicts among the spirit race, they were united in the face of external enemies. That was why they were able to drive the fiend gods and gods out. But this time? Should we tell Zichen? Lu Shan now looked at the increasing number of demons below and asked. Han Nu directly said, No need. Let him cultivate in peace. The Holy Master was also here. This was no longer a problem that Zichen could solve. If he rashly led his troops into battle, he might be the first to die. A scroll appeared in the void. On the scroll were the coordinates of various supreme domains. The location of each supreme domain, as well as the main forces of the supreme domain, were detailed. At the furthest back was the largest venerable domain. That was the Holy Thunder Supreme Domain. Mo Ijan pointed at the supreme domain on the scroll and said, Our goal is to start from the West Ka Supreme Domain, and then attack along this line until we reach the Holy Thunder Clan. This is our first goal. If we can successfully complete it, I believe that no vanguard team will have more credit than us. He then pointed at the Holy Thunder Clan's area and said, If we can make the Holy Thunder Clan retreat and lure Zichen out to kill, then we will undoubtedly be the biggest winner of this invasion war. MOD and MOYN nodded at the same time. In terms of scheming, the two of them thought that they were far inferior to Moizhan. Therefore, after Moizhan gained the Mo surname, their attitudes gradually changed. With the Mo surname, it was much easier for Moizhan to do things. In the end, he made the final decision and said, "For the first battle, I need 2 holy masters to cooperate with me. If we want more credit, we need 3 holy masters to kill a holy master of the spirit race. Then we will advance faster." Moizhan looked at the two. As for the holy masters, at this moment, a voice came from behind. "The holy masters who came this time will be arranged by you. How many holy masters will be needed? You have the final say." Moizhan looked at Moyen and Mod, asking for their opinion. The two of them nodded at the same time. Their meaning was clear: you can make all the decisions. Moizhan said, "Very good. I need 4 holy masters. This time, we will go all out to kill Sheikah of the spirit race. As long as Sheikah dies, I am confident that we can kill our way to the Holy Thunder Clan within 10 years. There was no response from behind because there was no need for a response. Moizhan's words were equivalent to an order. The demon army moved forward in a grandiose manner. They did not hide their killing intent at all. Outside the Western Sacred Region, the guards had already been set up. Although it had been a long time since the last battle, everyone's morale was still high. Therefore, when the demon army appeared this time, the Western Sacred Region wanted to block them. Most importantly, after killing these demons, there would be considerable contributions. This was something that many desperados liked to do. Moreover, the demon army that came for the first time was not large. There were only slightly over 10,000 of them. Under the lead of 3 people, the demon army of over 10,000 arrived outside the Western Sacred Region. Mod flew forward alone and shouted into the distance, "Those who surrender will not be killed. Demon brat, come over if you dare. Haha, I have the demon refining ancient jade. Do you dare to come? You rats, didn't you run away before? Why are you here again? Aren't you afraid that we will chase you away again? Grandson, come over if you dare." As soon as Mod's voice fell, curses and taunts could be heard coming from the Western Sacred Region. Hearing those unbearable curses, Mod's face immediately turned ashen. Second chance. However, when he thought of Moizhan's orders, he suppressed his anger and shouted again. Curses and taunts were still heard. Regardless of whether they could win or not, they were obviously just going to talk after they had enjoyed themselves. Third chance. If you don't surrender this time, you won't have another chance. Naturally, no one surrendered. At this time, everyone's morale was at its highest. After the third chance, Mod walked back. In fact, he did not want these spirit race people to surrender. What was the use of them surrendering? How could it be as satisfying as killing them directly? If it were any other time, he would definitely complain to Moizhan. However, after returning, he did not say a word. Unknowingly, the two's positions were changing. Kill. Moizhan gave the last order, and all the demon race people rushed forward. The spirit race people were still laughing and taunting. In the next moment, an attack came from afar and landed on the Western Sacred Region's protection. With just one attack, the Western Sacred Region's protection was shattered. The curses and taunts from before stopped abruptly. They could not understand why the Western Sacred Region's protection was so fragile. Then, they saw a light break through the sky and leave. It was the Sacred Venerate. For a moment, the people's minds could not react. Where was the Sacred Venerate going? Then, there was a roar in the void, and a powerful wave of supremacy power surged in all directions. The Sacred Venerate who had left earlier was knocked down. There was an uproar. Only then did the people realize that the Sacred Venerate was trying to escape. In the void, 4 black figures appeared. These 4 existences were releasing the aura of supremacy power. The uproar turned into exclamations of fear. 4 Sacred Venerates of the demon race. Didn't they say that the demon race's sacred venerates could not come over? Why did 4 of them come down at once? Then, a battle between supremacies broke out in the void. Powerful supremacy power vibrations kept spreading. The spirit race people would never have thought that the first thing they saw was not the death of the people around them, nor was it the defeat of the demon race, but the fall of a sacred venerate. The 4 sacred venerates joined forces and paid the price of being injured, but they successfully killed a spirit race sacred venerate. Blood rained down in the void, like a tragic ballad that had just ended. A generation of powerhouses had come to an end. The spirit race people's morale was instantly destroyed. Everyone was in despair, and then they started to run. Emoijan saw this and laughed. He waved his hand, and the demon race army of more than 10,000 began to reap lives. Mod and Moyen Danzo looked forward, and a knowing smile appeared on their faces. Everything was finally back on the right track. Then, the demon race began to chase after the deserters. Without wasting a single soldier, they destroyed a supremacy domain. They did not kill everyone. Instead, they purposely let many people escape in order to spread this kind of fear. Just as Emoijan and the others launched their attack, the other demon race troops also began to attack. However, their efficiency was not as fast as Emoijan's. The peaceful years did not last for long. New turmoil came, and this time, it was accompanied by the arrival of the sacred venerates. The real disaster had come. However, the living beings of the spiritual realm encountered a situation where no one could resist, just like the last time. It was as if those existences who had risked their lives for the light of spiritual power had suddenly disappeared. No one fought for resources anymore. There was only constant war. The major forces disappeared without a trace again. Even Zichin did not appear. Whether it was the demon race or the divine race, they were winning every battle. One side was winning constantly. The other side was retreating. In a short period of time, the spirit race lost many territories. Chapter 4595. Under such circumstances, no one could save the spirit race. No one was fighting anymore. Everyone was running away. The most obvious ones were the holy sages. Even the holy sages had run away and given up their world and home. Who would still fight back? There were many shouts, and even more cries for help. Countless families were destroyed, and extremely tragic events were happening every day. No one paid attention to them. The large factions seemed to have lost their hearing. Because of the outbreak of the war, all channels were blocked. No one knew if anyone was still fighting for the spiritual light. The large factions that were indifferent were still the most lively. All the people running for their lives were squeezing in that direction. As a result, the large factions were overcrowded. The spirit race was not stupid. Since they were not fighting, they would hide in their homes and see if they would block the demons when they came. If they did not, they would continue to run. Of course, even if they were in the outermost region of the large factions, they still had to pay a high price. All kinds of resources were multiplied. Not everyone was running away. Some existences began to resist. They formed one line of defense after another, tenaciously resisting the demons. Emoijan looked at the spirit race in his field of vision and said, "Use half of our people to fight them." After the last time, Emoijan had not used holy sages again. When there were no holy sages, he used the holy spirits of the demon race to fight. If the enemy had holy sages, then the holy sages of the demon race would be the ones holding the line. The fighting strength of the demon race was too strong. Usually, with one attack, the spirit race would collapse. Not having any experts was one thing. More importantly, they did not have the heart. Emoijan waved his hand. The army advanced. There was no need to set up a formation. As long as they kept charging, there was no need for tactics. As long as they kept advancing and did not retreat, the demon race would obtain the final victory. From the beginning of the battle, the spirit race had been retreating. During this period, there were some stunning existences that could cause some damage to the demon race. However, these people often paid the price with their lives. These people can't even withstand a single blow. But what about the people behind? Mo Yin Danswa came to Mo Yijin's side and said worriedly. They were fighting at the front line. In the vast area behind them, there were many guerrilla teams. They were like hungry wolves, slowly eating away at the demon race. Because the spirit race was too big, it wasn't worth it to bring a large army to surround them. But if they sent experts to kill them, the spirit race would often flee. That caused some trouble for their rear. To the demon clan, those spirit clans were like mosquitoes. They were very inconspicuous and did not have much of an impact on the demon clan's army, but they were indeed very disgusting. Mod, who was at the side, said, "Why don't we let the Lord do it? In any case, to them, all they need to do is move their hands and settle everything." Moe smiled but did not say anything. The Holy Sovereign was not a fighter who could beat up anyone he wanted. If the Holy Sovereign were to kill the spirit race, he would probably be disgusted to death. Moreover, the Lord was not willing to do anything. Who would be suitable to do such a shameful thing? Most importantly, if the Lord had to deal with such a small matter, what was the use of them? Moe thought for a moment, then said, "Pass down the order, let the spirit race behind us search for them. If they find their hiding place, they will be heavily rewarded. If they kill one, they will be rewarded with the status of demon clan." Along the way, the supreme domain that the demon clan had occupied was not destroyed. It still existed, and not everyone had run away. Mo Yijin had not killed all of the people who had stayed behind. They had come to this world to occupy resources, not to kill happily. Thus, he had left those people behind. Many of them had chosen to surrender and pledge their loyalty. Mod said hesitantly, "But can they do their best? After all, those are spirit race." Mo Yijin laughed. "As long as the reward is enough, I'm not afraid that they won't work hard. We don't have much else, but don't we have a lot of resources?" Yes, the demon clan had gathered a lot of resources along the way. Some of them could be used, some of them could not be used, and those would be used as rewards for the spirit race. "I'll take care of this matter," Mo Yin Danswa took the initiative to say. Right now, the battle here needed someone to keep an eye on it to prevent any accidents from happening. At this moment, the spirit race had already retreated in defeat, and it was time to easily harvest their lives. The spirit race scattered in all directions and fled without the slightest bit of order. Mo Yijin knew that this place had been taken down again. Mod laughed. This was a real battle achievement. The last time he had come to this world, he had obtained a lot of battle achievements in the beginning. However, after meeting Zichin in the later stages, he had been defeated one after another. Not to mention that the battle achievements were not enough, they had also hurt his family. Fortunately, in this invasion, his family had once again obtained the opportunity to be the main force for him. Furthermore, he had even buried the hatchet with Mo Yijin and Mo Yin Danswa. Out of the dozen or so starting teams, their team had always been the one with the greatest gains. This naturally came from Mo Yijin's wise leadership. He could be considered to be lying down to earn merits. The battle in front was gradually coming to an end. After those people were defeated, the supreme domain could be considered their territory. Mo Yijin flew forward. Seeing that, Mod immediately followed. Arriving at the supreme domain, Mo Yijin glanced at Mod. Mod shouted loudly, "Those who surrender will not be killed!" His voice spread out layer by layer, echoing among the many panicked planets. Mo Yijin suddenly said, "Tell them that we are only here to kill Zichin. All those who surrender can still stay here and continue to live. We guarantee that we will not harm them in the slightest." Mod was startled. "Do you want to say it now? Is there still a long way to go from the Holy Thunder clan?" Mo Yijin said. "Tell them now and completely destroy their morale." Mod nodded, and then, according to Mo Yijin's instructions, he began to issue the latest orders. The demon race had invaded this world, but they did not kill the innocent. After taking away all the resources, they still allowed this world to operate normally. The former city lord had run away, and the steward had also run away. Then, they would accept a new fate and take charge of the order of this world again. It seemed that nothing had changed. The only difference was that the highest steward had become the demon race. Mo Yijin's army was extremely strict. Once someone violated the rules and killed someone, they would definitely be punished. Once, he had killed 10 demon race Holy Spirit captains in one day. The effect was also very obvious. All the demon race no longer dared to disobey orders, and at the same time, those spirit race also became extremely obedient. They no longer tried to resist, and instead accepted Mo Yijin's rule. Why are the spirit race here so bloodthirsty? Mod looked at the spirit race who were as obedient as sheep, and shook his head. Don't be careless. They are docile now because they lack a leader. Once that leader appears, they will turn into hungry wolves at any time. Mo Yijin reminded. Mod thought of the last battle. It was still the same people, but they had beaten the demon race until they had no choice but to retreat. Just because there was one more Zichen? But in the end, he was only one person. How could he bring about such an effect? Where is the next supreme domain? Mo asked with a trembling voice. My Jean's supreme domain, Mod said. The latest news is that Saint Lord My Jean has already escaped with his team. The entire supreme domain is in chaos. Mo Yijin nodded. Let the team rest for half a month. Inform the rest of the army to quickly follow. Mod said. There's no need to rest, there's almost no loss. Mo Yijin explained. Our battle line is too long, and our people obviously can't keep up. If we continue to advance, if those surrendered spirit race resist again, they will catch us off guard. When the front and the back are unable to connect, we will never be able to go back. Mod's expression changed. It can't be that exaggerated, right? Are they all like that? It's better to be careful. Mo Yi's eyes trembled as she looked into the distance. Last time, weren't we all confident of victory? But Zichen came out and beat everyone back. The spirit world is so big, who knows how many Zichen there are? Mo Yijin waited here for half a month, and only continued to advance after the reinforcements had completely arrived. The gate to My Jean's supreme domain was wide open, and hundreds of people stood at the entrance. These hundreds of people were the managers of the various worlds in the supreme domain, or rather, the city lords. They had been waiting here for a long time. When Mo Yijin arrived with his troops, those managers took out the account books that had been prepared long ago, and recorded the income of the various worlds in detail. However, when Saint Lord My Jean left, he took a lot of resources with him, and there were not many resources that could be used in this supreme domain. Mo Yijin took a portion of it, and then led the demon army to occupy this place. After sending a portion of people to maintain order, he went to the next supreme domain. Before coming, Mod did not even dare to imagine that he could completely occupy a supreme domain without a single soldier. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, the spirit world had experienced the darkest period in countless years. The half-step saint venerables and 9-star saint spirits of the various factions could fight to the death for the light of spirit power, but after the invasion of the gods and demons, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The various factions did not take any further action. Even after many people killed the gods and demons, they went to find those factions to exchange for the light, but they were stopped and told that they would no longer provide this help. For a time, the people of the spirit world became unstable, and there were even many existences who began to harbor hatred for the various factions, and then joined the demon race's camp. Zichen, who had saved the spirit world once, also disappeared in these 3 years. The lively atmosphere of the Sky Martial continent gradually faded away, because there was an army that wanted to kill Zichen. Wherever they passed, they did not kill a single person of the spirit world, and only took away the resources. In their words, they were here to kill Zichen. They were friends, and they could continue to live their previous lives. Those who blocked the way were enemies, and they would die without a doubt. At this speed, they would kill their way to the Holy Thunder Clan in a few years. Chapter 4596. The reason why Zichen came out of seclusion was not because he had broken through. It was a huge leap from Holy Spirit to Holy Saint. It was almost impossible to complete it in a short period of time. The reason why he came out of seclusion was because of the current turbulent world. As one of the most prosperous worlds, the popularity of the Sky Martial continent had begun to decline recently. The disciples of the major forces had left one after another. The original popularity had also begun to fade. Although it was still lively, it was more deserted than before. As the master of the world, Zichen could clearly sense the changes in the world. He had no choice but to come out of seclusion to check. After coming out, he went to Jolene to get first-hand information. After seeing the reason for the loss of popularity, Zichen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Just because an army of demons wanted to take revenge on him. Could they kill their way to the Holy Thunder Clan? Even if there was no resistance now, they would definitely be stopped by the Holy Thunder Clan when they were outside. As for whether the Holy Thunder Clan would give up on him, Zichen had never thought about it. No matter how much those people disliked him, he was still a member of the Holy Thunder Clan. At this time, the Holy Thunder Clan had no way out. Because if they gave up on him, what if the demons wanted Zhang San or Li Si in the future? Should he give it to them? If he did not, they would still have to fight. If he gave it to them, there would be no end to it. Until the huge Holy Thunder Clan was nibbled away bit by bit. Isn't this too funny? Zichen put down the information and could not help but laugh. Jolene said, "There have been a lot of rumors recently. It has indirectly affected the popularity of the Sky Martial continent. As for those major forces, they have directly sent everyone back. They should be preparing for battle in advance. Now, everyone is waiting to see if they want to enter our world," Jolene said. "But in the Sky Martial Sacred Region, it is already full. It is not affected. It is full outside. Everyone is actually waiting to see the Sky Martial continent. This is awkward." Zichen looked at Jolene and asked, "What do you think now?" Jolene said, "Let's wait patiently. This situation should be temporary. Even if they want to attack, it will take several years." "How's the combat strength of that demon squad?" Zichen asked. Jolene took out another set of documents, and when he saw the leader's name, he was slightly stunned. Moe trembled, Mod, Mo Yin Danzwa, these were all old friends. Jolene explained. "On the surface, there are 3 leaders, but the one in charge is this Mo Zhan. It is said that before he came here, he swore to kill you. In order to show his determination, he even brought his wife here. If he doesn't kill you, he and his wife won't return to the demon race until you die." "Wife?" Zichen was stunned. "He has a wife." "Yes, his name is Mo Yen." Jolene's expression suddenly became strange. "We have investigated that person called Mo Zhan. His experience growing up in the demon race is comparable to an inspirational biography. To be able to reach this step, his methods and wisdom are both extraordinary." Following that, Jolene looked at Zichen. "He fought with you several times, but he ran away every time. It seems like he has some tricks up his sleeve," Zichen said calmly. "The 3 of them all have the experience of escaping from my hands, and they also hate me the most. Perhaps this is the reason why the 3 of them formed a team. It's just that. Don't you think it's very stupid for this leader to suddenly make such a move? Do you think that the Holy Thunder Clan will foolishly listen to them?" Zichen said. "Even if they give up on me, my world is in the Holy Thunder Clan." "Do they want to strip my world and my saint realm completely?" Jolene also couldn't understand. If she could see such a simple logic, there were countless people in the Holy Thunder Clan who could naturally see it. But why did the demon race still do this? Perhaps it's just a trick. According to the information we received, this person called Mo Zhan is very good at winning over people's hearts. It's said that many people who are hostile to the large factions for not sending troops have joined them. They have even been assimilated by the demon race and become part of the demon race. Jolene guessed. He might be doing this to divert everyone's attention and then control the spirit race without sacrificing a single soldier. I heard that everywhere they go, the spirit race is harmonious, and they only take a portion of the resources and send people to guard it. They don't disrupt the normal flow of those worlds. This method is not bad. Zichen pondered for a moment, then said, "But if he wants to control the spirit race like this, it's obviously impossible." Jolene asked, "Now that you've come out of seclusion, do you still want to bring people to participate in the battle like last time? Right now, the support for you is extremely high. Everyone is hoping that you can appear and save everyone." Zichen shook his head and said, "I don't have such thoughts for now. Let's wait and see first." For MOD, the best choice this time was to follow Mo-Ijan's team to the Saint Spirit world. They hadn't fought for nearly half a year. Because of Mo-Ijan's steady style and concerns, although their speed wasn't the fastest among the dozen or so teams, they had the least casualties. Judging from the current development, they could really reach the outskirts of the Holy Thunder tribe effortlessly. After traveling for a few more months, Mo-Ijan, who had once again occupied a new region, said, "Continue to spread the news that the spirit race's large factions are all selfish. Even Zichen is now protecting himself and doesn't dare to come out of the Tianwu continent. The spirit race's momentum is gone. Submitting to us is the right way." MOD did as he was told, and the news quickly spread to the Tianwu continent. The battle had continued until now, but there was still no news of Zichen. This made those who had high hopes for Zichen feel very uncomfortable. As the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Fortunately, there were no voices that were unfavorable to Zichen. After all, the holy venerables of the god and demon races were present. In a situation where no one supported Zichen, if Zichen acted rashly, he might be killed by the holy venerables. The rules of the world were not important in front of killing Zichen. In the face of these voices, Zichen still did not appear. At this stage, he, who was still not a holy venerate, could not do much. Because if he appeared, he would definitely be destroyed. At that time, Chung Ho and the others would definitely make a move, and this would become a true battle between holy venerables. The battle had continued until now, and only one holy venerate had died. It was Mo-Ijan who had shown his might. The other battles were all between holy venerables and below. It was just that the holy spirits of the spirit race had lost their fighting spirit, and the various major powers still chose to protect themselves. Thus, the demon race had always been victorious. Mo-Ijan's group headed straight for the Holy Thunder clan. Just as they had said, it seemed that they only wanted to kill Zichen. As they approached, one voice after another rang out from the Holy Thunder clan. These voices were all about Zichen. The demon race's intention is obvious. They are here for Zichen. Since that's the case, why don't we hand over Zichen to prevent the battle from continuing? If we hand over Zichen now, the demon race will want others in the future. Should we hand them over or not? Impossible. Are the demon race that shameless? If they knew what shame is, they wouldn't have come to our spiritual realm. They are invaders, our enemies. But right now, they don't have any enmity towards us. They are only targeting Zichen. The Holy Thunder clan is such a huge force. No matter how bold the demon race is, they won't dare to target us. Just as I said, hand over Zichen and everyone will be happy. Are you crazy? Zichen saved the spiritual realm last time. If we hand him over now, what will we become? I think you are the crazy one. The ones who saved the spiritual realm last time were all of the spirit race. If Zichen is so capable, why didn't he come out to save us this time? There were many similar voices. Some hoped to push Zichen out to block the disaster, while others defended Zichen. However, there were more people who remained silent. Gradually, there were more and more discussions. Among them, there were many who hoped to push Zichen out. There were even people who said that at this time, for everyone's safety, Zichen should consciously leave the Holy Thunder clan. This way, no one would be embarrassed. The popularity of the Sky Martial continent was still declining because there were more voices that were unfavorable to Zichen. Jolene walked over angrily and took out some information. It's still the Leijing family. On the surface they are silent, but in private, there are many movements. Almost all of those sounds were made by them in secret. Zichen was relatively calm. Don't bother about them. The Holy Thunder Clan has not reached the stage where they have the final say. The real person in charge of the Holy Thunder Clan was Lei Jinka, who never asked about big or small matters. If he made the decision and agreed to let Zichen leave, then no one could say anything. Similarly, if he did not agree, no matter how happily the others jumped, it would be useless. Even though there were many discussions, Zichen was still not afraid. As long as the people of the Holy Thunder Clan had a brain, they would not push him out. In such a situation, no one could stop the disaster. They could only fight to the death. As time passed, the popularity of the Sky Martial Continent did not recover. As for Emoisian's group, they were getting closer and closer to the Holy Thunder Clan. Another few years passed, and more people began to express their thoughts. There were actually many people who wanted Zichen to leave. And the Holy Thunder Clan finally responded. They began to gather an army and move towards the periphery of the Holy Thunder Clan. Was a war about to start? Could it be that the Holy Thunder Clan wanted to protect Zichen? Those existences who had been watching for a long time finally relaxed and began to move towards the Sky Martial Continent. Hearing the news, Zichen did not say anything. To the Holy Thunder Clan, this was the best choice. Finally, the Demon Clan army led by Emoisian arrived outside the Holy Thunder Clan. From start to finish, it took a total of 8 years. The two armies faced each other with cold expressions. Chapter 4597. Just like that, Emoisian led the army all the way to the Holy Thunder Clan. Among the dozens of teams, they were the only ones who dared to provoke the spiritual realm. The Holy Thunder Clan did not choose to submit like the other forces. Instead, they gathered an army and guarded the periphery. A person stood in front of the army. He was a 9-star Holy Spirit and a core disciple. Lei Jinghongtian. Many people were puzzled. The Holy Thunder Clan had countless capable people. Why was Lei Jinghongtian leading the army? His strength was unquestionable, but he obviously had a conflict with Zichen. Not only him, but the entire Lei Jing family was the same. Some people guessed that the Holy Thunder Clan was doing this to resolve the conflict between the two sides. After all, a great danger was approaching. The Lei Jing family was a veteran force, and even if there was only one Zichen in the Tianwu continent, he was still a powerful figure. The Holy Thunder Clan had sent people to defend against the enemy. At this juncture, it was reasonable that the Holy Thunder Clan wanted to resolve the conflict between the two sides. Mod looked at the Holy Thunder Clan in front of him and felt a little nervous. Are we going to fight? Is our holy sage here? Emoisian smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if he's here or not. There won't be a fight. Won't be a fight? Mod was puzzled. Mo Yen Danzwa also looked at Emoisian in confusion. Emoisian smiled and walked forward. May I know who's on the other side? Lei Jinghongtian, who was standing in front, said. Lei Jinghongtian! Emoisian cupped his fists and said, I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect that the Lei Jing family would come out to greet us as soon as we arrived. I'm Emoisian, and I'm flattered. Lei Jinghongtian said indifferently. You've crossed the border. Quickly retreat! Emoisian sighed and said helplessly. Brother Hongtian, you're right. In fact, we didn't want to come to this place. I believe you've heard what we've done along the way. We have no intention of slaughtering people. Our purpose here is very simple, and that's Zichen. Lei Jinghongtian snorted coldly. Moi continued. I'm not lying at all. As for why we're mobilizing so many people to deal with Zichen, it's a long story. It's not just because of the previous conflict. Oh? Lei Jinghongtian said. So, are there still other secrets? Moi nodded her head and said. It all started a few thousand years ago. At that time, Zichen was still an 8-star saint spirit. I don't know how he came to our devil world, but he made our world a mess. At that time, not only did he offend many half-step saint sovereigns, even those saint sovereigns were enraged. Needless to say, they condemned him and even declared that they wanted to kill him. But who would have thought that the other party would actually seize the opportunity to steal our painting scroll, and then flee back to the Saint Spirit domain? Moe said with a trembling voice. Brother Hongtian, do you think we like to invade? We actually have our own reasons for leaving our homeland and coming here. We're only here for Zichen. To be honest, you're the invader. Oh no, Zichen is the invader. It's precisely because he invaded our world that we had no choice but to cross over and respond. Many people in the Holy Thunder Clan's army had cold expressions. As for what Moe said, some people believed it, but even more did not. It was just an excuse. If they were really here for Zichen, why would they send more than a dozen teams to attack the Saint Spirit domain? But no one pointed it out, because it was meaningless. One was an invader, and the other was protecting their homeland. Both sides were bound to fight. Leijing Hongtian remained silent, and did not express his opinion. Moe continued. Brother Hongtian, you must know the oath I made before coming. If I don't kill Zichen, I swear that I won't return. So, in order for us to return to our homeland as soon as possible and no longer have to bear the pain of leaving our homeland, I hope Brother Hongtian can fulfill my wish and hand over Zichen. Our goal is only Zichen. Behind Moe, when the demons heard Moe's words, their hearts were filled with admiration. To be able to describe the invasion as the suffering of leaving one's homeland, their lord was truly amazing. At this moment, they were even somewhat moved, because coming here had not been easy. Even on the other side, there were many spirit race people who were moved by their lord's words. In the Tianwu continent, Zichen was paying close attention to what was happening outside the Holy Thunder Clan. When he heard that the leader was Leijing Hongtian, his expression changed, and he said impossible 3 times. Then, he left the room and went to find Jolina. The first thing he said was that he was going to fight. Jolina was confused. Are you planning to go out and help? Zichen shook his head. No, immediately notified the city lords of the various cities and have them prepare for battle. Also, tell everyone that if they want to leave, they can leave now. The original rent can be refunded. If they want to stay and fight, they can exchange their heads here for contribution points. The ratio will be the same as before. Jolina understood the meaning behind Zichen's words, and her expression could not help but change. Impossible, right? How could the Holy Thunder Clan take this step? Zichen said. Just in case. Jolina saw the seriousness of the matter and immediately sent people to make arrangements. In just a moment, the news spread throughout the various cities. When the news came out, the entire city was in an uproar. Now that the Holy Thunder Clan had sent troops outside to resist the demon race, what was Zichen's intention? As if seeing the seriousness of the matter, many people decided to leave first and wait for the changes. In the past few years, Jolina had focused on recruiting consecrators. For many years, the resources of the Sky Martial continent had been used in this aspect. Therefore, even though the Sky Martial continent where Zichen was from had not existed for as long as the Leijing family, it was still a colossus. There were also some people who chose to stay. On one hand, it was for the contribution points, and on the other hand, it was to repay Zichen's kindness. At the same time, the news spread throughout the Sky Martial Starfield, and in a very short time, it spread to the entire Holy Thunder Clan. For a time, the entire Holy Thunder Clan was in an uproar. Everyone did not understand why Zichen was still acting as if he was going to fight the demon race at the front lines. Just for show? Those who chose to leave the Sky Martial continent had already begun to clear out all kinds of resources. No one would use so many resources just for show. At the front lines, Moe said helplessly, Brother Hongtian, I hope you can help us fulfill our wish and hand over the instigator, Zichen. Leijing Hongtian was still silent, which puzzled many people. Why are you still talking nonsense with this guy who inverts black and white? Isn't it better to just kill him? After a while, Leijing Hongtian said, Zichen is a member of the Holy Thunder Clan. Moe said with a trembling voice. That's right. That's why I came to discuss with you. Leijing Hongtian said again. Since he's a member of the Holy Thunder Clan, he's one of us. Do you think I'll hand him over? Moe shook his head and said, No, you've misunderstood me. You've completely misunderstood me. I just want him to bear his own responsibility and not hide behind like a coward. He pointed to the people behind Leijing Hongtian and said, Ziqin is a member of the Holy Thunder Clan, but aren't they? Which one of them doesn't have parents and children? Which one of them doesn't have a family? Why should they pay with their lives and bear all the responsibility for that coward Ziqin? Is it worth it? I'm sure Brother Hongtian is very clear about our reputation. We don't want to be enemies with the spirit race, and we really don't want to see anyone die. But Ziqin is different. He must die. Moe suddenly took a few steps forward and cupped his fists, saying, Once the two sides start fighting, there will be countless casualties. How many people will lose their families? Therefore, I hope that Brother Hongtian can consider the soldiers behind you and their families. This is a battle that can be avoided, so why do you have to make it so that both sides suffer? Leijing Hongtian shook his head again, seemingly very decisive. But Moe didn't think so. He continued, I know that it's not appropriate to ask you to hand over Ziqin in front of everyone. It will also make Brother Hongtian suffer more grievances, and you may even have to bear a lot of curses in the future. But for more people to live and for their families to grow up healthily, I'm sure Brother Hongtian will make the right choice. Leijing Hongtian suddenly said loudly, In front of the Holy Thunder Clan, what does my personal honor count for? Let alone me, for the Holy Thunder Clan to prosper, even if my Leijing family has to bear some curses, what does that count for? But if you come here to ask for people like this, what does the Holy Thunder Clan count for in your eyes? An uproar came from behind. It seemed that the situation was about to change. Moe said, Brother Hongtian, you've misunderstood. It's true that we came here to kill Ziqin, but we definitely won't bully him. We want to challenge him. We want to fight fair and square with him. I heard that he has his own faction, so this is good. Moe patted his chest and said loudly, I, Moe, swear that I will never use the power of a holy venerate to bully Ziqin. The glory that we lost to Ziqin in the past, we will take it back with our own strength. We will fight Ziqin to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The orderly shouts of the demons came from behind. Many people were moved. In a trance, they seemed to have forgotten the real purpose of coming to the spiritual realm. It was as if they were here to seek revenge on Ziqin. Leijing Hongtian pondered for a moment and said, In that case, I have no excuse to refuse. I, Leijing Hongtian, the Leijing family, and even the entire Holy Thunder Clan, do things based on right and wrong. We will never use force to oppress others. Since Ziqin was in the wrong first, we will not tolerate it. If you're in the wrong, you have to admit it. You have to take responsibility for your own mistakes. However, Ziqin is a member of the Holy Thunder Clan, so even if he made a mistake, he must die in a dignified manner. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar behind. Were they really going to hand over Ziqin? Ziqin was the hero of the entire Holy Spirit realm. Chapter 4598. As soon as Leijing Hongtian's words came out, everyone was shocked. The Holy Thunder Clan's team began to gather, and many people understood what this meant. War with the demon race was inevitable. Some people even thought that the Leijing family was sent to resolve the conflict between the two sides. Who knew that Leijing Hongtian would expel Ziqin with just a few words? It was not difficult to see that the purpose of the other party's arrival might be to do this. Who was Ziqin? He was the hero of the entire Holy Spirit world. If it were not for Ziqin, the Holy Spirit world might have lost more than half of its territory when the gods and demons invaded last time. It was Ziqin's appearance. He first took out his own resources to fight, and then the major forces imitated him. Only then did the gods and demons finally escape. However, no one expected that today, in front of the entire Holy Thunder Clan, Leijing Hongtian would announce that the hero Ziqin was a sinner, and expel Ziqin and his world. Did they not know that once they chose to retreat this time, there would be an endless retreat? Moreover, the Holy Thunder Clan was also the first among the major forces to face the demon race. However, their first step was not to gather a team to fight, but to retreat, even at the cost of losing Zichen. Mod and Mo Yen Danzwo were very shocked. They did not expect that a few words from Mo Izhen would make them willingly hand over Zichen. What kind of method was this? For the entire demon race, this was an extremely important step. The other teams could follow suit. In this way, they could slowly nibble away the entire Holy Thunder Clan. As the first commander, I faced the expulsion of Zichen and his Tianwu world, Lei Jinghongtian said indifferently. Considering the lives of many innocent people, Zichen's Sky Martial Star area will remain in the Holy Thunder Tribe. Mo Izhen cupped his fists and thanked him. He seemed to have seen a way to make the Holy Thunder Clan retreat for the second time. All right, he said. In order to show our respect to the Holy Thunder Clan and the sincerity of the demon race, we'll withdraw 100,000 miles first. The reason he retreated 50,000 kilometers was to show his attitude, and also because Zichen's world needed to be rearranged. This area was where the battle was going to take place. Lei Jinghongtian smiled faintly and looked back into the distance. Even without the Black Lightning, the Holy Thunder Clan was still under the protection of the Tree of the Lightning Ancestor. However, the Tree of the Lightning Ancestor was shaking at this moment. Then, a gap appeared on top of the tree. A world shining with lightning gradually rose into the sky. The people who saw this scene were once again in an uproar. Was he really going to be expelled? Even the Tree of Lightning agreed? There had always been rumors in private that the Thunder Leaf was particularly special to Zichen, and even took special care of him. Otherwise, in Zichen's world, why would the Thunder Leaf be sold every few days? No one knew why this happened. Lei Zhihong didn't know, so he kept smiling. Battle? Of course, no one in the Holy Thunder Clan was afraid of death. However, they had to fight for the Holy Thunder Clan. If they were fighting for Zichen, who would be willing to send troops? These people who were gathered were just putting on a show in front of everyone. They couldn't just send Zichen away without saying anything. That would be too embarrassing, so they had to do things properly. Zichen's world slowly rose into the sky. After leaving the Tree of the Lightning Ancestor, it flew into the distance. It's over this time. Someone sighed. Although Zichen's combat strength is strong, he doesn't have many people who belong to him. Now that the Holy Thunder Clan has given up on him, he is destined to die. The Holy Thunder Clan made a bad move this time. It seems that between Lei Jing and Zichen, the Holy Thunder Clan still chose the former. It's understandable. Once the war starts, the Lei Jing family can send a huge army to participate in the war, but Zichen can't. This is actually the difference. No matter how strong an individual's combat strength is, it's useless in the face of a large-scale battle. However, Manager Zhou Lina of the Sky Martial Continent has been recruiting holy spirits for the past few years. I believe she can gather an army. Looking at the departing Tianwu world, everyone was discussing. 100,000 miles away, Mo Izhen stopped with his team. He looked behind him and asked, "How many people do we have this time?" According to what we said earlier, only 50,000 came this time. Mod said, "Do we need to dispatch the waiting army at the back?" "No need. Let's take a look first." Mo Izhen stared at the world in front of him and smiled inexplicably. Although everything is within my expectations, this is too interesting. No one knew what was hidden under his smile. Was it disappointment towards the spirit race? Or was his heart dead to this world? A person like Zichen could give up just like that. Was this the place that all the spirit race wanted to return to? No matter how shocked the people outside were, it could not compare to the people in the Tianwu world. At this moment, everyone felt that the Tianwu continent was beginning to move. This movement was as if it was being forcefully dragged by a powerful force. For a moment, everyone seemed to have guessed something, and their expressions changed. At this moment, Zichen, who had not been seen for many years, appeared in the sky. He said in a deep voice, the war with the demon race is about to begin. If you want to leave now, you can step into the teleportation array and leave. The teleportation fee will be waived. Although the world was moving, the teleportation array was still intact. It could be teleported to the Tianwu Star region and other places. There was a temporary panic in the major cities, and then many people left. Although Zichen had previously said that there might be a war, no one believed it. After all, Zichen's combat power was known as the number one in the world. The Holy Thunder clan would not give up on Zichen, the number one in the world, because of their original enemy. But they did not expect that the Holy Thunder clan would do something completely unexpected. However, there were more people who stayed. Zichen said in a deep voice, "All commanders, assemble the army immediately." Every city had a city lord, and under the city lord, there were commanders and deputy commanders who were in charge of the city's power. At this moment, the commanders began to assemble the troops. It was a real army. A portion of it was cultivated by the Tianwu world, but most of it was recruited later. The Thunder Spirit world was still very quiet. During this time, no one came out. It was as if it was not affected at all. After the Tianwu world left the Thunder territory, there was no rich thunder power to absorb. A part of the spiritual power in the Zichen world was bound to be lost. Fortunately, there were not so many people in the current world. After arriving at another void, the ancient trees here only needed to slowly adapt for a period of time. The energy contained in the void should be able to restore the original spiritual power density of the Tianwu continent. Of course, the premise was that the Zichen world could withstand the army of the demon race. The armies of the cities began to assemble, preparing for the next battle. They did not have time to care about other things. Those who should leave had all left. Fortunately, the various teleportation arrays in the Zichen world were made of excellent materials. So even if the location changed, they were not affected. Soon, the assembled troops exceeded 100,000. It was estimated that with the scale of the Zichen world, they could recruit about 200,000 soldiers. This was not a small number. Just to support these people, a huge amount of resources would be consumed every day. Every city, send half of your troops to fight with me. The gate in the sky opened. This was a passage to the outside world. Only Zichen, the ruler of the world, could control it. Everyone flew out one by one. Zichen was the first to arrive outside the Tianwu world. He watched as the world left the Holy Thunder clan and saw the army of the Holy Thunder clan in the distance. At this moment, he should consider where to place the world. Following that, his soul power sensed the existence of the demon race. Mo Yijin seemed to have chosen a location for him. As the world slowly descended into the void, Mo Yijin walked forward and looked at Zichen from afar. "Zichen, long time no see," Zichen said indifferently. "Are you here to die again?" At this moment, the army of 100,000 was already standing in the air, their fighting spirit rising. "Even at this time, you are still so stubborn." Mo Yijin smiled and said, "I couldn't tell that a small place like yours could gather so many people. However, I won't bully you. I only have 50,000 troops here. I think that with our battle strength, it is more than enough to deal with your 100,000 troops." "Are you sure?" Zichen looked at him. "Won't you know if you try?" Mo Yijin laughed mockingly and waved his hand. "Everyone, it is time for the final battle. Don't hold back. Kill without mercy." As his voice fell, Mo Yijin's troops arrived. 50,000 demons actually dared to attack Zichen's army of 100,000. Who gave them the courage? Zichen stood there and did not move. He silently watched as the crowd approached. It was as if a black cloud had covered this part of the void. Mo Yijin and the other two didn't move. Clearly, they had a clear understanding and judgment of their own strength. Under such circumstances, facing Zichen would only result in death. When the armies met, the battle erupted in an instant. Zichen held unfathomable and drew a line in front of him. A ray of light bloomed from the tip of the brush, bringing with it an arc. The demons seemed to have expected this. They all dodged, wanting to avoid this attack. However, Zichen's attack completely exceeded their expectations. Given their strength, how could they possibly dodge? Suddenly, that ray of light started twisting and scattering. Two black figures appeared in Zichen's vision, heading straight for Zichen. Zichen finally understood why Mo Yijin dared to send 50,000 people to attack his army. That was just a facade. There were actually two half-step holy venerates in the dark. These two holy venerates were the true killing move. Fortunately, the demons still wanted some face and did not send true holy venerates. Zichen charged forward and started fighting the two half-step holy venerates. Chapter 4599. The battle outside the Tianwu world had already begun. After releasing their soul power, the people guarding outside the Holy Thunder clan could clearly see the battle taking place. Zichen was being besieged by two half-step holy venerables, and he had yet to show any signs of defeat. However, because the most powerful force in the Tianwu world was being restrained, even though the others had the absolute advantage, the battle was still not that optimistic. Many members of the Holy Thunder clan had ugly expressions, and some of them were even incomparably ashamed. This way of watching the battle was not what they wanted. They had watched their compatriots die one by one in front of them, but they had remained indifferent. Can't you see that the enemy only has 50,000 people, while Zichen has 100,000 people? Even with the advantage of numbers, they still can't defeat the enemy. Tell me, whose fault is this? Lei Jinghongtian sensed the change in everyone's mood. He turned around and said indifferently, "Also, I hate it when there are more people fighting fewer people. This is too shameless. Speaking of which, it's already very good that I didn't go forward to help the weaker side." As soon as these words came out, not only did they not have the effect of appeasing them, but they also made more people angry. Listen, is this what a human is saying? His own people were fighting the demon race, and this guy was actually making sarcastic remarks. However, no one dared to oppose Lei Jinghongtian at this time, so naturally, they did not dare to refute him. Under the perception of everyone's soul power, a black light flew out from Zichen's side. It was the specter. It had joined the battle, so it could share some of the trouble for everyone. On the battlefield, Zichen exchanged punches with the two half-step holy venerables, and the powerful force caused Zichen to fly backwards. As he flew backwards, Zichen tapped his forehead, and dozens of purple soul power rays flew towards the nearby demon race members. They entered their knowledge seas and extinguished their souls, resolving the crisis of the spirit race members. Lei Jinghongtian was also paying attention to the battlefield. At this moment, he continued, "Everyone, come and see. Even now, Zichen is still hiding his strength. Why hasn't he taken out the ancient devil refining jade yet? He doesn't even care about the lives of his subordinates. What are you all so excited about? Do you want to work for him? What benefits did he give you?" No one knew why Zichen still hadn't taken out the ancient devil refining jade, because it was the nemesis of the demon race. As long as it was taken out, no demon race would be able to resist it. But until now, Zichen had not taken out the ancient fiend refining jade for some unknown reason. A half-step holy venerate formed hand seals with one hand, and a demonic seal descended from the sky and enveloped Zichen. There was a trace of venerate energy circulating within it, and its aura was extremely terrifying. Zichen clenched his fist and punched out. Dazzling lightning illuminated the surroundings and the demonic seal exploded. The instant Zichen shattered the demonic seal, his figure flashed and arrived before another half-step holy venerate. He exchanged a palm strike with that half-step holy venerate, and they both moved back. The 9-star Zichen was able to fight against two opponents without falling into a disadvantageous position. This kind of combat power was extremely shocking. However, they were currently on the battlefield. Every bit of time that Zichen was delayed was a little more dangerous for his men. Not to mention, Zichen was facing the demon race. One could imagine the situation and pressure he was facing alone against an entire race. Zichen's thoughts changed, and he took out the demon god's scroll. The demon god's scroll was not very useful at the moment, but it could still absorb some people inside. Everyone in the demon race knew that this was the demon god's scroll, a supreme treasure that belonged to a legend. So, the moment the scroll appeared, two giant hands made of energy appeared in the sky, one in front and one behind, heading towards Zichen's scroll. These giant hands contained venerate energy, but it was not true venerate energy. It was an attack from a half-step holy venerate. The expressions of the members of the Holy Thunder clan in the distance changed. There were actually two half-step holy venerates hiding. At this moment, they seemed to understand why Zichen didn't take out the ancient devil refining jade. The power of one person was limited. How could he fight against an entire clan? The demon god's scroll immediately flipped over, and ripples appeared on its surface. It was like a spatial door had opened, directly absorbing the two attacks. At the same time, the two half-step holy venerates hiding in the dark walked out, and looked at Zichen indifferently. Zichen smiled coldly and said, "For half-step holy venerates. What a big move. I wonder if there are more holy venerates hiding, waiting to destroy my ancient devil refining jade?" Only now did everyone understand Zichen's concern. The ancient devil refining jade was very terrifying. It was known to be the nemesis of the demon race. However, no one knew if the ancient devil refining jade could deal with the demon race's holy venerates. In the distance, Moe smiled and said, "Do you think there are?" His smile was somewhat mysterious. Anger appeared on the faces of the members of the Holy Thunder clan. Clearly, this demon race had started to go back on his words. These spectators already believed that there were still demon race's holy venerates hiding in the dark. Lei Jinghongtian said indifferently, "Mutual deception is a common thing in war." In his heart, he naturally supported the demon race. No matter what contributions Zichen had made to the spiritual realm, no matter how limitless his potential was in the future, even if he wanted him dead, what could he do? Following Moizhen's words, Zichen took out the ancient devil refining jade without hesitation. "Let me guess, there aren't any." The ancient devil refining jade took root in the void. Its surface shone brightly as it began to devour the surrounding demon chi. It was like invisible tentacles were extending towards the demon race. Zichen actually took out the ancient devil refining jade at this time. This somewhat exceeded everyone's expectations. Was he not worried about the hidden demon race's holy venerates? When the four half-step holy venerates saw this, they immediately attacked. They all went straight for the ancient devil refining jade. At the same time, Mod, Moizhen, and Moyen Danzwa also took out weapons with holy venerate auras. They all attacked the ancient devil refining jade at the same time. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If they could destroy this ancient devil refining jade, it would be a great contribution. The painting above Zichen's head immediately enlarged. It was like a starry river appeared in the void, giving off countless ripples. The painting blocked nearly all the attacks. The starry river started to sway. At the same time, Zichen, who was standing beside the ancient devil refining jade, used the lightning sword. As the sword light lit up, a bolt of lightning cut through the void. Pooh! The sword light pierced through a half-step holy venerate's body. Blood spurted out. The sword light did not slow down as it headed for the second half-step holy venerate. The sword light was extremely fast, even surpassing the speed of lightning. Furthermore, it appeared so suddenly that the half-step holy venerates could not react in time. The sword light pierced through two of the half-step holy venerates. The other two quickly retreated, putting some distance between them. The two injured half-step holy venerates paled. Although that sword light did not kill them, it severely injured them. The half-step holy venerates immediately retreated, preparing to treat their injuries first. Just at this moment, Zichen closed his eyes. He started to form hand seals. Bolts of lightning bloomed at his fingertips. In the next moment, a thunderous roar resounded in the void. Then, a bolt of lightning that lit up the world appeared and headed for the injured half-step holy venerate. The expression of that half-step holy venerate changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The moment that half-step holy venerates sensed danger, the lightning had already arrived. Controlling lightning art. This was a technique that Zichen had not used for a long time. Once he used it, it would mean death. When the lightning entered that half-step holy venerate's body, his entire body lit up. It was like he sensed an intense danger of death. He immediately abandoned his physical body and tried to flee with only a trace of soul energy. Just at this moment, a formless tentacle arrived and forcefully grabbed that half-step holy venerate's body. Then, it dragged that half-step holy venerate back to the ancient devil refining jade. Only the half-step holy venerate's miserable cries could be heard in the void. Zichen still had his eyes closed, his complexion somewhat pale. Another thunderous roar resounded in the void. The world lit up. The second injured half-step holy venerate was attacked. Even though that half-step holy venerate had been on guard, he still could not escape. In the end, he became food for the ancient devil refining jade. The situation of the battle changed extremely quickly. In a short moment, 2 half-step holy venerates died. Furthermore, when the ancient devil refining jade appeared, it started to devour the surrounding demons' energy, preventing them from bringing out their full combat prowess. In the sky, everyone's attacks were blocked by the demonic god painting. The situation suddenly became very unfavorable for the demons. Mod looked at Moe anxiously. They had been in the spiritual realm for several years and had never suffered such great losses. Moe said, "Let's retreat. We gained a lot today. The next time we come, it will be Zichen's death." Moe turned around and left. Soon, the bugle horns sounded, and the demons hurriedly retreated. Luo Qishui, who was covered in blood, came over and asked, "My lord, should we chase?" Zichen shook his head and said, "No, we shouldn't chase. If they fought here, no matter how much those old masters of the Holy Thunder clan disliked him, it would still help when the demons broke the rules. However, once they left, it would be hard to say." Although he didn't know which idiot came up with this idea, since the Holy Thunder clan did it, it was enough to see that many people approved of it. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Zichen put away the scroll and turned his head to look into the distance. He couldn't see anything in his field of vision, but his soul power had already extended outside the sacred Thunder tribe. He saw the army, and at this moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. At the same time, he also saw Lei Jinghongtian. As if sensing the arrival of Zichen's soul power, Lei Jinghongtian sneered. "I feel very ashamed to be in the same clan as a sinner like you. Because of you, the entire Holy Spirit realm was plunged into an abyss of suffering. You really are a sinner." Zichen's voice sounded in the void. "I feel the same. I feel ashamed because the Lei Jing family exists in the Holy Thunder clan. Wrapping personal grievances in righteousness to take revenge, and saying it so righteously, I don't know how you trained to be so shameless. Why don't I visit you some other day and ask for some advice and come back with some experience? Or is this the innate bloodline of the Lei Jing family that can't be learned later?" Directly humiliating the Lei Jing family in front of him, Lei Jinghongtian's eyes were filled with anger. "Zichen, don't be so proud. The next attack from the demons will definitely be stronger. You don't have many days to live. Take advantage of this time to think about your future." After saying that, Lei Jinghongtian said angrily, "Everyone, retreat into the clan." The demons had retreated, and everyone no longer guarded this place. In fact, the Tianwu world at this moment was the layer of protection outside the Holy Thunder clan. Chapter 4600. Zichen had won the defensive battle. This was the first victory in the spiritual realm since the second invasion of the demon race. After the news spread, no one felt optimistic because the retreat of the demon race this time meant that there would be more demon race invasions in the future. The Holy Thunder clan had obviously abandoned Zichen and chose to let him fend for himself. The spirit race in other places did not take the initiative to attack. If the demon race was willing, they could almost use the power of the entire clan to deal with Zichen and his Tianwu world. How could the Tianwu world fight against the demon race? Everyone wanted to see the Holy Thunder clan fight against the demon race, and was full of expectations for this encounter. They never thought that the Holy Thunder clan would choose to retreat, which disappointed many people. The respect they once had for the big clans had now turned into contempt. Mo Yijin was in a good mood. Although he had failed this time, Zichen had been abandoned by the Holy Thunder clan. Next, he had the absolute strength to destroy Zichen's world. After Mod and Mo Yendan's were heard the explanation, their heavy hearts relaxed a lot. On the same day, Mo Yijin gave the order. Immediately summon the half-step sacred venerables who had obtained the power of the demon god to the spiritual realm, and work together to deal with Zichen. Mo Yijin was full of confidence. With their help, Zichen would definitely die. However, after the news spread, the response he received was a torrent of abuse. Who do you think you are, Mo Yijin? How dare you order us? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have the demon's surname? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Scram! This was the response of the half-step sacred venerables. Of course, it was not their own. It was very likely that it was their family or servants. These existences were all in seclusion to break through to the sacred venerable realm. Moreover, each of them had a high chance of breaking through. A mere Mo Yijin summons was not enough to make them obey. They were originally full of confidence, but it turned out like this. Mod and Mo Yendan's were very angry, but they were only angry. Even with the power of their two families, it was not enough to summon those people. Furthermore, none of the sacred venerables stepped forward this time. Clearly, they had tacitly approved of this matter. In the room, Mo said with a trembling voice, "If they help, I have absolute confidence in killing Zichen and destroying Zichen's world. Moreover, our casualties will be minimized and many innocent soldiers will be prevented from dying in battle." Mod and Mo Yendan's looked at each other, unable to guess why Mo had changed his tone. At this moment, the pressure of a holy master appeared, and then a voice sounded from the room. "Since we have come to the battlefield, we need to temper ourselves on the battlefield. Perhaps this is a rare opportunity to train a powerful army and prepare for the upcoming battles against those major forces." This was the voice of a saint venerable. Clearly, his attitude was very clear. Mo trembled and said, "I understand your thoughts, and I also agree with your words. However, I still feel that now is the best time to attack Zichen. Even if there will be casualties, as long as we can kill Zichen, everything will be worth it." This was Mo's last stand. The Holy Master's voice sounded again. "We can kill Zichen even without this. Right now, the spirit race has no one to fight against us, so you can use all your power to deal with Zichen. I believe in your abilities," Mo said. "What about you, Holy Master? Can you help us at a critical moment?" "Impossible. That would break the rules. It was not easy to make the Holy Thunder clan take a step back. We cannot give them any reason to take that step forward. Furthermore, this is not the time for the sacred venerables to fight." The Holy Master still did not appear, and only his voice sounded in the room. Mo thought for a moment and said, "Then I do not have much confidence. If possible, I am willing to take a step back and ask the clan to invite more capable people. The entire clan is for you to command, and you do not have confidence?" The Holy Master's voice was much harsher, as if he was expressing his anger. Mod and Mo Yendan's looked at Mo nervously. Mo said, "I have studied Zichen carefully. He has created many miracles, and there are many records of him being assassinated. Which one of them was not confident? But what happened in the end? Zichen is still alive. According to our information, Zichen's world has no more than 200,000 soldiers, but I have a feeling that Zichen has a backup plan. This is the main reason why I asked the demon god's descendants to help." Mo said with a trembling voice, "After Zichen dies, they can even take the demonic god painting. However, I feel that only when they take action can they truly kill Zichen." This time, the Holy Master was silent. Mod and Mo Yendan's were silent as well. Moe had a strong desire to kill Zichen, but it had to be said that Moe was very careful with every step she took. This was the safest move. After a while, the Holy Master said, "This is impossible. The demon god's descendants cannot be lost. Even if Zichen is very important, they have a high chance of becoming demon gods in the future. We cannot lose them." This was the first time the three of them had heard this, and their expressions changed. Moe said, "In that case, I want 50 half-step Holy Masters." The Holy Master smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think that is possible? There is only one chance to kill Zichen. If 50 half-step Holy Masters work together, they can kill him in one blow. This is called catching him off guard. But if there are only a dozen, Zichen will be prepared. Then, it will be very difficult to kill Zichen," Moe said with a trembling voice. "Moreover, you saw the previous battle. The 4 half-holy venerables were no match for Zichen. 2 fled and 2 died." Moe hesitated and said, "If you cannot agree to this condition, then the 3 of us are willing to retreat and give up our main positions." Mod and Mo Yen Dan's expressions changed immediately. Retreat to the second line? Then what about the merit of killing Zichen? They had already killed their way here. It was like planting a fruit tree and taking care of it carefully. But when it was time to bear fruit, they gave it up to others. If they had not known Moe for the past few years, they would have jumped up already. "Are you sure you want to do this?" the Holy Master asked. "I am very sure," Moe said. "My ability is limited. I do not want to delay the demon race's great cause. I hope someone can take on this task." "Okay, I will arrange it." The Holy Master's voice disappeared. After the Holy Master's pressure disappeared, Mod could not hold it any more and said, "Aren't you too impulsive? It is not good to be angry." Moe looked at the two and said, "Do you think I am angry?" The two nodded at the same time. Moe-jin said, "How can I, Moe-jin, dare to act rashly in front of Saint Venerable? I really do not have the confidence to kill Zichen under these conditions. Think about it, how many times have we schemed against Zichen, but when did we succeed? I was confident because I thought that the clan would cooperate fully. After all, Zichen is extraordinary. But I did not expect it to be like this. In this way, it is almost impossible to kill Zichen under these conditions." Mod said, "I still think that you are too cautious. Zichen's total force is less than 200,000. We have so many people. Killing him will be a piece of cake." Moe said, "Even if I am too cautious, if Zichen dies this time and the merit is given to someone else, I am confident that I can get the greatest merit when we deal with the Holy Thunder Clan in the future. But this time, I can't do it with Zichen. I can't take the risk, and I can't watch the two of you take the risk. Because we are not rich enough, we really do not dare to be blamed after the event. In regards to Zichen's matter, whoever had the ability to claim the credit would be the one to do so. Of course, if the two of you do not believe me, you can take the initiative to replace me." The two looked at each other and chose to believe in the end. "Sir, are you serious?" Mo-Luan-Ku looked at the Holy Master in front of him in disbelief. "That Mo-Jin is really willing to retreat to the front line? To give the leader to me?" The Holy Master nodded and said, "This is something that I have negotiated with the Holy Master over there. But you have to promise that you can kill Zichen in one battle. We will cooperate fully with you." Mo-Luan-Ku asked in disbelief. Mo-Jin's situation is so good. Why is he willing to give up the credit? Is he stupid? The Holy Master told him the reason. Mo-Luan-Ku was happy to hear it. 50 half-step Holy Masters. That guy is really greedy. No wonder everyone is not cooperating. His appetite is too big. Give me 10 half-step Holy Masters and 400,000 demon soldiers. I guarantee that I can kill Zichen. Okay. You bring your people to report tomorrow. I will ask the other reinforcements to go there in time. After the Holy Master left, Mo-Luan-Ku laughed. This was really a pie in the sky. That idiot Mo-Jin even gave up such an opportunity. The next day, Mo-Luan-Ku brought his people to the Holy Thunder Clan. His team was majestic, and they did not encounter any obstacles along the way. One after another, spiritual boats filled their vision. It was majestic. When they arrived at the area outside the Holy Thunder clan, Mo Lunku saw Mo Ijin and the other two. He walked up to them with a smile, his face full of pride. I heard that you are afraid of Zichen after a small battle. You don't dare to attack him again? Mod and Mo Yendan's eyes had a cold light in them. Mo Ijin smiled and said, Do you need our help? Mo Lunku waved his hand and said, No need. I am worried that bringing cowards like you will affect the morale of my team. You can go now. Stay far away and do not interfere with our business. Don't worry. When the battle is over, I will give you some credit. Mod and Mo Yendan's were about to get angry, but Mo Ijin stopped them. We will wait for your good news. After that, he signaled his team to start retreating. Mo Ijin's hundreds of thousands of soldiers started retreating, completely giving the initiative of the battle to Mo Lunku. Although many people in the team did not understand, they had to obey the military order. Mo Lunku took over Mo Ijin's task and waited for the arrival of the army. Chapter 4601. The credit that belonged to Mo Ijin was taken away by Mo Lunku. The mighty army completely took over Mo Ijin's position and headed towards Zichen's Tianwu world. This time, Mo Lunku didn't even let Mo Ijin's people follow him. Looking at the army leaving, Mod asked, 10 half-step sacred masters and 400,000 demons. Can they kill Zichen and destroy his Tianwu world? Mo Yendan's shook his head. He wasn't sure. Mo Ijin looked at the two and said, Do you think there's a difference between 400,000 and 40,000 in front of the ancient devil refining jade? The two thought about it and shook their heads. Mo Ijin said, So, as long as Zichen doesn't die, his world won't be conquered. Actually, there was one thing that Mo Ijin didn't say. The most suitable ones to attack Zichen's world weren't the demons, but the gods. Compared to them, it was much easier for the gods to conquer this world. Although Mo Ijin was on the back line, he still received accurate information about Mo Lunku's army. Looking at the army leaving, he said, Pass down the order. No one is allowed to go near the front, but we must be prepared for battle. Mod was surprised. How can we prepare if we don't go to the front? Prevent Zichen from bringing people to chase after us and beat us when we're down. Obviously, Mo Ijin was sure that Mo Lunku would lose. As the demon army approached, Zichen received the news immediately. He brought his original army of 100,000 and appeared outside the Tianwu world. Looking at the mighty demon army, Zichen's expression changed because the leader wasn't Mo Ijin. Zichen's thoughts were running fast. He was thinking about the possibility that Mo Ijin didn't appear. Mo Lunku brought his people into the void and faced Zichen's army. He didn't give the order to attack immediately. Instead, he sized up this legendary Zichen. Many demons had suffered at his hands, and it was a big loss. But now, he looked ordinary and didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. You are Zichen? Mo Lunku was the first to speak. Zichen asked. Why not Mo Ijin? Ha ha! Mo Lunku laughed out loud. That idiot Mo Ijin asked for a sky-high price out of greed, so I took his position as the leader. Zichen nodded. He finally understood. As such, he was no longer worried. When he looked at Mo Lunku again, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. Any last words before you die? Mo Lunku asked. With my current status, it won't be a problem for me to complete your last words. Zichen said. I don't have any last words, but I do have one wish. Oh, tell me about it. Mo Lunku was curious. Live well, don't die. There aren't many who dare to make an enemy out of me. Mo Ijin was scared away, so I hope you won't run away. Zichen said with a smile. You're courting death. Mo Lunku's eyes flashed coldly. Since they could not see eye to eye, the two sides started fighting. Mo Lunku, like Mo Ijin, did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he stood at a distance and watched his subordinates charge forward. Obviously, he knew the difference between him and Zichen. A total of 400,000 demon race soldiers marched forward. Outside the Holy Thunder clan, Lei Jinghongtian's team had gathered earlier than Zichen's. At this time, everyone saw the demon race army charging forward, and their expressions changed. Could Zichen's Tianwu world stop the 400,000 demon race soldiers? Lei Jinghongtian laughed and said, "Look, this is the result of not following the rules. Last time, he sent 50,000 people to fight with you, and what happened? You didn't follow the rules and sent 100,000 people to fight. Now look, he sent 400,000 people, completely crushing you in terms of numbers." Last time, Lei Jinghongtian said that Zichen was shameless because he had too many people. However, now that the demon race had so many people, he changed his words. This was a double standard. The most important thing was that the target of this double standard was the demon race, which made many people feel disgusted. Although many people were angry, they did not dare to say anything. However, deep in their hearts, their impression of the Lei Jing family was extremely bad. Before the two sides came into contact, huge talisman arrays appeared on the Tianwu world side one after another. The talisman arrays appeared in the void, and various holy talismans swirled around, emitting a terrifying aura. The demon race army was directly baptized by the holy talismans. Zichen's Tianwu world had not been established for a long time. It could even be said to be very short compared to the other major forces. However, the Tianwu world had an advantage that no other forces had, which was a lot of resources and soul-gathering crystals. Therefore, the number of holy talisman masters recruited by the Tianwu world was also very large. No holy talisman master could resist the temptation of soul-gathering crystals, even if they were the lowest grade ones. After being baptized by the holy talismans, the demon race lost a portion of their soldiers. However, for the entire demon race army, this was nothing. Under the devastation of the holy talisman arrays, the two sides finally met, and the demon race's advantage was completely displayed. Not only were their individual combat power strong, but their numbers were also several times that of the demon race's side. Therefore, the moment they met, Zichen's team began to retreat. However, this retreat was orderly. They retreated as they fought, and there was no panic. Zichen, who was standing at the front, used the holy talisman brush and displayed one attack after another. However, these attacks were almost unable to kill anyone. They could only destroy a portion of the attacks in front of him. In this situation, the strength of a single person was very weak. Unless it was the ancient demon refining jade. However, Zichen had not taken it out yet, and no one knew if it was because he was worried. Humph! Amoluin looked at the battlefield in front of him, and could not help but sneer. With the absolute advantage in numbers, Zichen was bound to lose. It was only a matter of time. Farther away, Mod and the others used their soul power to observe the battlefield. Seeing Zichen's team retreating, Mod said worriedly, "They're retreating just like that. Isn't that a little too fast?" In his expectations, Zichen would not be so easy to defeat. Mo Yendan's was said, "Didn't he say that there were at least 200,000 troops? Why didn't he send them out? He didn't even use the ancient demon refining jade. What exactly is Zichen waiting for?" Mo Shaw said calmly. "Even with 200,000 troops, it is impossible to win. Therefore, I guess that Zichen's move should be to place the battlefield in the Tianwu world." "The Tianwu world? Then wouldn't it be occupied?" Mod was startled. Mo Shaw said, "But from another point of view, that is Zichen's home ground. His advantage is in the Tianwu world." The two of them did not understand. What advantage could a world have? Even if it was a formation, it would not be able to withstand the attacks of hundreds of thousands of troops, right? In the opposite direction, Lei Jinghongtian shook his head and said, "I was counting on you to be our barrier. I didn't expect you to be so weak. How long has it been since it started? You can't hold on anymore? Are you planning to rendezvous with the 100,000 troops in the world? But what's the use? Won't you still be slaughtered?" He looked back and said, I reminded you earlier that if you have family and friends who are still in Zichen's world, come out quickly to avoid being slaughtered by the devil race. When the time comes, the devil race will have something to say, and you will die in vain. Only a small number of people responded to Lei Jinghongtian. More people were paying attention to the battlefield because the Tianwu world side was becoming more and more pessimistic. Everyone was sweating for Zichen in their hearts. However, the enemy was the devil race, a huge race that could fight against the entire Holy Thunder clan. It was obviously unrealistic to expect Zichen's world to stop these people. Fortunately, it was Zichen. If it were anyone else, such a world would have been destroyed when Moe Shaw led her troops to attack for the first time. Finally, after retreating step by step, Zichen's people all returned to their own worlds. Even Zichen had returned. Then, a protective light shrouded the entire Tianwu world. Zichen had already begun to choose to defend. This won't do. It's too weak. Lei Jinghongtian sneered, and the complacency on his face could no longer be concealed. People who didn't know him would think that he was a devil. Mo Lunk's loud laughter came from afar. The battle had only lasted until now, and Zichen had already been beaten back. The harvest was still great, and he had already obtained a merit point. He moved a little closer to the front and gave the latest order. Attack the world and break the barrier. Kill your way into the Tianwu world and destroy all living things. This was the true purpose of the devil race. They just wanted to take revenge on Zichen. Only an idiot like Lei Jinghongtian would believe it. Of course, the other party might not believe it. However, both sides needed an excuse to get rid of Zichen, so they hit it off. Hundreds of thousands of devil race attacked at the same time. Those attacks were like meteorites, constantly bombarding the protective light of Zichen's world. Countless ripples were created, and the protective light of Zichen's world was rapidly dimming. Seems like it's only SOSO. Mo Lunk sneered. In the next moment, he signaled everyone to increase the intensity of their attacks. In less than a quarter of an hour, the protective light of Zichen's world was shattered. The Tianwu continent was completely revealed. Following Mo Lunk's order to attack, all the devil race rushed down to the world below. The Tianwu continent was breached just like that. Mo Lunk also entered, and he looked very proud. The people of the Holy Thunder clan in the outside world were feeling very complicated. They clearly had the ability to protect Zichen and his world, or rather, protect a part of the Holy Thunder clan. But they didn't. Because of various problems, because of various contradictions, they could only watch as Zichen's world was breached. Then how many people would be left alive? Would Zichen, who was known as the #1 person in the Holy Spirit world, be able to survive? Lei Jinghongtian could no longer hide his excitement. This big trouble was finally eliminated, and until now, there were no objections from the higher-ups. It seemed that there were still many people who hated Zichen and wanted him dead. Mo Lunk entered Zichen's world. After releasing his soul power and sensing Zichen's world, he smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, we have conquered this world. This will be one of our temporary bases in the future. His soul power sensed the other troops, and there were indeed more than 100,000 of them, but Mo Lunk did not care. Chapter 4602. Mo Lunk was full of confidence in conquering Zichen's world since he had already fought his way here. Zichen still hadn't taken out the ancient devil refining jade. He must have sensed Mo Lunk's trump card and was too scared to use it. He wasn't a fool. Kill! Mo Lunk glanced at the ancient trees below. He sensed the spiritual energy fluctuation in them, but he didn't care. At this moment, he signaled everyone to attack the cities with people. As long as they could conquer any one of them, the resources inside would be plentiful. Everyone knew that Zichen was rich. There were more than 100,000 soldiers in the cities, but Mo Lunk didn't care. He stayed in a relatively safe place and watched the battle around him. There were 2 powerful half-step sacred venerables standing beside him. They were responsible for his personal safety. Mo Lunk's eyes moved around, looking for Zichen's trace. Soon, he saw Zichen in the center of a city. It was an empty square, and there was no one around. Everyone deliberately avoided him. At this moment, Zichen raised his head and looked at Emo Luanku. Emo Luanku didn't see any nervousness or panic in Zichen's eyes. Instead, he saw a hint of mockery on his face. In the next moment, Zichen took out the ancient devil refining jade. The ancient devil refining jade didn't take root on the ground. Instead, it took root in the air. A spiritual energy storm appeared instantly with the ancient devil refining jade as the center. It formed a huge whirlpool, and the demonic energy in this world was immediately affected. It kept flowing toward the ancient devil refining jade. Zichen had once taken out the ancient devil refining jade in the endless void, but its power was far from this. The main reason was that the void was very big, and the demonic energy it contained wasn't much. However, now that they had come to this world from the void, and with the influx of hundreds of thousands of demons, demonic energy was constantly flowing out. When the ancient devil refining jade devoured the demonic energy, it naturally caused a huge commotion. Of course, the most important thing was that the ancient devil refining jade had grown a lot. After all, it had devoured too many demons. Last time, it had even devoured the 2 half-step holy venerables. The moment the ancient devil refining jade appeared, all the demons could clearly sense the loss of magic power. They knew that Zichen had taken out the ancient devil refining jade. Those demons who were already far away from Zichen retreated once again, even out of the city. This was the main city of the Tianwu world. It was also the most lively and prosperous place. At this moment, the battle had begun. The merchants all closed their doors and allowed the battle to take place outside. The loss of magic caused the spiritual energy in the city to become unstable, and this instability was still spreading. Emo Luanku smiled coldly. He had been waiting for this moment. He said, "Don't hold back. Kill him!" In an instant, 10 half-step sacred sovereigns appeared from various places and charged towards Zichen. As for the 2 existences beside Emo Luanku, they still didn't make a move. Clearly, they were on guard. "That's a big move." A smile appeared on Zichen's face when he sensed the auras of the half-step sacred sovereigns. The demon god painting unfurled and appeared above his head. As long as he could stop those half-step sacred sovereigns, he could kill all the demons here with the ancient devil refining jade. The half-step sacred sovereigns immediately flew over and used all kinds of killing moves. However, after passing through the protection of the demonic god painting, their attacks were weakened. Then, the devouring power of the ancient devil refining jade was also affected. So, the attacks that landed on Zichen were relatively weaker. Zichen guarded the ancient devil refining jade, occasionally repelling the half-step sacred sovereigns who came forward. With the help of the demonic god painting and the ancient devil refining jade, Zichen temporarily restrained the 10 half-step sacred sovereigns. Humph! Emo Luanku snorted coldly, his expression slightly ugly. He took out a huge seal from his bosom. The seal surged with the aura of a sacred sovereign, and directly whizzed towards the demonic god painting. The 2 collided, and a loud explosion erupted. The demonic god painting began to tremble. The power of the demonic god painting was greatly weakened. However, it was still able to block this weapon. However, Zichen's situation was not good. After exchanging punches with a half-step sacred sovereign, he was ambushed while retreating. He could not dodge in time and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then, his figure flickered a few times, dodging several attacks. He arrived in front of the half-step sacred sovereign who was trying to approach the ancient devil refining jade and drew a stroke. A dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in the city, forcing that half-step sacred sovereign to retreat. In the next moment, Zichen formed a hand seal with one hand, and a lightning sword appeared. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the chest of a half-step sacred sovereign. Even though that half-step sacred sovereign had been on guard, he could not block it. Even his armor was pierced through. Fortunately, Zichen was currently surrounded and could not bring out his full strength. Otherwise, that injured half-step holy venerate would have died. although the other demons had retreated far away, temporarily avoiding the danger of being devoured by the ancient devil refining jade. Due to the demonic chi turbulence in this world, a portion of their demonic chi would be devoured every time they attacked, so their attacks were affected. Amolunku's expression became more and more unsightly. Clearly, he was losing everywhere. He muttered unhappily, "Looks like I still have to waste it." As soon as he finished speaking, a small black demonic chi bell appeared in his hand. The moment it appeared, the entire Tianwu world was swept up in a supreme energy storm. Those who did not know would think that a sacred sovereign had arrived. Amolunku threw the small bell out with a pained expression. The small bell expanded in the wind and flew towards Zichen. In the next moment, it passed through the protection of the demonic god painting and arrived in front of the ancient devil refining jade. The demonic chi storm disappeared, and the ancient devil refining jade was in a sealed state. Although Amolunku lamented, seeing that the effect was not bad, he nodded with satisfaction. Now, it should be time for your death. The situation was set. Even if Zichen did not die after being surrounded by 10 half-step sacred sovereigns, his world would be occupied by hundreds of thousands of demons. Everyone in it would be killed. In the sky, there was also a battle. A spirit clan member was sent flying away from the city. The spirit clan member chased after him. With a sinister smile, he was about to take the spirit clan member's life. Just as the spirit clan member's face was filled with despair, a ray of light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Like a bolt of lightning, it entered the spirit clan member's body. In the next moment, the spirit clan member's body stabilized. After a short moment of being in the air, his body crashed to the ground. He was dead. The spirit clan member's face was blank. He did not know what had happened. The nearby devils noticed the scene and flew over. Who would have thought that at this moment, more than 10 rays of light would appear in the void? These rays of light were all soul attacks, and they entered the sea of consciousness of the devils. Then, all the demons fell to the ground, dead. The spirit clan member's face was filled with shock. He did not know what had happened. More and more devils arrived, but more and more light appeared as well. All of the devils nearby had already died. There was an army of 400,000 demons here. So when they sensed the abnormality, they rushed over. This time, there was no light. Instead, a tunnel appeared. Figures flew out from the tunnel. They looked like humans, but the difference was that when they appeared, they all had wings on their backs. These were the ancient races that Zichen had brought to the Tianwu continent. This time, they had appeared in front of the world with their true appearance. After they appeared, they went straight for the demons. There were quite a few of them, and there were even more experts among them. Moreover, it was like a world gate had opened. There seemed to be an endless number of them inside. When Amolunku saw the spirit clan members, his expression became unsightly. This was not in the intelligence he had received. Moreover, the sudden appearance of so many experts had disrupted his plans. Right now, he could only hope that there were not too many of them. They were just elites that Zichen had deliberately kept. Who would have thought that at this time, another spatial gate would appear in another direction? A group of experts came out of it. Leading them were 2 beautiful women. They were also proficient in soul attacks. Moreover, they were extremely powerful and terrifying. As their soul power flashed past, a large number of demons were killed. The 2 of them were Shanya and Lan Gu Meng from the Holy Talisman realm. They had gone out to temper themselves and returned to the Tianwu continent after the turmoil in the Saint Spirit world. However, they did not return to their homeland. The others were from the Holy Talisman realm. Some of them came to temper themselves, while others were consecrators that Jolina had recruited with a high price. With their appearance, the original advantage of the demon race immediately disappeared. They were inferior in terms of combat power and quantity. On the other side, although the 10 half-step holy venerables injured Zichen, it was extremely difficult for them to kill him. Since you have forced out all the forces in my world, then don't leave, Zichen said indifferently. Since the Tianwu world wants to rise, it needs a baptism of blood and fire. The 400,000 invading demons can make my name known. Hearing Zichen's cold voice, Mo Lin could despaired. At this moment, he finally understood why Mo Yijin wanted to extort them. Zichen was too sinister and cunning. He actually hid so many trump cards. The situation was hopeless. Just as he was about to leave, he discovered that the world that belonged to Zichen that they had broken open had reappeared. However, this time, the defense was more like a seal. It sealed them here, making it impossible for them to leave. Retreat, retreat! Mo Lin shouted. At this moment, only by gathering everyone's strength could they break open the world's defense and leave this place. At this moment, he regretted that he had only brought so few people over. Chapter 4603. Mo Lin regretted. He regretted that he had only brought so few people. Now, he had to admit that Mo Yijin was right. Only by bringing enough experts could they completely kill Zichen. Right now, he just wanted to escape and kill his way back. But this time, the world's defense was exceptionally strong. When everyone attacked together, they were like living targets, allowing the spirit race to attack. As the attacks landed on their bodies, the demon race's defense dimmed and collapsed. Then they fell to the ground dead. Break! Mo Lin roared, his eyes filled with madness. The ancient devil refining jade was still in a sealed state. Once it broke the seal, everyone would die here. You guys do it too. Quickly break the defense and retreat! He shouted at the half-steps sacred venerables. He was very angry. He kept calling them trash. 10 half-steps sacred venerables couldn't kill one Zichen. If they weren't trash, then what were they? The half-steps sacred venerables clearly didn't know Mo Lin's true thoughts. Looking at the current situation, they knew that they had lost. So, they all gave up on killing Zichen. Instead, they soared into the sky and attacked Zichen's world defense. 12 half-steps sacred venerables joined forces. Their attacks were extremely powerful. In just a few short attacks, they broke through Zichen's world defense. Then, one demon after another soared into the sky, wanting to escape from this world. Zichen watched silently. He didn't immediately stop them. Just as the half-steps sacred venerables and Mo Lin left, a powerful pressure appeared out of nowhere. The demonic energy storm surged again. The ancient devil refining jade broke through the seal. In an instant, countless tentacles stretched out, heading to various places in the Tianwu world. Each tentacle wrapped around one or more demons, and then devoured their energy. Some were lucky enough to escape. But just as they reached the edge of the world, the barrier that had disappeared before reappeared, blocking them. In such a short time, the rest of the spirit race attacked with all their strength, taking away a large number of demons. Among them, the ancient jade of devil refinement was the most lethal. Very few demons could escape from it. It seemed that the intense crisis of death had stimulated the infinite potential of these devils. Or perhaps it was because Zichen's world had been attacked so many times that its defenses had become very weak. After 3 breaths of time, the defenses were broken again. This time, the nearby devils had successfully escaped. Military orders had to be obeyed. No matter how unwilling these masters from the Holy Thunder clan were, they couldn't disobey orders and go to the Tianwu world to help. They could only hope that the Tianwu world would be able to survive this ordeal, even though they all knew that this possibility was actually very slim. The smile on Lei Jinghongtian's face could no longer be concealed. Now that this thorn in his side was finally gone, it was time for him, the leader, to confront the demon race. As for backing down, that was impossible. If it weren't for the fact that Zichen was so annoying that many people in the spirit race looked down on him, the Holy Thunder clan wouldn't have retreated this time. Just as he was thinking about how to maximize his own benefits in this war, Zichen's world changed. The guardian that had disappeared earlier had appeared once again. Everyone who saw this scene cried out in alarm. Is this guy's brain damaged? What's the use of the barrier now? It can only block his own people so that they can't escape and lose their last chance of survival. Lei Jinghongtian reacted in the next moment. He turned around and looked at the masters of the Holy Thunder Clan. See? Zichen is colluding with the demon race. He wants to kill all of his own people to prove his position. Didn't I tell you all not to go to the Tianwu world in the near future? Otherwise, you won't be able to come back. Now, those who don't believe in evil have become his sacrificial victims. However, as soon as Lei Jinghongtian finished speaking, the barrier of Zichen's world disappeared again. Then, light figures appeared one after another. They weren't from the spirit race, but from the demon race. The leader was the leader of the demon race, Mo Lunke. Other than him, there were 12 half-steps sacred venerables and a few demons. Why did they come out? And from their expressions, it seemed that the attack this time wasn't going well. At this moment, the barrier was activated again. All of the beings who released their soul power heard Mo Lunke curse. Damn it! In the next moment, they began to attack the barrier. After 3 breaths, the barrier was broken, and the demons flew out. Every demon that appeared had a panicked look on their faces, as well as the joy of surviving a disaster. After breaking the barrier again, Mo Lunke didn't stay and led these people away. When they entered the Tianwu world, there were 400,000 soldiers, but when they returned, there were less than 50,000 of them. The others were obviously dead. An uproar rose and fell. Everyone wanted to know what had happened in Zichen's world. Why had the demon race been defeated in such a short time? Why had more than 350,000 soldiers not come out? Everyone was very curious and wanted to know the answer. Lei Jinghongtian's smile froze, and he stood there, unable to say a word. Mod's eyes were wide open as he looked in front of him in shock. Mo Yandan's also found it hard to believe. When they saw that they had attacked Zichen's world, the two of them were very nervous. They were worried that this great contribution would be lost. They didn't expect that reality would give them a counterattack. Of the 400,000 soldiers, less than 50,000 returned. Let's go and help to prevent Zichen from bringing people out. Mo Yijin's expression was calm as he walked forward. He seemed to have expected this scene. The two sides did not come into contact, and Mo Yijin only brought people to watch from afar. However, this was still unbearable for Mo Lunke, especially when Mod and Mo Yandan's looked like they deserved a beating, which made him even more unhappy. Zichen didn't appear. Mo Yijin cupped his fist towards him and then turned to leave with his people. Don't be so smug. The commander is still me. Mo Lunke said coldly. I won't give it to you. I'm not here to fight with you for the commander position. I'm here to remind you to be very, very careful. Mo Yijin didn't turn his head and said, if Zichen was so easy to kill, he wouldn't be alive now. You guessed that he had a backup plan? Mo Lunke asked. Mo Yijin stopped and said, I guessed a little, but I wasn't sure what it was. I think you already know. Mo Lunke's heart was filled with regret. If he knew this, he would have brought millions of troops over. Perhaps he would have already conquered Zichen's world and started to enjoy the fruits of victory. Now, hundreds of thousands of troops were gone, and Zichen's world wasn't conquered. He had to bring more people over next time. The demons who could escape had basically run away. Those who hadn't run away couldn't. With the ancient devil refining jade, the battle ended in a very short time. Next, it was time to clean up. Actually, there was no need at all. The corpses of the demons were all taken away by the ancient devil refining jade. They only needed to take the things left behind by the demons. After the battle ended, the originally messy ground and buildings started to recover. Not long after, everything looked brand new. It was all thanks to the ancient Tree King Jono. Why did you let him run away? Jolena saw the previous battle, but she didn't participate in it. Now that she came to Zichen's side, she asked in confusion. Zichen clearly had the strength to make the leader of the demons stay. Of course, we have to keep such a stupid leader. Who knows, he might give us a bigger gift next time. Zichen smiled and said, It's rare to see such a leader. If everyone is as cunning as Mo Yijin, our lives won't be easy. Jolena said, Do we need to block the news now? Although the Tianwu world was isolated, The various teleportation arrays still existed and weren't damaged at all. The Tianwu world had just experienced a great victory. There would be a lot of people coming to investigate, and there might be demons among them. No need. Let them investigate. Zichen's expression was still calm. As long as we are strong enough, we won't be afraid of others. After experiencing 2 great battles, Zichen was more and more confident. As long as the saint didn't move, he could kill as many demons as he wanted. As for the saint, he believed that Chung Ho and the others wouldn't leave him in the lurch. Although the demons attacked the Holy Thunder clan, they didn't destroy everything, so the Supreme Domain could still communicate with each other. The news of Zichen annihilating the Devil Race army for the second time also spread out, causing an even greater uproar for a time. Everyone wanted to know the details of that battle, and they were all very shocked. After learning the details, many people sighed. A single Tianwu world could stop an army of hundreds of thousands of demons. What if the entire Holy Thunder clan attacked together? Would they be able to successfully repel the demons? Unfortunately, even so, the Holy Thunder clan still gave up on Zichen. When the news spread, the Holy Thunder clan undoubtedly became a joke. With 2 great victories, there were even more voices mocking the Holy Thunder clan. As a great force, they didn't have any backbone. Naturally, they would be mocked. It was worth mentioning that the half-step Saint Venerables who had fought to the death for the light of spiritual power disappeared after the invasion of the gods and demons. A flying boat left the Holy Thunder clan and headed toward the Supreme Domain nearby. This was a very ordinary flying boat, and its grade wasn't high. There were many such flying boats along the way. The demons had occupied this place and were at war with the Tianwu world, but they didn't block traffic. While moving forward, the flying boat suddenly changed direction and went straight in the direction of the demons. When it arrived outside the planet occupied by the demons, the flying boat stopped, and a person walked out. Chapter 4604. The demon guard looked at Lei Zhihong warily, and his demonic energy began to surge. They had heard of the Lei Jing family before. They were quite powerful and had many experts. Lei Zhihong smiled. Don't be nervous. I'm here to give you a great opportunity. Please inform your leader that we want to meet. Wait. The demon guard hesitated for a moment before leaving behind this sentence. Then he turned and entered the depths of the demon territory. A moment later, he came out and led Lei Zhihong into the demon territory. While waiting, MOD asked, He's from the Lei Jing family. Why is he looking for us? MOE trembled. We'll know when he comes. Lei Zhihong walked in and saw 3 people sitting inside. This caused his expression to change. MOE trembled. Didn't you want to see the leader? We've always been the 3 leaders. Lei Zhihong nodded. That's good. Everyone can listen to my reason for coming. Maybe you can give some suggestions. MOE laughed. Oh, what do you want to tell us? He didn't have any intention of letting Lei Zhihong sit down. The other clearly didn't care about these small details. This time, I've brought a map of the Tianwu world's military distribution. It's very accurate. At the same time, I've also summarized the reasons for your failure. There are 2 main reasons. One of them is the Lost Clan. Lost Clan? Moyen asked. What's that? A group of survivors who have lived for many years. Last time, they were almost completely wiped out by us. Zichen picked them up like trash. Lei Zhihong continued. This has always been a secret. Zichen has never made it public. That's why you suffered this loss. The other reason is the Holy Talisman Realm. These years, Zichen's world controlled the entrance to the Holy Talisman Realm. That's why he accumulated many connections. The people there are all proficient in soul power attacks. That's why their battle strength isn't weak. But their numbers are even fewer. If you're prepared, you don't need to worry. The Holy Talisman Realm. Just from the name, you know it's a realm. How can there be fewer people? MOE trembled. They're just a bunch of businessmen, Lei Zhihong said disdainfully. If Zichen didn't control the entrance and exit, he wouldn't have been able to find help. A businessman only does business, not only with Zichen, but also with other people. Based on my current information, Zichen's total military strength is around 400,000. Even if Zichen is still holding back, he can only have 100,000 people at most. So, Zichen only has 500,000 fighting power. Lei Zhihong laughed. So if you want to win, you have to bring out more troops. Why are you telling us this? Moe asked with a trembling voice. No reason. I just hope that you can win. Lei Zhihongfang said. The reason I'm telling you this is because I don't want you to suffer too much damage. A battle to the death is the best. Moe Shuang asked again. This information is very important. What do you want? Tianwu World. Lei Zhihongfang said. I want Zichen's Tianwu World. After you take it down, you have to give it to me in perfect condition. Moe Shuang shook her head. That's impossible. We have other uses for Zichen's world. I only want his world. If you give it to me, I can even provide you with some help. In any case, you only want his world as a base. It doesn't matter which one you want. Lei Zhihong said. Agree to my conditions, you won't lose out. For many years, Lei Zhihongfang had been thinking about Zichen's world. But Zichen was too strong, and he didn't dare go there again. This was a rare opportunity. Moe Shuang looked at the other two leaders. They were both tempted, but Moe Shuang said, I'm sorry, but we can't agree. All three of them, including the two leaders, were stunned. Moe Shuang explained, Your information is very important, and your conditions aren't high. But I'm no longer the leader leading the team. Presumably you've heard that our position as the main attacker has been taken away. Before coming here, Lei Zhihongfang naturally had some understanding of the demons. He said, But as far as I know, as long as you want to, you can take back your position at any time. Moe Shuang shook her head again. I'm sorry, but I don't have that authority. Lei Zhihongfang's expression changed. You don't want to work with me? Moe Shuang said. If that's the case, then I won't beat around the bush. Actually, it's not that I don't want to work with you, it's just that I don't trust you. Lei Zhihongfang asked. You don't trust me, or my family? Moe Shuang said. Neither. Lei Zhihongfang was so angry that he laughed. You don't trust my family? Do you know how great the reputation of my Leijing family is? You're ignorant and ill-informed. Moe Shuang said calmly. I've heard of the Leijing family's reputation, but it's not very good. You can push out Zichen, who's from the same clan. I believe you can do anything. Your reputation is indeed greater than before, but I still suggest that you go out more often and see if it's a good reputation. Mo Di and Mo Yen Danswa didn't agree with Moe Shuang's words, because the two sides were only working together to kill Zichen. What did that have to do with reputation? Moreover, having a bad reputation was also a good thing for the demons. It was just that along the way, Moe Shuang had been very careful at every step, almost never missing a step. This kind of trust made it so that the two didn't immediately refute. Are you sure you don't want to work with us? Lei Zhihongfang's expression became much uglier. Maybe next time, but this time, we definitely won't work with you on the matter of Zichen. Moe Shuang's attitude was resolute. Humph. Lei Zhihongfang snorted coldly. You really can't do anything. After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Not even giving up a seat after coming here was simply too rude. The two looked at Moe Shuang, who said indifferently, Let him go. He's probably gone to find Mo Luanku. Since you know that, why don't you go and keep him? Mo Di asked. As long as we don't really do anything, working together has no meaning to us. Moe Shuang said. Do you think they'll send a group of experts to join us? Obviously, that was impossible. The Leijing family's people weren't that crazy. So, this kind of cooperation has no meaning. As for whether or not Mo Luanku will work with him, that's his own business. Moe Shuang lightly tapped the table with her finger. We've lost hundreds of thousands of troops this time, and Mo Luanku will definitely be held accountable. If the next attack fails, he won't be able to bear the responsibility, and neither will we. The first loss was just a test. Both sides stopped at a certain point and did not suffer too much damage. However, after Mo Lin-ku led his troops, they lost over 300,000 troops. This wasn't a small number, and the higher-ups wouldn't just ignore it. The third battle was very important, and Mo Yishuang didn't dare to take the risk. As for the Lei Jing family, she really didn't trust them. Lei Jinghong really went to find Mo Lin-ku. Compared to the cautious Mo Yishuang, Mo Lin-ku was much more enthusiastic. At least he had the opportunity to sit down and be on the same level as Mo Lin-ku, and not like a subordinate reporting to him. After hearing Lei Jinghong's intentions, Mo Lin-ku asked, "Is your information true?" Lei Jinghong said proudly. "Do you think the information from the Lei Jing family can be false?" Mo Lin-ku thought for a moment and said, "If it's only 500,000 troops, then it's easy to deal with. I just don't know if there will be any accidents." Lei Jinghong said, "There might be accidents, so you need to be prepared." Lei Jinghong then told Mo Lin-ku his conditions, and Mo Lin-ku agreed without hesitation. A mere Tianwu world was nothing. The demon race didn't have anything else, but they had conquered many worlds. Even if it was Zichen's world, he had the power to give it away. The matter was settled, and Lei Jinghong left. Before he left, he cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll wait for your good news. Don't worry, Zichen will definitely die this time." After knowing the accurate information about Zichen's world, Mo Lin-ku was confident that he could kill Zichen. After sending Lei Jinghong off, Mo Lin-ku returned to his residence and said, "This time, I need to gather 1,000,000 troops. No, 1,000,000 troops. I need 30 half-step sacred masters. This time, I must kill Zichen in one fell swoop." This request was a bit excessive because it wasn't too far from Mo Yi-chan's original request. However, after such a large number of casualties, the demon race had no choice but to compromise, unless they removed Mo Lin-ku from his position. Before this, another sacred master asked Mo Yi-chan if he was willing to lead the troops. In the end, Mo Yi-chan refused. Even if he had 1,000,000 troops, he wouldn't be willing to attack Zichen's world. Mo Di and Mo Yen Danzwa felt that it was a pity, but they supported Mo Yi-chan's decision. If they took over now, they would undoubtedly offend Mo Lin-ku. After all, this number was suggested by him. Gathering 1,000,000 troops would take some time for the demon race, so they had to wait. During this time, Mo Lin-ku didn't give up on gathering information about the Tianwu world. During this time, the Lei Jing family would send him new information every day. With their cooperation, many people guessed that the third battle would be even bigger, so some people took the initiative to leave. Many of them were warriors who had come to participate in the battle. In an extremely short period of time, the Lei Jing family worked together to spread rumors, causing the people of the Tianwu continent to panic. Out of 10 shops, 9 out of 10 closed their doors. The entire Tianwu world was showing signs of decline. It had taken thousands of years for it to flourish, but it had only taken a few years for it to decline. A month later, the 1,000,000 troops were gathered, and the half-step sacred masters that Mo Lin-ku needed were all gathered. He led the army forward and met with Mo Yi-chan again. Mo Yi-chan asked, "Do you need our help?" Mo Lin-ku laughed disdainfully. "With just your few people, you'd better save it." After saying this, he proudly left. Looking at those people's backs in the distance, Mo Di asked, "What's the result of this battle?" Mo Yi-chan shook his head. Mo Di asked in shock, "You didn't win?" Chapter 4605. Mo Yi trembled as he looked ahead. This time, he really did not know who would win. This was war. Nothing was 100% certain. Mo Di asked again, "What should we do next? Should we go get a few bottles of good wine and wait to celebrate?" Mo Yi trembled. The two of them could tell that he was not in a good mood. They exchanged glances. Mo Yen Danzwa transmitted a message. "Are you stupid? Saying such things at this time is like throwing salt on his wounds. Who would be in a good mood after losing such a huge contribution? Moe stood there and watched the army leave. This time, Zichen did not appear. When the army came closer, the World Guardian did not appear either. It was as though he had accepted his fate. Emoluimka laughed proudly. Are you admitting defeat? You brought 1,000,000 troops. Who dares to fight you? At this moment, a light figure appeared. It was Zichen. He looked at the army and smiled. I let you escape last time. I did not expect you to be so strong this time. Why? Are you not afraid that I will eat you up again? Emoluimka laughed coldly. If you have the ability, then do as you wish. Zichen shook his head. Of course, he did not have the ability. With a wave of his hand, spatial gates appeared one after another outside his world. There are too many of you, so it's impossible for you to enter at once. I'll open more gates so that you can enter faster. Emoluimka looked at the doors and sneered. Do you think I will fall for such petty tricks? Zichen shrugged and said, It is up to you to believe it or not. Even without these doors, we can still enter. Oh right, why don't I see your world's defense? Let me see. Emoluimka laughed mockingly. Didn't it appear many times last time? It is meaningless. Let us fight inside. As he said that, Zichen's light figure dissipated. It was not his real body that had arrived. Obviously, he did not dare to. He was afraid of being torn apart. Emoluimka was even more confident. He waved his hand and said, After entering, there is no need to hold back. Kill without mercy! The 1,000,000 troops charged forward. Zichen's world did not have any defenses. They entered just like that. No one stepped into those portals. However, as soon as they entered, it was as if they had touched the teleportation array and were sent flying in all directions. All the devils felt their hearts tighten. After all, this was the place where hundreds of thousands of devils were buried. They had to be careful. In the next moment, their figures appeared. They discovered that they had descended from the sky to the ground, surrounded by large trees that covered the sky and the sun. Who? Some of the demons heaved a sigh of relief. So it was just a false alarm. Not far away, more demons appeared one after another. It seemed that all of them had been sent to the ground. Did this mean that this battle would take place on the ground? One of the demons sneered and soared into the sky. However, as soon as he reached the treetops, a green light net appeared in the sky, blocking his way forward. Demonic power surged around the demons as they tried to break through the net of light. 1. A powerful force surged out, but it only stirred up ripples, and did not break apart. The expressions of the devils changed. At this moment, those inconspicuous trees seemed to come alive. Branches extended quickly and wrapped around the bodies of the demons like spiritual snakes. Such an unforeseen event caused the expressions of the devil race to change again. Everywhere they looked, all the trees came to life and attacked the devil race that approached them. Some of the devils cut off the branches. As soon as they retreated, a figure appeared behind them and launched a sneak attack. It was a humanoid creature. It was extremely fast and silent as it moved forward. Some of the devils were hit, but some of them reacted in time and repelled the humanoid creature. However, as soon as he landed on the ground, a swarm of black ants emerged from the ground and swarmed toward the demon clan. Ancient trees, mother nests, queen ants. Spirit trees that covered the entire world, countless humanoid creatures, and black ants that hid even deeper in the ground. All of them appeared. They were the most important forces in Zichen's world. Over the years, everyone knew that Zichen's world rarely cultivated a private army. Instead, it was constantly recruiting. There were very few people on its side. Why didn't Zichen know about the drawbacks that everyone knew? In fact, he had always been cultivating his own army. When he came to the Saint Spirit realm, he began to do so. He was growing, and he was helping everyone grow. Over the years, Zichen had obtained countless resources. Apart from his own cultivation, most of these resources were used in this aspect. At the same time, These humanoid creatures and black ants were also undergoing internal elimination. The weak were all dead, and only the strong could survive. For the people of the Saint Spirit realm, the invasion of gods and demons was a test of life and death. However, for the creatures of Zichen's world, they were undergoing a test of life and death every day. This was Zichen's greatest and final trump card. He had never used it before, because once it did, it would cause a sensation. At this moment, all the ancient trees in the world were connected, forming a complete no-fly zone. Zichen stood in the sky and looked down at the battle below. He had used the world's laws to bring all of the demons to the spirit trees. An army of more than 1 million was nothing in this huge world. After entering, they were scattered in all directions of the world. The original army was now waiting in the cities, ready to attack at any moment. This world belonged to Zichen, so Zichen could make them appear anywhere. However, before this, Zichen needed to call out the half-step holy venerables who had mixed in with the crowd and kill them. With them below, large amounts of ancient trees were being destroyed. It would be very difficult to devour this army. Using the Tianwu world's laws, Zichen called out the half-step holy venerables and forcefully dragged them into the sky. There were 32 of them, and 2 of them were Mo Linke's guards. Zichen had also brought them over. Zichen looked at the 30-some half-step holy venerables and smiled. Your realms are so high. What's the point of fighting those ordinary existences? Then we'll kill you. A cold murderous intent flashed in the eyes of one of the half-step holy venerables. The 32 immediately spread out and surrounded Zichen. The situation below might not be good, but as long as they killed Zichen, they would be the final victors. It's not easy to fight 32 at once. Zichen, who was surrounded, said, That's why I also need help. The expressions of the half-step holy venerables changed. They wondered if Zichen had also called for help. However, in the next moment, they saw what Zichen's helper was. Devil refining jade. It took root beside Zichen and began to devour the surrounding demonic energy with great power. Following this, Zichen took out the demonic god painting. He opened it and let it float above his head. That's it! The 32 half-step holy venerables did not dare to believe it. They knew that Zichen was dreaming if he thought he could kill these half-step holy venerables with just these things. Don't worry. Of course, there's still something else. Zichen smiled faintly and summoned another item. It was a large hall that flickered with lightning. Zichen's hall. After so many years, Zichen finally took out this item. Furthermore, it was the first time he used it on a battlefield. The venerables of Zichen's hall instantly erupted. A large hall, a tree, a painting, and a sword. It's enough to deal with you. Zichen smiled faintly. I'm going to take the initiative to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the large hall shone. The venerables of Zichen's hall appeared. It was like a strong storm that wreaked havoc in front of them. The moment the pressure appeared, the ancient jade of devil refinement released many real demonic tentacles that flew toward the approaching half-step holy venerate. This was the first time the devil refining jade took the initiative to attack since it appeared. Earlier, it had acted like it was afraid of the half-step holy venerables. Of course, that was just an act. If the previous 2 battles were like Zichen casting a net, now was the time to reel in the net. Such a change made the half-step holy venerables' expressions change. Then, they all attacked. Some dealt with the tentacles of demonic energy, while others attacked Zichen to kill him. A sword light shot at Zichen like a bolt of lightning. A palm appeared from the side, surging with surging demonic chi as it headed for Zichen. There were also several attacks that were not weak following behind him. As these attacks neared, Zichen's expression became unsightly. With a thought, the scroll above his head fell down and wrapped around him, as if he was wearing a layer of armor. In the next moment, Zichen formed hand seals with one hand, and the thunder sword appeared. Like a beam of light, it pierced through the body of a half-step holy venerate. The devil refining jade moved according to Zichen's thought. Its tentacles stretched out and firmly grabbed that half-step holy venerate. Suction energy appeared from the tentacles and started to devour the half-step holy venerate's life. During this time, the half-step Holy Venerate's body felt weak as if he was poisoned and could not control his body. The half-step Holy Venerate struggled less and less. Eventually, all the demonic energy in his body was drained. Just like that, a half-step Holy Venerate died. The painting blocked all the attacks. The strong impact forced Zichen back. However, it did not affect him from drawing his sword. With a thought, Shaochen formed another hand seal, and another half-step Holy Venerate got pierced, shattering his protective armor. The devil refining jade was like an existence that picked up scraps. It followed closely behind and started to devour the half-step Holy Venerate's life. In the sky, His Highness Zichen's thunder might was vast. Under this terrifying pressure, all the half-step Holy Venerate's speed was affected. This was also the main reason why they could not dodge Zichen's sword. They could only sense the trajectory and try to dodge, but they could not. With the third sword, a third half-step Holy Venerate was injured. Now, the second half-step Holy Venerate died. Finally, a half-step Holy Venerate took the opportunity to arrive before the devil refining jade. A demonic saber appeared in his hand, and he ruthlessly slashed at the jade. Chapter 4606. When the ancient demon refining jade was in danger, Zichen did not make a move to help. The thunder sword continued to flicker. With His Highness Zichen's might and pressure, he could easily deal with half-step Holy Venerates. Right now, his main focus was on killing. Just as the saber descended, a demonic light appeared on the surface of the ancient demon refining jade, forming a shield. It actually started to defend on its own. With the ancient demon refining jade obstructed, the saber slowly pushed forward, draining its energy. Nearly 100 tentacles flew out and wrapped around the nearby half-step Holy Venerate, consuming his energy. Saber light flew out. The half-step Holy Venerate chopped off the tentacles and retreated. Just at this moment, the thunder sword arrived and pierced his body. The half-step Holy Venerate could not dodge. The second attack of the ancient demon refining jade drained the half-step Holy Venerate's life force and demonic energy. Of the 32 half-step Holy Venerates, 5 died in a short moment. As for the others, Zichen did not even injure them at all. How were they supposed to fight? Below, all the demons were still in the forest, suppressed by the strange lifeforms and the black ants. Many places in this world were in chaos. Shouts of killing rang out endlessly. However, the cities that were the most threatened were very quiet. On the desolate streets, there were still a few shops open for business. There were also many people sitting in the taverns. Those people hadn't left, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that they didn't have the ability to leave. They could only live and die with the martial heaven world. This was Zichen's Tianwu world. However, was it not their homeland as well? It was precisely because of this that these people could chat and laugh in the taverns as they watched half-step Holy Venerates die. Today's scene was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. As they sat in the taverns and watched the million-strong demon army crumble, they saw the accumulations of the Tianwu world. Pride welled up in them. In the sky, a half-step Holy Venerate took out a Venerate weapon. The aura of a demonic Venerate surged out. However, under the suppression of His Highness Zichen, the might of this Venerate weapon was greatly reduced. Zichen had the painting protecting him, so he did not fear this at all. The thunder sword was still flickering with light as it pierced through the half-step Holy Venerates again and again. The number of half-step Holy Venerates gradually dwindled. This made these people panic. What should they do? Retreat? Now that he did not know where Mo Luanke was, how could he retreat? At that moment, Mo Luanke didn't have a half-step Holy Venerate protecting him, but he was very safe because both the creature and the black ant were avoiding him. At this moment, he appeared somewhat helpless and did not know what to do. A portion of the surrounding trees had been cleared away by him, but they would quickly grow again. It was like a never-ending place. He had lost contact with the others and did not know what was going on in this battle. The half-step sacred venerables besieging Zichen used all kinds of powerful means to finally injure Zichen. Zichen coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood, but he was only injured. He was still far from death. During this time, he took the life of another half-step Saint Venerable. At this moment, nearly half of the half-step Holy Venerables had died. If this continued, everyone would probably die here. Zichen's face was pale. It looked like he had used up too much energy, and could not hold on for long. However, he had been like this when he had killed the 10th person. Now, he was still like this. This made them unable to guess whether Zichen was real or just pretending. Finally, under the constant threat of death and the million-strong army, these half-step Holy Venerables could not bear it anymore and chose to flee. If the half-step Holy Venerables wanted to leave, Zichen could not stop them. He could only let them break through the barrier of the world and quickly flee. After the half-step Holy Venerables left, Zichen also let Mo Luanku out. A spatial tunnel suddenly appeared in Mo Luanku's vision. He flew out almost without hesitation and found himself outside of Tianwu world. Not far away were the half-step Holy Venerables, but there were only 17 of them. What happened? Mo Luanku asked blankly. He did not know what had happened from the beginning to the end. Let's go back first, one of the half-step Holy Venerables said. It had only been a few hours since the start of the battle. As these half-step Holy Venerables left, the 2 races who had been watching the battle exclaimed in shock. What happened? Why did only a few people leave? Where are the others? Where is Mo Luanku's million-strong army? Lei Hongtian's expression changed. He guessed a possibility, and found it hard to believe. Not only him, but everyone else also found it hard to believe, including the demon race. Perhaps the only one who was calm was Mo Yijin. He was glad that he had proposed that condition. He had purposely chosen to stay in the second line, and did not fight Zichen directly. Otherwise it would have been troublesome. This time, Zichen had purposely let Mo Luanku out. The million-strong army was obviously in danger. Mo Luanku could leave alive, but whether he could survive or not was still a question. Because after coming to this world, the invincible Devil Race army had actually lost over 1 million Devil Race soldiers at his hands. Perhaps this loss was not much to the entire Devil Race, but for Mo Luanku to do it all alone, he still had to bear the responsibility. Mo Di and Mo Yen Danzwa looked at Mo Yijin with their eyes wide open. At this moment, there was only admiration and, of course, gratitude in their hearts. If Mo Yijin had not retreated, they would have been the ones who would not be able to explain themselves. Go and ask what happened. Mo Yijin looked ahead and said, You two don't go. Just send one of you. Mo Luanku is still angry. We don't want to be scolded. Sure enough, the person they sent out was scolded badly. When Mo Luanku returned, he shouted that the Lei Jing family had cheated him. In order to take less responsibility and increase his chances of survival, he pushed all the blame to the Lei Jing family. However, no one was paying attention to Mo Luanku anymore. Everyone wanted to know how Zichen had won. Why was there not a single ripple after the million-strong army entered? That battle was no longer a secret, so very soon, everyone knew the reason. It turned out to be the forest, the living creatures, and the black ants in the training grounds. These 3 things were not unfamiliar to them, but who would have thought that Zichen's world would have so many existences, and all of them were hidden underground. This time, the million-strong demon race army did not suffer any losses. After this incident, everyone understood one thing. Even if Zichen only had one Tianwu world, his world's defense level was the highest. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was impregnable. This time, the million-strong demon race army had been defeated. What about the next time? Would the demon race send out a million-strong army? Obviously, it was impossible. The demon race would not waste their forces in a place like this. Many people saw this point, so they decided to immediately head to Zichen's world and live there permanently. This was because only Zichen's world was the safest. Because some of the shop owners who had left did not cancel their leases, everyone returned. The Tianwu world's originally lost popularity was quickly replenished. Many rich and noble existences even announced that they wanted to live there permanently. However, this time, if they wanted to join again, there would be some difficulties. The most important reason was that they had to fight for the Tianwu world. In particular, those who wanted to live there permanently had to sign an agreement to fight. As a result, the Tianwu world gained another army in a very short period of time that could be used to fight. Some observant people discovered that after this battle, the training grounds in various cities were not closed. They were still open to the public. It was clear that whether it was living creatures or black ants, Zichen still had a lot of them. In 3 battles, the demon race was defeated 3 times. The Tianwu world side suffered the most losses in the second battle. On the contrary, the losses in the third battle were very small. This was because the main forces of the battle were Zichen's backup forces. The demon race was in complete chaos. This defeat had affected their morale. It was not suitable for them to fight again in a short period of time, unless the holy sages intervened. However, this was obviously impossible. Although the holy sages had come to this world, they could not take action at the moment, especially on Zichen's side. This would mean an all-out war with the Holy Thunder clan. After hearing Emoisian's words, they could push Zichen out alone. However, this was definitely not an excuse for the holy sages to take action. Once the holy sages of the demon race took action, the Holy Thunder clan would definitely take action. This was equivalent to an all-out war. From the looks of it, it was disadvantageous for the demon race. The holy sages who had previously removed Emoisian's qualifications came to look for Emoisian again. They wanted her to lead people to eliminate Zichen, but Emoisian refused. After losing all 3 battles, the demon race's morale in Zichen's side had dropped to the lowest. If they continued to fight now, they would only be courting death. Emoisian said, "For now, we should focus on developing the world that we have conquered. We need to stabilize the situation first. We left too quickly before this. This is very disadvantageous for us." Emoisian did not want to fight, and the others were not willing to accept this mess. Hence, the matter of attacking Zichen was temporarily put on hold. Not long after, Emoisian retreated with her troops and returned to the area that they had originally conquered. The battles in other areas were still ongoing. Only this area was peaceful. However, everyone knew that this peace was only temporary. However, no one was worried. If they wanted to attack the Holy Thunder clan, they would first have to face Zichen's world. Currently, the level of Zichen's world's defense was extremely high. It could be said that no one dared to touch it. This peace lasted for a year. Just when everyone was at ease and felt that the demon race would not dare to invade again, Emoisian's team suddenly appeared in the Holy Thunder clan's area. They did not attack Zichen's world. Instead, they deliberately circled around Zichen's Tianwu world and went to the periphery of the Holy Thunder clan's area. Without any superfluous words, they directly started the battle. This was also the first time that the demon race had started a war against a large force. With the outbreak of the battle, it also indicated that the invasion of the gods and demons had advanced another step and reached the second stage. Chapter 4607. This battle broke out so suddenly that no one dared to believe it. This was also the first time that the demon race had attacked a major force after the invasion. Moreover, they had chosen a major force like the Holy Thunder clan. Because it was so sudden, Leijin Hongtian, who was guarding the outside, did not react in time. Without any preparation, the losses were huge in an instant. The outermost world was quickly captured. Under the leadership of Leijin Hongtian, all the soldiers retreated and took the initiative to give this world to the demon race. In this world, everyone was in disbelief. The powerful Holy Thunder clan had been defeated just like that. "Everyone, listen up. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." A cold voice sounded from the sky, echoing in the various cities below. Emoisian and the other 2 arrived at the same time. They began to take over this world and then sent troops to guard it. Mod, who was beside him, said worriedly, "Our sudden attack will definitely anger the demon race. Is there a need to guard this place?" Emoisian smiled faintly and said, "Of course there is a need. If we can guard it for more than 3 days, this world will be ours. Oh? Mod and Mo Yen Danzwa looked at each other in disbelief. Would it be so easy? Mo Yijin looked into the distance and sighed. This Holy Thunder clan is far from being as strong as you think. Or rather, it is impossible for them to be strong at the moment. Lei Jinghongtian took the defeated team and retreated to another world. Then, he formed a new barrier. His face was covered in dirt and grime, and his expression was very ugly. Last time, Zichen's world caused the demon race to suffer heavy losses. He thought that the demon race had lost their courage. He did not expect that they would suddenly make such a move. The most important thing was that he had lost face. He was not at the same level as Zichen. Immediately send a message back and ask for them. We have to kill our way back. Damn things. I gave them face, but they are all shameless. This time, I want to kill all 3 of their leaders, Lei Jinghongtian said angrily. Immediately someone went back to report this matter. When the news came out, the Holy Thunder clan was furious. But what about after the anger? How should they send troops to attack? This was a problem. Therefore, the city lord of the core city gathered all the families for a meeting. Obviously, he wanted to discuss the matter of sending troops to attack. On the seats, all the clans that were qualified to be here were present. There were over 100 clan leaders sitting on both sides. The governor sat at the head of the table, with the deputy governor and 2 commanders on both sides. None of the holy masters were present. The city lord glanced at the family heads and said, Everyone, you should have heard the latest news, right? As soon as he finished speaking, curses rang out continuously. Some cursed the demon race for being shameless, while others cursed them for not keeping their word. There were all kinds of curses. The city lord waved his hand and said, I've gathered everyone here today to ask if you have any opinions. Fight! The head of the Hu clan said angrily. If we don't fight back, everyone will think that our Holy Thunder clan is afraid of them. Yes, fight, we must fight. Not only do we have to fight them, we have to kill them all. We can't let a single one of them go. Angry voices rang out one after another. All the family heads had a strong murderous intent in their eyes. The city lord was very satisfied with everyone's emotions. He continued, Well then, let's talk about sending troops. Let's see how many soldiers each family should send. I hope everyone can cooperate. Send troops? The head of the Hu clan was stunned. Why should we send troops? This sentence stunned the city lord. If we don't send troops, how can we defeat the demon race? Everyone wants to protect the dignity of the Holy Thunder clan. Naturally, we have to send people to fight back. Who else do we need? Just order Zichen to turn back and kill all the demon race in one fell swoop. The head of the Hu clan said. With the cooperation from the inside and outside, none of the demon race can escape alive. The city lord coughed softly and said, Let me remind everyone. Not long ago, you agreed to expel Zichen. Now, Zichen is no longer in our Holy Thunder clan's territory. The head of the Hu clan said, City lord, you don't have to remind us like this. We naturally know. But isn't that the plan we discussed before? Moreover, we didn't cut off Zichen's path and put him in danger. Even if danger happens, Zichen can still use the teleportation formation to leave. No matter what, he won't die. Facts have proven that we were right at that time. We were preparing for today. While the demon race is careless, we can attack them from the inside and outside. The city lord looked at the others and asked, Do you all think so too? Everyone nodded repeatedly, indicating that this was the case. The head of the Xian clan said, City lord, didn't we agree on this at that time? How could you forget it now? The city lord was very embarrassed. After all, he still cared about his face and couldn't say such shameless words. Haha, everyone is really far-sighted. Right at this moment, a burst of laughter rang out. There are only 100,000 demons here this time. Last time, Zichen annihilated over 1 million demons. I wonder if you're being a little too petty when you say that they're working together from the inside? The laughter came from the head of the GRA clan. You want Zichen to send out troops with just 100,000 demon race? Don't you think it's a waste? Why don't you wait until the million-strong army comes and then let Zichen send out troops to coordinate with them from the inside and outside? Humph! The head of the Hu clan said indifferently. When the million-strong army comes, what do you think the lives of our Holy Thunder clan are? Do you know how much damage the million-strong army will bring to the innocent people? The head of the Jiare clan said. Head of the Hu clan is indeed very righteous. But I would like to ask, when Zichen's world was invaded by the million-strong army, did everyone think that the people living there were also our people? Did you think about whether they were innocent and whether they would die? You're twisting words and forcing logic. We already knew that Zichen had the ability to protect them. That's why we were calculative back then. Do you think that we didn't consider the big picture? The head of the Hu clan said. Now that we're asking Zichen to send out troops, it's not only to coordinate with them from the inside and outside, but also to intimidate the demon race so that they won't dare to target our Holy Thunder clan. The others were also silent and didn't express their opinions. The head of the Jiare clan shook his head and said, Head of the Hu clan, there's no need to be agitated. I also agree with this point of view, but Zichen might not agree. However, I have a better suggestion. Do you want to hear it? What suggestion? The head of the Hu clan asked. Anyway, those people outside are not our clansmen. They just came over after that unforeseen event and have nothing to do with us. Why should we protect them? Can't we just separate them from us? The head of the Jiare clan suggested. When the head of the Hu clan heard this, his eyes lit up. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this problem before, but he was too embarrassed to bring it up. Now that someone had spoken up, then, however, he soon felt that something was wrong because the head of the Jiare clan was looking at him with eyes full of contempt and ridicule. The head of the Jiare clan said, Why? Are you tempted? Didn't you say earlier that there are clansmen? Turning around, the head of the Jiare clan cupped his fists and said to the city lord, This matter is actually very simple. First, punish Li Henghong for the crime of failing to guard the place. Then send out an army to annihilate the demon race in one go. Otherwise, what prestige will our Holy Thunder clan have in this spiritual realm in the future? First, it was Zichen. We've already chosen to take a step back once, and our backbone is about to be torn apart. If we cower again this time, let me ask you, the famous Thunder clan, what will we have left? Our dignified clan's combat power can't even compare to the Tianwu world. Isn't this a joke? The head of the Jiare clan said in a deep voice. In this battle, our Jiare clan is willing to send out a portion of our forces to cooperate in the battle. Sending out a portion of your forces is such a big deal. Those who don't know will think that you want to drive the demon race out with your own strength. Most people were silent and didn't make any comments. If there was a solution that didn't require them to send out troops, they would naturally be happy. It wasn't a dangerous moment yet, so it was better not to use their own forces if they could. The city lord was also very worried at this moment. He actually had the authority to let them send out their own troops, but the higher-ups didn't give a response for a long time, so he wasn't sure what to do about this matter. It was the same last time when they targeted Zichen. The higher-ups didn't express their opinions, so he followed the opinions of the crowd. This time, they didn't express their opinions either. He couldn't figure out what the higher-ups meant. Those holy sages who usually like to meddle in other people's business didn't appear this time, which made the city lord a little embarrassed. It wasn't that there was no way, but there were too many concerns. Suddenly, the city lord thought of a solution and said, Let's not talk about who's at fault first. Lei Jinghong Tian's failure to defend the demon race is the responsibility. Then, the task of taking back the lost land will be handed over to the Lei Jing family. Patriarch Lei Jing will be the commander-in-chief. You can discuss other matters. Alright, that's all. As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord's figure disappeared. He directly threw this mess out. The Lei Jing family, who had been silent all this time, was slightly stunned when he heard this. But when he looked up, the city lord was already gone. The others looked at him eagerly, waiting for him to give a plan. After cursing the old fox in his heart, the Leijing family said in a deep voice. Most people probably don't know about the matter with Zichen last time. That was only one of our plans. The facts have proven that everything was within our expectations. The demon race didn't take a step forward. He paused, then continued. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Patriarch Hu, immediately go and pass down the order. Have Zichen immediately send out the troops to assist us in a pincer attack and defeat the demon race in one fell swoop. Many people looked at each other. How could this work? This was too shameless. The patriarch of the Hu family cupped his fists and said, The Hu family accepts the order. The meeting ended, and the patriarch of the Hu family immediately went to Zichen's Tianwu world. He wasn't embarrassed. When he arrived at the Tianwu world, he directly shouted Zichen's name, but Zichen didn't appear. Zichen, how dare you not accept the order of the Holy Thunder Clan? The patriarch of the Hu family said angrily. May I know what this lord wants? Zhou Lina appeared and looked at the patriarch of the Hu family. Who do you think you are? How dare you appear in front of me? Where's Zichen? Tell him to come out and see me. The patriarch of the Hu family said coldly. My master is in a bad mood. Recently, he has been having the urge to kill. If you insist on seeing him, I will call him over. Of course, if you are killed, then you can't blame us. Chapter 4608. What did you say? The patriarch of the Hu clan looked coldly at Zhou Lina. You dare to threaten me? The smile on Zhou Lina's face didn't diminish. How is this a threat? I'm clearly persuading you. I'm here with orders from the clan. You dare to play dumb with me? Are you courting death? The patriarch of the Hu clan said indifferently. Tell Zichen to get out here immediately and receive orders from the Holy Thunder Clan. His voice was very loud, to the extent that many people nearby heard him. Following that, streaks of soul power extended over, all of them investigating the situation here. Many people were surprised to see that someone dared to shout at Zhou Lina. Zhou Lina was the second in command of the Tianwu world. Although her realm wasn't high, she had great power. What's the matter? A voice sounded, and Zichen appeared beside the teleportation array. He looked at the patriarch of the Hu clan. Who are you? Who let you in? The patriarch of the Hu clan said proudly. I'm the patriarch of the Hu clan. I'm here on the orders of the Holy Thunder Clan. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in an hour. The clan has ordered you to go out to battle now and work together to defeat the invading demons. Zichen picked his ear. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Can you say it again? The clan wants you to send out troops and work together to defeat the demons. The patriarch of the Hu clan said. If you didn't hear it clearly, I can repeat it again. Zichen said indifferently. Then repeat it 10 more times. What did you say? The patriarch of the Hu clan's eyes gradually turned cold. Why? You don't want to? Then forget it. The Holy Thunder Clan expelled me last time. In fact, I'm no longer a member of the Holy Thunder Clan. Get lost. Zichen waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Also, in the future, without my permission, you're not allowed to come to my Tianwu world again. Otherwise, I'll treat you as an invader and kill you. Zichen, you're courting death. A hint of murderous intent appeared in the eyes of the patriarch of the Hu clan. Zichen hooked his finger at the other party. Come now. Do you want to fight a few hundred rounds with me? The patriarch of the Hu clan's complexion changed. Based on his strength, how could he possibly fight with Zichen for hundreds of rounds? The two of them would only need 1 round to determine the victor. After weighing the pros and cons, a smile suddenly appeared on his face as he said in an amiable tone. What happened last time was a complete misunderstanding. That was actually our plan. We already knew about your methods, Zichen. What we did that day was to make the demons lower their guard in preparation for today's pincer attack. Zichen had a mocking expression as he said, Do you even believe the words you say? Of course I do. The patriarch of the Hu clan said solemnly. It's not just me, everyone knows. The reason why I didn't tell you was because I was worried that you would feel burdened after knowing. The word burden is quite interesting. Zichen turned around and looked at the people in the distance. Do you believe it? Many people shook their heads. F***ck, only an idiot would believe it. One of the youths was so agitated that he cursed. You almost got me killed, and now you're doing this. Do you think we're idiots? That youth was merely in the spirit ascension tier, yet he actually dared to speak like this. This made the patriarch of the Hu clan's complexion turn ugly again. If Zichen wasn't here, he would definitely punish him. Zichen was also somewhat displeased. Can't you speak properly? Why are you cursing? Judging from your aura, you're from my hometown? The other party immediately cupped his fists at Zichen and said, I'm Wang Xingbua, a native of Tianwu World. Greetings, sir, Zichen said. Apologize to Sir Hu immediately. Wang Xingbua was stunned, very puzzled. Zichen said, You don't believe Sir Hu's words, but I do. I believe that the Holy Thunder Clan did this not to abandon me, but to have a deeper meaning. Zichen, you're still the most righteous, unlike the others who are too short-sighted. The patriarch of the Hu clan laughed. It seemed that there was hope. Looking at Zichen's serious expression, Wang Xingbua could only solemnly apologize to Sir Hu. The other party was also magnanimous, and waved his hand, not minding it at all. Zichen turned around and asked, Oh, I wonder what you're here for? Can you repeat it a few more times? Sir Hu, who was in an extremely good mood, smiled and said, Don't mention a few times, even 10 times is fine. As he spoke, he indeed repeated it 10 times. Many people were confused, not knowing what Zichen was trying to do. Did he really believe the other party's nonsense? After listening to the content 10 times, Zichen smiled and said, Since it's like this, then our Tianwu continent will naturally take action, and attack with all our might. Don't worry and go back to report, we will attack very soon, and guarantee that not a single demon will cross the line of defense. Zichen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Whoever dares to cross the line of defense, kill without mercy. Haha, that's more like it. The Holy Thunder Clan did not raise you in vain. Patriarch Hu nodded his head in satisfaction, then turned around and left. The mission was completed, and his mood became extremely good. After the other party left, Zichen turned around and found that the youth called Wang Xingbua was still there, but the other party's eyes were clearly stubborn. Even after apologizing, he still did not think that he was wrong. You come here! Zichen pointed at the other party. The young man jogged over to them. Zichen said, I've arranged a huge mission for you, do you dare to accept it? Wang Xingbua hesitated for a moment, then said, Why wouldn't I dare? Zichen nodded and said, Good, you go now and block the demon's retreat. What? Wang Xingbua was startled, and even the people who were paying attention to the surroundings were startled. Zichen said, Didn't you hear it earlier? The Holy Thunder Clan wants us to send out troops, and I have already agreed. How can I go back on my words? You go now and block the demon's retreat. Wang Xingbua blinked his eyes. Me alone? Zichen glanced at him. Do I have to give you an army of 1,000,000? But how can I kill the demon by myself? Wang Xingbua said with a sad face. Sir, I was really wrong, I'm not afraid of death. But I can't just throw away my life like this, right? Zichen reached out and hit the other party's head hard. You're quite ambitious, did I ask you to kill the demon? I just asked you to guard there and guarantee that no demon will retreat, is that difficult? That's not difficult? Wang Xingbua was even more worried. You silly boy, you haven't even tried, how do you know you can't guard it? Jolina smiled and said, You have to thank Zichen for giving you a chance to make a name for yourself. Those who could reach the Spirit Ascension realm were obviously not fools. Wang Xingbua immediately reacted and said excitedly, I'll go now. Let's go. Zichen waved his hand, and a passage appeared in front of them. Wang Xingbua immediately flew out of the passage. The others also reacted and understood Zichen's intention, and couldn't help but laugh. Zichen wasn't a bad person, otherwise he wouldn't have become the hero of the entire Saint Spirit realm, but to say that he was easy to talk to and was a good person might not necessarily be the case. Those people from the Holy Thunder clan took him for a fool, so Zichen gave them such a choice. After leaving Zichen's world, Wang Xingbo was even more excited because he knew what he was going to do. He took out a low-grade flying ship and flew into the distance. At this moment, a huge object suddenly appeared in the void, and its sudden appearance gave him a fright. It was a spiritual ship, and only a saint could refine it. "Yours is too slow, quickly go in." Zichen's voice came from below. Wang Xingbo nodded, immediately put away his flying ship, and entered the spiritual ship. In the next moment, the spiritual ship was like a stream of light, heading in the direction of the Holy Thunder clan. In the spiritual ship, Wang Xingbo looked around curiously. He had never seen a spiritual ship before, but if he guessed correctly, this spiritual ship should be the one that Lord Zichen drove during the last demon invasion, and it had a profound meaning. The speed of the spiritual ship was very fast, more than 1,000 times faster than when he flew at full speed. Soon, it arrived outside the fallen world. There were demons patrolling outside the world, and when they noticed the existence of the spiritual ship, their expressions changed. The spiritual ship stopped outside the world, and Wang Xingbo walked out. He looked at the demons and said coldly, "I represent the Tianwu world to fight, and I'm responsible for blocking your retreat. Then I'll cooperate with you from the inside and outside, and attack you from the front and back, so that you'll die without a burial place." The demons looked at Wang Xingbo, then looked at the spiritual ship, and for a moment, they looked at each other. A mere spirit ascension realm cultivator came here to seek death? One of the demons with a more violent temper was about to step forward and kill Wang Xingbo, but he was stopped by the people beside him. "Don't be rash, let's report to Lord first," said the cautious demon. Soon, Mo Yijin and the other two heard the news. Mod said, "Is Zichen's brain broken? We've all avoided him, but he still doesn't know what we mean." Mo Yen Danzo also said, "These people are obviously using him, can't he see it? Why would he be fooled?" Mo Yijin smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, this is Zichen's attitude, and for us, it might not be a bad thing. Tell everyone not to retreat for a while, and we'll cooperate with Zichen a little." The two of them looked at Mo Yijin in confusion. Mo Yijin said, "It's very simple, the Holy Thunder clan is unwilling to send troops, and they want Zichen to attack from behind, so Zichen sent troops over. The so-called pincer attack, as long as we don't retreat, it'll be fine." Opposite Wang Xingbo, the demons had all received orders, so they ignored each other's existence. Wang Xingbo shouted, "Please go and inform the Holy Thunder clan that I, Wang Xingbo, have completely stalled your army with my own strength, and now they can attack at will." There were many spies in the distance, and they naturally heard Wang Xingbo's words. Soon, the news spread in the Holy Thunder clan, and after hearing the news, the patriarch of the Hu family cursed loudly. Chapter 4609. The patriarch of the Hu clan went back triumphantly. He was very confident and proud. In this world, who dared to go against the wishes of the Holy Thunder clan? Even if Zichen knew that he was being schemed against, wouldn't he still have to listen obediently? After returning, he immediately told the Leijing family the good news. The patriarch smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then let Zichen fight. We'll just wait for the news. Remember, in the end, the credit must go to Hong Tian." The patriarch of the Hu clan nodded and said, "That's natural. After all, we contributed the most and need to block waves of attacks from the front lines, unlike Zichen, who ambushed from the back and took advantage of the situation." The idea was beautiful, but the result was not what they wanted. When they received the latest news, their noses were almost crooked from anger. That Zichen actually only sent a spirit ascension tier cultivator to cause a ruckus. Was this a slap to their faces? Go find Zichen and make things clear. If he continues to refuse to send troops, then don't blame us for being impolite," the patriarch of the Leijing family coldly ordered. The patriarch of the Hu clan went to Zichen's world for the second time and was very angry. Because he was the one who passed on the message, Zichen's attitude was the first to slap his and the Hu clan's face. "Zichen, get out here!" the patriarch of the Hu clan shouted angrily. Zichen's figure appeared. "You're looking for me? Why aren't you sending troops?" the patriarch of the Hu clan asked coldly. "I've already sent troops. Didn't you see?" Zichen said. "Moreover, we've already blocked all the demons. They have no chance of escaping. As long as you send troops now, you'll definitely be able to kill all the demons." The patriarch of the Hu clan shouted angrily. "Impudent! You know that's not what we meant. You have to send troops to kill those demons," Zichen said. "Why?" The patriarch of the Hu clan was very angry. "Because you're a member of the Holy Thunder clan." Zichen pointed at his feet. "But as a member of the Holy Thunder clan, why am I outside the Holy Thunder clan?" "Isn't this?" Zichen interrupted. "This is your plan, isn't it? You can just treat yourself as an idiot, but why do you have to treat us as idiots too?" Zichen turned to look at the others in the World Channel. "Do you believe me?" "I don't," a loud voice rang out. This time, it was mixed with even more curses. "Idiot!" Zichen looked at the ugly expression on Patriarch Hu's face and said, "It's already very kind of me to block the way. Your Holy Thunder clan isn't even sending troops, so why should I?" Zichen's final words rang out. "Don't you guys agree?" "Yes. We are determined not to send troops." The loud and clear voice sounded again. "So you insist on disobeying the order?" Patriarch Hu stared coldly at Zichen. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "If you want me to obey the orders of the Holy Thunder clan, that's fine. Get Lei Zhenku of the Holy Thunder clan to come and talk to me personally." "What did you say?" Patriarch Hu's expression changed greatly. That patriarch was the number one person in the entire Holy Thunder clan. Who in the Holy Thunder clan would dare to call him by his name? Even many people in this world sucked in a breath of cold air. Very quickly, Patriarch Hu reacted and angrily rebuked. "Zichen, how dare you call my lord by his name? Do you want to die?" Zichen pointed at his feet again and said, "Today, I will announce that if Lei Zhenku doesn't come here personally, anyone who dares to ask me to send troops will be my enemy. I, Zichen, have never shown mercy to my enemies. The demon race is now invading step by step. If you provoke me, I will send troops to your clans and destroy you." After saying that, Zichen waved his sleeves and said, "I won't see you out." A strong gust of wind swept Patriarch Hu away. At this time, outside the Holy Thunder clan, the floating spiritual boat opened on its own. Zichen's voice sounded. "Your mission is complete. After you return, go to Zhou to receive your reward." Wang Xingbo was currently looking at the demon race in front of him with great interest. How magnificent was it for a single person to challenge an entire clan? After returning, which of his original companions wouldn't be envious when they saw him? He was really in a good mood. Now that he suddenly heard that he had to leave, he was a little reluctant. Zichen's attitude spread to those clans. Everyone was angry, but no one dared to look for Zichen and threaten him to send troops. Many of them had seen Zichen's ruthlessness. Moreover, after so many years, who could really take advantage of Zichen? It was obvious that everyone had been fooled by Zichen, but who dared to look for Zichen to reason with him? In the Tianwu world, everyone knew about Zichen's attitude. All of this originated from his own strength. The demon race even dared to attack the Holy Thunder clan, but they left Zichen alone. It could be seen that Zichen's Tianwu world had already been recognized as a major force. At this moment, they also had greater confidence in the safety of this world. Obviously, no matter how chaotic the world was impossible for them to attack Zichen. As long as they stayed in the Tianwu world, they would be safe. The news of Wang Xingbo's departure was immediately transmitted to Mo Yijin. Soon, he also received information about what had happened in the Tianwu world through special intelligence. Mo Yijin laughed and said, "See, it's always been like this. There's nothing to worry about. Mod said. In that case, Zichin and the Holy Thunder Clan have completely broken off? Most likely. Moizhen's smile became colder. I don't know if the higher-ups of the Holy Thunder Clan have water in their heads. How could they give up on such a person? Then, Moizhen sighed again. It's a pity that a person like Zichin grew up in a place like this. If only he was on our side, how good would that be? Mod and Moyen Danzwa nodded at the same time. They also had the same regret. Fortunately, the people of the Holy Thunder Clan were not smart, and did not rope in Zichin. Right now, there was a conflict between Zichin and the Holy Thunder Clan. For the demon race, it was an extremely good thing. Next, we'll wait for the Holy Thunder Clan. They have two choices now. One is to take the initiative to counterattack, and the second is to give up this place. Well, it's also possible that they will wait for our next move. Moizhen said, but as long as Zichin doesn't interfere, we have a way to deal with them. In fact, we should thank Mo. He used his blood to help us get rid of a big enemy. So if we can speak, we should help him. Mod and Moyen Danzwa nodded. If that big fool hadn't taken over their work, the three of them would have been the ones being investigated this time. Zichin was not willing to send troops, so the matter here naturally had to be resolved. Leijing Hongtian was still angry, but the Holy Thunder Clan was not willing to send people over. Leijing Hongtian was anxious and immediately sent a message to his family. He wanted to bring people over for revenge. He couldn't swallow this anger. He didn't bring people, but a wise man came. He came to Leijing Hongtian's temporary camp. Seeing the man, Leijing Hongtian was puzzled. Mr. Wu, why are you here? Mr. Wu smiled and said, the people you want won't come. I'm here to give you an explanation. If they won't come, then what about the demons outside? Leijing Hongtian said angrily. If I don't destroy them, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Mr. Wu sat down and said, the situation in the core city is ambiguous. No one knows what to do. Under such circumstances, the families are more cautious, so they are not willing to send their troops. Your father is also thinking the same. Good soldiers should be used at critical times. It's a waste to use them now. Leijing Hongtian was anxious. Then what should I do here? So, that's why I'm here. You have two choices. One is to take your men and bide your time and wait for the changes. Mr. Wu pondered for a moment and said, if you really can't take this lying down, you can recruit soldiers here to fight. After all, we are protecting their world. If they are not willing to fight, this world will definitely fall after we leave. Leijing Hongtian immediately understood and said, okay, let's do that. After Mr. Wu left, Leijing Hongtian issued an order to recruit soldiers from the nearby worlds to fight and protect their homeland. This order was forced because Leijing Hongtian made it clear that if no one came to fight, they would choose to retreat. This was because these worlds were not the original worlds of the Holy Thunder Clan. Upon hearing this, many people were furious and secretly cursed. What did he mean by this world was not the original world of the Holy Thunder Clan? When we came here, we didn't pay resources to the Holy Thunder Clan. Now that danger is coming, you don't want to admit it? Of course, this was not the worst thing. The worst thing was that after these conscription orders were issued, they didn't say how much reward would be given. In other words, these battles were voluntary. No matter how unwilling they were, the first batch of soldiers was enough. There were 200,000 of them, twice as many as the demons. Soon, Leijing Hongtian led these troops to fight. When the two sides fought, Leijing Hongtian wanted to crush the other side's leader with his powerful strength like Zichin. In the end, he didn't gain any advantage in the battle with Moe Dong. His subordinates suffered heavy losses because of the uneven quality. There was no doubt that Leijing Hongtian lost this battle. Therefore, he lost a few more worlds and retreated again and again, causing great dissatisfaction. After entering this world, Moe Dong ordered, same old rules. Don't fight. If anyone is too impulsive, arrest them. Don't kill anyone here. While Moe Dong was in charge of these tasks, the defeated Leijing Hongtian flew into a rage and continued to recruit people to fight. This undoubtedly angered those people. In a situation where they didn't dare to say anything, many people chose to leave. This was because the worlds occupied by Moe Dong had already announced that everyone was welcome to join. Moreover, everyone heard how Moe Dong targeted the captives, so they were all tempted. The population of the surrounding worlds began to decrease rapidly. In any case, they had to survive no matter where they were. Since the Holy Thunder Clan wasn't willing to protect them, why not seek the protection of the demons? In total, a year had passed. During this time, there were no more battles. Chapter 46:10. The population of the Holy Thunder Clan started to decrease rapidly. At the same time, their popularity and reputation were also getting worse and worse. The Holy Thunder Clan used to be revered by everyone, but now, they were despised by everyone. Everyone could see where the problem was, but the higher-ups of the Holy Thunder Clan were indifferent. They didn't know why they just let the situation develop. The reputation that the Holy Thunder Clan had accumulated for countless years was gone just like that. The city lord of the core city reported the situation to the higher-ups again, but they still didn't respond. He wanted to see Lei Junke personally, but he didn't succeed. So, he went to see Saint Lei Di. He did see him, but he didn't get any good advice. Because even Lei Di didn't know the specific situation of Lei Junke, he couldn't give any advice. During this time, the city lord could understand Saint Lei Di's indifference. Last time, he expelled Zichen, which was a bad move. Everyone knew about the relationship between Zichen and Lei Di. Then, he went to see the other Saint Venerables. The Spirit Ancestor and the Vain Ancestor didn't care about anything. Even if the Holy Thunder Clan was destroyed, it didn't seem to have anything to do with them. The other Saint Venerables also had their own thoughts. Without Lei Junke's help, no one was willing to use the forces in their hands. Why is it like this? The city lord was very depressed. This was not the result he wanted. The head of the Jella family had come again. The city lord could see that the head of the Jella family was very concerned about the survival of the Sacred Thunder tribe. However, the Sacred Thunder tribe seemed to be sick, and the person who had the ability to cure them had not appeared. After sending the head of the Jella family away, the city lord was very worried. That year, he made a mistake and let Zichen go. Now, it was impossible for Zichen to do anything for him. Even if Zichen just stood there and said something to the Demon Clan, he believed that the Demon Clan would immediately withdraw their troops. Not long after, the city lord received the news that the other big forces finally started to fight against the God Clan and the Demon Clan. This made him even more worried. Therefore, when he heard that Zichen had permanently given up his control over the Sky Marshal Starfield, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. The last trace of contact between Zichen and the Holy Thunder Clan was gone. I don't care anymore. Let the Leijing family deal with it first. In the end, the city lord steeled his heart and decided not to care anymore. Not long after the head of the Grau family returned to the family, Grace returned and specified that she wanted to see him. This made him very surprised. In the past, Grace was not very outstanding in the family. At the very least, the family had no hope for her in terms of cultivation. He never thought that fate would make fools of people. She actually soared in the Thunder defense, and reached a height that everyone looked up to. The reason why the Jella family dared to directly accuse Leijing Hongtian previously was because of Grace. As the current second-in-command of the Leiyu agency and the future leader, Grace's power and status were not something that ordinary people could compare to. The head of the Jella family personally poured tea for Grace, but she refused. She said directly, "This time, I came to tell the family that no matter what price we have to pay, we have to take down Zichen's Sky Marshal Starfield." The head of the Jella family was stunned. Zichen announced his withdrawal in a high-profile manner. He's already prepared to lose a lot of money. Why do we have to interfere? Grace shook her head and said, "There are many things that cannot be explained, but for the future of the family, there is nothing wrong with taking another path." If the family can't take it down, then find a few families that are on good terms with us. We have to buy back the Sky Marshal starfield. It was just an outer starfield. Actually, these families did not have to care about it. Not to mention losing one starfield, even if they lost 10, it would not be a big deal. But that starfield belonged to Zichin, so it was different. When the news came out, almost everyone paid attention to it. This meant that Zichin had completely drawn a line with the Holy Thunder Clan. From now on, he was Sky Marshal Zichin, not the Holy Thunder Clan's Zichin. Grace came back especially for this matter. She did not choose to send a message, which showed that this matter was very important. The head of the Jella family did not dare to be careless. He was very careful. That day, he went to find a family that was on good terms with him to discuss this matter. In the end, both sides hit it off and expressed their willingness to buy Zichen's Sky Marshal starfield together. When they went out to buy, they found that Zichen's world was unexpectedly popular. Many people wanted to buy it. Jolena, who had originally given up, changed her mind because of this. But there were many people who wanted to buy it, so Jolena could not make up her mind. And this was not a small matter, so she went back to find Zichin to discuss this matter. Zichin was also very surprised at first, but after asking for some details, he understood why the world was so popular. He thought for a while and said, "Let's sell it to the family led by the Jella family." After a pause, Zichin said again, "The price should be appropriately high. Don't be too cheap." Jolena was a little puzzled. The Tianwu world had a very good relationship with the Jella family. Why would they sell it at a high price when they were originally going to lose money? Zichin said, "If you sell it at a low price, I'm worried that they won't be at ease." In our opinion, this is a move to completely draw a line with the Holy Thunder Clan, but in their eyes, this is a possible way out. We sold it at a high price, which proves that we approve of this matter. But if we sell it at a low price, in their eyes, this might just be a favor, which will not achieve the effect they expected. Jolena instantly understood. When she went out again, everything was much simpler. After everyone had named their prices, Jolena added another 20% on top of the highest price and sold the entire Tianwu Star region to the people from the Jella family. In this regard, both sides understood each other's intentions. This transaction was very smooth, and everyone was happy. Those who did not manage to buy it were very regretful. The handover between the two sides lasted for almost half a year. After half a year, those families entered the Tianwu galaxy. The first thing they did was to reinforce the transmission formation to the Tianwu world, so that no accidents would happen. Then, they sent a large number of troops to guard it, and arranged for 9-star holy spirits to secretly protect it. In the past half a year, the demon race did not attack again, but many people from the Holy Thunder Clan went to the world controlled by the demon race. At the same time, Zichen's popularity in the Tianwu world had once again returned to its peak. Many people were willing to join, even if it meant signing a war agreement. On this day, Zichin finished his cultivation, and then came to the Zichin Palace. The palace spirit, Su, was sitting there drinking tea. After seeing Zichin, she glanced at Zichin and saw the worry between his eyebrows. "Is there a problem?" Zichin nodded and said, "I can clearly feel that my strength has reached a critical point, but it hasn't broken through yet. It's like there's a slight barrier." "Do you feel the restriction of heaven and earth?" asked the palace spirit. "You know?" Zichen's eyes lit up. Last time, it was a bottleneck, and Zichin had already broken through it. However, this time, it obviously had nothing to do with the bottleneck. "It's the restriction of heaven and earth," said the palace spirit. "For the experts in the world, it's really difficult to break through, especially to become a sane master. Right now, your essence, chi, and spirit are only one step away from becoming a sane master, but this step is the difference between heaven and earth. Do you have any good ideas?" asked Zichin. "Wait. We can only wait," said the palace spirit. "No one can go against the laws of heaven and earth. Even after becoming a saint master, you'll still be under these laws." "Then how long do I have to wait?" asked Zichin. Perhaps you'll have to wait until a great era comes. The palace spirit looked at the disinterested Zichen and said, Don't worry, this isn't a bad thing for you. At least it means that you have the strength to become a saint master. You just have to wait for the harmony of heaven and earth. Of course, you can't fall behind in your cultivation because no one knows when that great era will come. After leaving the Zichen palace, Zichen decided to take a look outside. Although he read the reports every day, it was not as good as personally walking around. Therefore, before he left, he deliberately changed his appearance and began another journey. When he arrived at the area controlled by MOE, he walked through many streets and cities. In this place that was occupied by the demon clan, he rarely saw any traces of the demon clan, but he saw many places that distributed the power of the demon clan for free. Just like in the demon realm, after refining the demon power, one could transform into a demon race and increase one's fighting strength in all aspects. There were places like this in every city, and there was more than one. Along the way, Zichen noticed that in these conquered worlds, the demon race and the spirit race were getting along very well, but there were not many people who turned into demon race. It was not forced, and those who were willing to convert were not forced. Such a harmonious scene was something that Zichen did not expect. After seeing many star fields, Zichen was very surprised. Then, he went to other star fields, and these star fields were also occupied by the demon clan, but they were not Mo-Isian's team. In these cities, it was not as harmonious. Many people were forced to become members of the demon race, and then they were dragged to the battlefield to fight against the spirit race. Complaints could be heard everywhere, and the people could not make a living. This was the scene that should have happened when one was invaded. After walking for a long time, Zichen found that there was too much pressure. Since there was pressure, there would naturally be resistance. Guerrilla teams appeared one after another, specializing in hunting down the demon race that was alone. Although their efficiency was limited, they still brought a lot of trouble to the demon race. Zichen walked on the street and encountered a demon race member. The demon race member glanced at Zichen, and Zichen tactfully moved aside. The demon race member spat disdainfully. The two of them brushed past each other, and the demon race member headed straight for a courtyard. Following this, the sound of energy vibrations could be heard, followed by the pleas of the mistress. Zichen frowned slightly, and a ray of light flew out from beside him, directly flying into the building. A moment later, the half-naked demon race member flew out, his body surrounded by a ray of spiritual light. He was struggling with all his might, but he was unable to break free. The demon race member angrily said, "Damned guy, get the hell out here! Don't be a coward! Otherwise I will slaughter the entire street, and everyone will die because of you. Get the hell out here immediately, kneel down and apologize to Grandpa." A sword light suddenly flew over from afar, piercing through the demon race member's neck, and a head flew high into the air. "I, Lord Lishan, will take your idiot's head. If you have the ability, come and find trouble with me." Chapter 46:11. The spirit race expert flew away just like that. The Great Barrier Formation appeared a little sluggish. After a few flickers, it seemed to feel that it was pointless and disappeared. Demon blood spurted out from the ground as the headless corpse fell to the ground. The passers-by intentionally avoided it. There was no panic on their faces, as if they were already used to it. A dozen or so figures flew over from afar. They arrived beside the corpse and carefully examined it. After examining the cause of death, one of the demons angrily turned around and looked at the entire street. "My little brother's wish before he died was to slaughter this entire street. My little brother died in a foreign land and has a home but can never return. This is not an unreasonable request, so we must agree." A strong killing intent surged around him as he gave the order. "Leave no one alive on this street." The other demons' expressions did not change much. They all rushed forward to carry out the order. Zichen's expression couldn't help but change. They wanted to clear out the entire street just like that. "Wait!" Just as the demons' bodies began to glow, Zichen stopped them in time. The one who killed him was someone called Ling Shan. He has nothing to do with the people on this street. Why are you taking your anger out on them? Who do you think you are? The demon who gave the order looked coldly at Zichen. I'm just a passerby. Even though this place is occupied by you, shouldn't you be a little reasonable? Zichen looked at him. Reasonable? The demon pointed at himself. My little brother died in a foreign land. Who should I reason with? Kill, leave no one alive! He did not suppress his voice, so everyone could hear him clearly. For a moment, everyone fell into despair. Zichen continued. You're only doing this for your own selfish reasons. Aren't you worried that you'll ruin your master's plan? What do you mean? The demon's expression changed. Obviously, this was all part of your plan. It's just that your reaction was too slow, resulting in the death of that demon. Speaking of which, this is also your fault. Why are you taking your anger out on these innocent people? Zichen calmly said. And you clearly know that they're innocent. The responsibility lies with you. Why don't you reflect on yourself? The demon's expression darkened. You're so familiar with our plans. It seems that you're a spy. You conspired with the people on this street to kill my little brother, and you're also in cahoots with Ling Shan. If you don't die, who will? Zichen shook his head and said, What's the point? I'm just speaking the truth. Why do I have to go out of my way to die? Because all of you deserve to die. I naturally have to give you a choice of death. With a wave of his hand, the demons on both sides immediately spread out and surrounded Zichen. As the energy surged, a powerful aura surged. Once all of them unleashed their full power, this place would definitely be smashed to pieces. At that time, who knew how many innocent people would die? But from the looks of it, they didn't care at all. Zichen said, You misunderstood. Then, when you die, I'll apologize to you? The demon sneered. No, what I mean is, you're the ones who prepared the path of death for yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of sword light appeared. Like lightning, it swept past the bodies of the demons. In the next moment, all of the demons stopped moving. They stood there motionless as if they had been petrified. The vitality that belonged to them was slowly fading away. One by one, the demons who were standing still immediately fell down. All of them were dead. The people who were previously in despair were in an uproar. Killed just like that? When they looked at Zichen again, their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. They tried hard to recall which famous powerhouse this person was, but his face was very unfamiliar. No one had seen him before. I'll help you to the end. Zichen sighed. His body slowly rose, and the sword light that had returned to his side flew into the distance again. It was like an arrow leaving the bow. The sword light flashed and danced in the city. It entered through a window and flew past a bed. On the bed that was shaking violently, the demon on the top suddenly stopped moving. His eyes were wide open. The sword light flew out from the other side of the window and flew past the demon who was breaking through the door. The demon's body fell down with a bang. Even the courtyard collapsed. The demon's aura had disappeared. Similar scenes kept happening. The sword light did not stop. It wandered to any place in the city where there were demons. The city lord's mansion had been occupied by the demons. Many demons gathered here, but the city lord was not there. The sword light came to the mansion and then drove in. Along the way, there were popping sounds. One by one, the demons fell down. The mansion, which was originally lively, became dead silent in the blink of an eye. Only the maids and servants of the spirit clan knelt on the ground and trembled. In the sky, Zichen opened his eyes. The sword light returned to his side. All the demons in this world were dead. There were also some who had the blood of the demons but were not pure demons who survived. They were all from the spirit clan. After doing this, Zichen left. Ling Shan left with the demon's head. He was very careful. He used a few long-distance teleportations and passed by a few dilapidated worlds along the way. Only then did he return to the encampment. At this moment, there were 30 to 40 people in the encampment. When they saw Lingshan return, they all stood up with a smile. However, what Lingshan threw out was not the resources to be exchanged, but the demon's head. This shocked everyone. One of the elders said, "Didn't I ask you to exchange for resources? Why did you kill the demons? Did you know that our identities would be exposed?" Lingshan said nonchalantly, "You don't trust me. Even if someone was following me, they wouldn't have the strength to follow me here." Then, Lingshan took out a few bottles of wine and threw them to everyone. Along the way, I met a little guy. He was probably passing by. He couldn't stand the way the demons did things and was ready to attack them. However, he was inexperienced and didn't know how to hide, so I did it for him. After all, he was still a hot-blooded young man. I couldn't let him die for no reason. There aren't many young men like him in this day and age. The elder wanted to say something, but seeing how nonchalant Lingshan was, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, Lingshan was very experienced in dealing with demons. "Don't worry, they've probably run to the north." Lingshan took a sip of wine and said disdainfully, "Those idiots aren't as familiar with this place as I am." "Is that so? You're very confident." An indifferent voice with a hint of sarcasm suddenly rang out. Everyone's expression changed. By the time they reacted, there were already close to 100 demons in the sky. How is this possible? Lingshan's expression suddenly changed. He said in disbelief, "I clearly shook you off. If we demons want to find someone, there's no one we can't find. Your little bit of soul power is a joke in my eyes." The demon in front of them was the city master who had left the city. This was a trap. He looked at everyone below and said, "Now I'll give you two choices. One is to cultivate the power of demons and become one of us. The other is to die." "Pa! Even if I die, I won't become a demon's dog." Lingshan spat and said, "Brothers, I, Lingshan, have let you down today. If there's a next life, I'll apologize on your behalf. Now I'll take my leave." After he finished speaking, Lingshan charged towards the city master in the sky. "We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Lingshan, wait for a moment. We'll be right behind you." Everyone laughed heartily. They all soared into the sky and charged towards the demons. The moment they chose to engage in guerrilla warfare, they were already prepared to die. It was only a matter of time. When he saw Lingshan charging towards him, the city master smiled disdainfully. He stretched out his hand and demonic power surged in his palm. He could defeat such a person in a single blow. However, in the next moment, the power around him seemed to be blocked. He couldn't block Lingshan's attack. Lingshan's punch landed squarely on the city master's chest. This stunned Lingshan and he forgot to use the light sword that was hidden in the dark. Just as he was in a daze, he saw a young man walk out from behind the city master. The young man smiled and said, "You're still not experienced enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the city master's body fell to the ground. Then, one by one, the demons fell to the ground. Their auras all disappeared. In the blink of an eye, all the demons who had arrived were dead. This stunned the spirit tribe members who were prepared to die in battle. They all looked at Zichen, a stranger. It was obvious that this was all his doing. "It's you?" Lingshan finally spoke. He couldn't hide his shock. "I'm here to thank you," Zichen said with a smile. "Please forgive me, sir. I was blind and didn't know your methods." Lingshan hurriedly apologized. It was obvious that his previous actions were unnecessary. "There's no need to apologize. You did well," Zichen said. "If not for your kindness, I wouldn't have bothered with your matters." Lingshan hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It was fine as long as Lin Fan wasn't angry. "Just a few of you." Zichen looked around. Wherever Zichen's gaze landed, everyone immediately cupped their fists and bowed to him. "Sir, this is only a portion of us. There are others in other places. In order to avoid being discovered by the demons, we don't communicate often," Lingshan replied respectfully. These people were all holy spirits and had decent fighting strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been schemed against by the city master of the demons. The soul power of the demons is stronger than you think. They're also better at finding people who are hiding. Zichen looked at them and said, "If I were you, I would have chosen the second path when faced with the threat earlier. Regardless of whether you're from the demons or the spirit tribe, as long as you're alive, you can do more things that you want to do." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this man to say such things. Shouldn't he praise them for being unyielding? Chapter 46:12. Hearing Zichen's words, no one knew how to respond because it was obviously different from their values. Everyone was stunned, and Zichen took away the corpses on the ground. They had great use for the ancient devil refining jade. "How should I address you, sir?" Ling Shan came in front of Zichen and asked respectfully and courteously. "Ling An," Zichen said casually. Ling Shan was stunned when he heard that, and then he smiled bitterly. He knew that this sir was just joking with him and did not want to reveal his real name. In his heart, he began to guess the background of this lord who deliberately hid his name. "The other demons should be here soon. You guys stay here as bait for a while. When this is over, we'll leave together." "Yes." Ling Shan nodded in response, then went back to inform everyone. Of course, everyone knew that the name Ling An was just made up by the sir. After taking away all the corpses, Zichen sat on a big rock, feeling somewhat worried. If the demons sent a half-step sacred master this time, it would be troublesome. He had the ability to kill them, but it might also expose his identity, which would be very disadvantageous for his future journey. The others did not know what Zichen was thinking, but they did not disturb him. Time passed slowly, and everyone was waiting. At that moment, a team of demons was coming in this direction. They were following the marks left by the dead city lord on the way. The marks were to prevent that almost impossible existence from appearing. Morwan was walking in front, and he was in a bad mood. He was suddenly conscripted. There were some problems in his original world. All the demons in the city were killed, and the city lord left with his people. It was said that he went to eliminate the guerrilla teams that were good at sneak attacks. Originally, Morwan would not care about this, but the latest news soon came. The city lord's life tablet was shattered. The shattering of the life tablet meant that he was dead. This was a big deal, and Morwan, a 9-star saint spirit, had to come here in person. Considering that the city lord, who was an 8-star saint spirit, was dead, Morwan brought 2 more 9-star saint spirits with him as a precaution. It was obviously impossible for those people from Lingshan to kill the city lord. He guessed that it should be the existence that killed the city lord. The other party was in cahoots with Lingshan. At this moment, following the tracks left behind by the main stream of the city, this group of close to 1,000 people arrived outside the world where Lingshan was located. However, he didn't go in. Instead, he stayed outside. The pressure of the demon race enveloped the entire world. Lingshan and the others immediately sensed the aura of the demon race. Their expressions changed as they looked at Zichen. Zichen was still sitting there, indifferent. Morwan, who was outside, looked at a demon. The demon nodded and came to the sky above the world. He shouted coldly, "All astrals, get out here!" In the world channel, Lingshan subconsciously shouted, "Come in if you dare!" This sentence proved that they were inside. The devil looked at Morwan, and Morwan said, "Let's go in and take a look first." The demon accepted the order and flew in alone. Morwan didn't go in immediately. Obviously, he was worried that the astrals had set up an ambush here, such as some kind of formation, waiting for them to come in and reap the benefits. Therefore, the demon who came in was very careful. He stood at the highest point of the world channel and scanned the surroundings with his soul power. However, he didn't find anything unusual. Then, he saw Lingshan and the others. However, he only glanced at them before his gaze fell on Zichen. This was the person who had slaughtered all the demons in the city. It was possible that he was also the existence that killed the city lord. "Hey, demon brat, you're scared out of your wits and don't dare to come down." Lingshan laughed mockingly. "Look at what's above your head." The demon was shocked and subconsciously retreated, even though his soul power didn't sense anything during this time. Seeing the demon's action, the people below laughed loudly. "Why didn't I see that you were so afraid of death before?" Ling Shan cursed. "Damn it, you were so arrogant when you killed the astrals. So, you're all afraid of death too?" From the beginning to the end, Ziqin didn't raise his head to look at the demon. A hint of murderous intent appeared in the demon's eyes, but after a slight hesitation, he still didn't dare to act rashly. For a moment, he stood there, hesitating. Seeing this, Ling Shan spat in disdain. These bastards were like mice that saw a cat when they saw a powerhouse. They were no different from them. Suddenly, Ling Shan felt that such a comparison was very inappropriate, so he cursed again. "Come down, all of you! If you come in one by one, you'll only die faster." At this moment, Ziqin finally spoke. "Besides, I don't need to scheme at all to fight with you." Hearing this, Moan, who was outside, couldn't help it. Of course, the main reason was that the demon had told Ziqin and the situation below, which gave him confidence. Their figures descended, and nearly 1,000 demons appeared in this world channel. When Ling Shan saw this, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Good heavens, so many? The others were also shocked. They usually fought on a small scale, and it was already a great achievement to be able to kill a few demons at once. At most, they only killed a dozen or so demons, and that was when a large group of them gathered together. Although they gained a lot from that battle, they also suffered a lot of losses. They had never seen such a scene before. Subconsciously, they looked at Lin Fan, and when they saw that his expression was still calm, they felt a little relieved. 1,000 demons are already so shocking. What do you think of 1,000,000 demons? Ling Shan clicked his tongue. And there are dozens of half-step sacred venerables? They naturally knew who Ling Shan was talking about. Ziqin was the only person Ling Shan admired. Usually, when Ling Shan talked about the Holy Thunder Clan, he would curse, but when Ziqin was mentioned, his eyes were full of respect. In fact, it wasn't just Ling Shan. Everyone here, as well as many other spirit clans, admired Ziqin very much. Especially after they personally fought with the demons and knew how terrifying the demons were, they understood how powerful and terrifying Ziqin was. It was an honor for such a powerhouse to be willing to help the Holy Spirit realm. It was a pity that Ziqin was born in such an inhumane place. Now, the Holy Thunder Clan's reputation was completely ruined. You're the one who slaughtered the demons in the city? Moan stared at Ziqin and said coldly. Tell me your name. I, Moan, never kill a nameless person. Ling Shan and the others were shocked. The demons in the city were all killed? Then, Ling Shan smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had done something unnecessary. Ziqin looked up at him. You're not qualified to say this to me. Moan was furious, but in the next moment, a sword light appeared in his vision. The sword light was like lightning, and it went straight for Lin Fan. Clang! In a hurry, Moan took out his demon weapon to block the attack. He immediately retreated, and the sword light continued to flash. Clang! In the second collision, Lin Fan's figure retreated faster and faster. The sword light kept chasing after him, and its power seemed to be endless. Clang! 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 The sound of clanging continued to ring out. Moan blocked the sword light again and again. When the two nine-star demons saw this, they immediately charged at Ziqin. Obviously, they wanted to join forces. Pfft! Moan blocked more than a dozen sword strikes in a row. The powerful force made him unable to hold the weapon in his hand firmly, and it directly fell out of his hand. In the next moment, the sword light approached and penetrated his body. In an instant, the surging power in the sword light extinguished the opponent's life force. At this time, the two nine-star demons had just arrived in front of Ziqin, but before they could attack, the sword light turned back. The two of them turned around in time to block. Clang! Clang! As the two attacks collided, the sword light was sent flying, but it did not lose control. Instead, it came in front of a demon, suddenly accelerated, and penetrated his body. Just like Moan, the demon died after his body was penetrated. When the two 9-star demons turned around, they found that Zichen had already retreated far away, widening the distance between them. "Be careful of that weapon!" One of the 9-star demons shouted a warning. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. The demon energy in the sky rolled, and a large black hand fell from the sky, heading straight for Zichen. Zichen's speed became even faster. Light flickered under his feet, and he dodged the attack. There was no direct confrontation. In the distance, the sword light was still flashing, taking the lives of one demon after another. Lingshan and the others looked at this scene in shock. All the demons who had their bodies penetrated by the sword light, no matter which part of their body was injured, would die in an instant. "That sword is so powerful!" Lingshan lost his voice and said, "Could it be a venerable level weapon?" The old man next to him shook his head. He did not know either because he did not sense the aura of a sacred venerable. The demons who wanted to attack them were all thinking of ways to resist the sword light at this moment, and they did not have time to care about them. Lingshan suddenly suggested, "Why don't we kill our way up?" The old man glanced at the battlefield and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. Let's not add to the chaos. Looking at that lord's calm expression, he should be able to deal with it easily. We'd better defend ourselves. We don't want to be a burden to Lord." Lingshan nodded and said, "Brothers, let's defend with all our strength. Don't cause trouble for Lord. After this battle, we can boast about it." Yes, they might be able to see a miracle in this battle. It was not a miracle like Zichen's Tianwu world, but a miracle of a single person's combat strength. How amazing was it for a single person to be able to destroy so many demons? The sword light was still flashing, and Zichen was still dodging the attacks of the two 9-star demons. He did not take the initiative to attack. Occasionally, when he could not dodge, he would block the attacks of the two demons. However, most of the time, he would be knocked back, and the combat strength he displayed was not very strong. "His combat strength is average, but his weapon is a little special. Come here, let's kill him together." Chapter 46:13. Too many demons had died in this place, and they could no longer stay here. No one knew when the third wave of demons would come. Lingshan and the others headed to another encampment. However, when they recalled the previous scene, they were still extremely shocked. One person and one sword had killed all the demons. Who was that great person in the Saint Spirit realm who did not want to reveal his name? The only regret was that this great person did not leave with them. It seemed that he was just passing by and helped them. Thinking of that omnipotent sword, Lingshan said solemnly, "That sword must be of a very high grade." That great person had only used a sword. Once the sword light pierced through the demons, they would die without exception. The old man at the side said, "The grade of the sword is indeed extraordinary, but there is no doubt about the great person's strength." Some people nodded, while others remained silent. Obviously, not everyone agreed with this statement. From the beginning to the end, that great person had been retreating. How could he show his strength? The only thing he could do was to keep retreating and dodging. Some people even guessed that if that great person did not have that weapon, his combat strength would only be in a very ordinary position among the 9-star saint spirits. However, that sword was really extraordinary. For a moment, everyone was very envious. If they had a weapon like that, wouldn't they be invincible? After killing all the demons and collecting their corpses, Zichen only asked a few questions and left. He returned to the Tianwu world and went to the Zichen palace to look for the palace spirit, Su. Zichen's visit surprised the palace spirit. She sized up Zichen and asked, "What's the matter? Do you have a clone technique here?" Zichen chose his words carefully. "It's a very powerful cloning technique." Palace spirit Su asked doubtfully, "What do you want this technique for? No matter how strong the clone technique is, it can't be stronger than the main body. Instead of studying useless clones, why don't you increase your own strength? In the face of absolute strength, everything else is in vain. I need this clone technique now." Its combat strength doesn't need to be stronger than the main body. It just needs to have a strong combat strength. Zichen briefly explained his thoughts. So that's how it is, there really is one, but it's a great test of soul power. Yes, you should have no problem. Hall Spirit Su thought of Zichen's current soul power rank. That was the purple soul from back then. Was there any power in this world that was stronger than the purple soul? Wait, I'll go look for it for you. After saying that, Hall Spirit Su's figure disappeared. Although the Hall of Zichen belonged to Zichen, Hall Spirit Su had her own secrets. Zichen was not completely ignorant of the things here. In addition, at his current level, Zichen was still unable to obtain all the authority. After a while, the Hall Spirit Su appeared again. Here you go. I really did find a pretty good spell technique. Zichen's eyes lit up. If even Hall Spirit Su said that it was a good item, then it shouldn't be bad. It was a sealed jade slip that had long been marked with ancient traces. Zichen took it. The seal on it was not strong, and he could easily break it with the power of thunder. In the next moment, a ray of light entered between Zichen's eyebrows. Holy Thunder Shadow. This was a doppelganger technique from the Holy Thunder clan. At a rough glance, it could be divided into countless doppelgangers. However, as the number of doppelgangers increased, the doppelgangers would gradually weaken. Zichen frowned slightly. Hall Spirit Su asked, "What, are you not satisfied? What you see now is only the surface. When you truly understand it, you will know how extraordinary it is." Zichen shook his head and said, "There's no problem with the technique, but it requires the power of the Holy Thunder. I used it to hide my identity. Wouldn't this be exposed?" Hall Spirit Su laughed disdainfully. "Aren't you overestimating yourself? In this world, there is only one Zichen who has the power of the Holy Thunder." Zichen said, "But right now, the Holy Thunder clan has a bad reputation. It should be easy for an outsider to guess." Hall Spirit Su said, "Don't be so smug. In this world, there are plenty of people who have the power of thunder but have not joined the Holy Thunder clan. Moreover, you are only using a doppelganger. How much power do you have? Who would think that you are?" Zichen thought about it. It seemed to be true. He stopped thinking about it, and began to carefully comprehend the Thunder Shadow doppelganger. At his level, as long as it was not some special technique, it was not difficult to comprehend it. For example, Zichen quickly mastered this doppelganger technique. The only difference was that the doppelganger he had just condensed was not very strong. It was much weaker than his body. However, Zichen did not care. After all, the purpose of his doppelganger's existence was to fight guerrilla warfare. A doppelganger was formed. Zichen looked at this doppelganger and estimated its battle prowess. It had about 1% of his battle prowess, and the energy around it was not very stable. After it appeared, it began to deplete. Once it was depleted, it would dissipate. Zichen took out a piece of Saint Crystal and handed it to the doppelganger. After the doppelganger picked up the Saint Crystal, its power gradually stabilized. It could stay in this world by refining the power of the Saint Crystal. This was its extraordinary ability. As long as it had power and did not suffer a destructive blow, it would exist forever. Zichen stretched out his hand. A light flowed out from his palm and condensed into a sharp spirit sword. "Go and join the team in Lingshan. From now on, you will advance and retreat with them." The doppelganger took the spirit sword, nodded, and said, "Yes." It was more like a subordinate. The next moment, Zichen disappeared with the doppelganger. Along the way, Zichen would occasionally put down a doppelganger that had changed its appearance and let the doppelganger take a part of the Saint Crystal and try to join the guerrilla teams. Zichen's main body never stayed in any place for too long. He wanted to spread the seeds of his doppelganger in every place where there might be resistance. Time passed year after year. Zichen walked through many worlds and put down many doppelganger. These doppelganger were both strong and weak. Some successfully joined the guerrilla teams, while others were accidentally killed by the demon race halfway. Zichen found guerrilla teams in many worlds, but he did not see any guerrilla teams on the route controlled by Mo Ijan. It was said that they existed a long time ago, but in recent years, these people had disappeared. Zichen knew the reason. Some of the guerrilla teams had been destroyed, but most of them had left. They went to other oppressive worlds to resist. This was because the places controlled by Moizhan were almost peaceful and everyone lived in peace. Here, there was no oppression and the demon race would even help maintain order. Once again, Zichen saw a spirit race transformed into a demon race cultivator who used his identity to bully the original spirit race cultivators. Soon, a real demon race cultivator came over, and after understanding the whole story, he directly slapped the other party twice and said, "Even our real demon race has to abide by the rules of this place, so who do you think you are?" The fake demon race cultivator was immediately stunned and cheered from all around. In these worlds, whether it was the demon race or the spirit race, everyone was equal. The only standard they had to follow was the original rules of this place. Zichen's main body moved forward in Moizhan's world and he had seen similar things happen more than once. This seemed to be the kind of world Moizhan wanted, and it had always been Moizhan's dream. The two races could live and die together, but Zichen knew that Moizhan's actions were actually to prepare for a future retreat. If the demon race kept winning, then there was naturally no need to talk about it. However, if they were defeated one day, all the retreating demon race cultivators might suffer the crazy revenge of the spirit race, but Moizhan's world would not. This was because he really treated the place he occupied as his own world. After fighting with the Holy Thunder Clan and occupying a few worlds, Moizhan did not continue fighting, and the two forces had a temporary peace. During this period, Moizhan naturally did not give up on his verbal attacks. In the area he controlled, he had always been slandering the Holy Thunder Clan, causing the Holy Thunder Clan's reputation to fall from the altar first among the few great forces. The battles in the spirit realm were still happening, but after a period of time, they deliberately stopped. It was unknown if they were waiting for something or if both sides needed to rest. 100 years quietly passed. Zichen had always been traveling around the spirit realm, and had never returned to the Sky Martial continent. However, he had paid attention to the news of the Sky Martial continent. It was still peaceful there, and no war had broken out. Ever since Zichen announced his withdrawal from the Holy Thunder Clan, he was no longer able to use many of the Holy Thunder Clan's intelligence systems. What he heard about the Holy Thunder Clan were mostly rumors. During this period of time, he kept leaving behind clones, and his clones were silently fighting against the demon race, making insignificant contributions to the spirit race. In the core region of the Holy Thunder Clan, there was a sudden change in space, and terrifying ripples surged out. This discovery caused Moizhan's expression to change, and he hurriedly sent a message. The first thing they guessed was that the demon race had secretly opened up a passage to kill their way to the core region of the Holy Thunder Clan. The news was quickly reported, and the city lord personally came out to investigate. When he arrived, he discovered that the holy sage Lady had actually arrived in advance. Other than him, the other holy sages had also arrived. The city lord was very puzzled. When the Holy Thunder Clan was attacked, none of you appeared. Why did the space in the core region change, and all of you appeared one by one? However, what truly shocked the city lord was Lei Jinka, who had not appeared for many years. He was the publicly acknowledged #1 person of the Holy Thunder Clan, and he had actually appeared at this time. Looking at the passageway, Lei Jinka's aged face was filled with intense excitement. After waiting for so many years, it has finally appeared. Chapter 46-14. In the Holy Thunder Clan, almost all the powerful Holy Venerables had arrived. There were still some who had not arrived, but they were watching silently. For all the Holy Venerables, this was a big deal. Lei Jinka was very excited, while the city lord was very shocked. What had happened? Was there a secret in the Holy Thunder Clan that he did not know? Lady glanced to the side. Li Haoqing was silent. Sensing Lady's gaze, the two looked at each other and did not speak. The spirit ancestor, and the lineage ancestor also looked at each other. The spirit ancestor's expression was calm, but the lineage ancestor's eyes flashed with disdain. "It's here! It's finally here!" Lei Junke was so excited that his body was trembling slightly. "After waiting for so many years, it's finally here!" His eyes were full of yearning. The city lord wanted to ask, but he did not find the time. At this moment, Lei Junke said, "Immediately gather the clan's elites and follow me to conquer the other world." This sentence was obviously directed to the city lord. The city lord immediately stepped forward and said, "Yes. It's just that, there's a small problem right now." "What problem?" Lei Junke turned his head. "The demon race has attacked the Holy Thunder clan. At present, they have placed some spies around us and have been stealing our intelligence," the city lord said. "Next, a part of our forces should be left here to fight against the demon race. This is not urgent. The main force will follow me first," Lei Junke said. "What's the second thing?" "Ziqin has announced that he has left the Holy Thunder clan. This time, he can't be conscripted." The city lord quickly said this. "Nonsense, this is simply nonsense." Lei Junke's eyes were filled with anger. "When did this happen?" "Not long ago." The city lord recounted the incident as quickly as he could. Lei Xing said, "He can't even see through a scheme and left just like that. Does he still have the Holy Thunder clan in his eyes? He doesn't even have a sense of belonging. What use does the Holy Thunder clan have for such a person? Don't feel sorry. It's his loss that he can't be conscripted." The city lord did not say a word. Lei Di and the others didn't say anything. Lei Junke said, "Since he has already left the Holy Thunder clan, he is no longer one of us. This time, we have excluded him from the recruitment. This is a great opportunity, so Ziqin can forget about getting a share of it." As he spoke, he glanced at Saint Venerable Lei Di and asked, "Do you have anything to add?" Saint Venerable Lei Di shook his head. Lei Junke nodded and said, "All right then. Get ready and follow me inside." Lei Di shook his head again. "I don't plan to go in this time." Lei Junke was startled. "What do you mean? Are you going to give up?" "I don't think it's meaningful. Instead of going to that place, why don't we stay in this world? Maybe we'll find something unexpected." After saying those words, Lei Di wholly exalted left. "There won't be any unexpected discoveries. Just follow me," Lei Junke said. "If you want to take a step forward, this is your only chance. Last time, you already missed an era. Do you want to miss it again this time? Will there still be such an opportunity in the next era?" Saint Venerable Lei Di didn't reply, but he didn't refuse again. Just as the Holy Thunder clan was experiencing a change, the same thing happened in the other clans. A passage from an unknown place appeared in the core area of the clans. Then, the Saint Venerable of the clans appeared, looking very excited. This was no longer a secret. Soon, all kinds of news spread out. Another world. This was the most commonly used word in the rumors. The general idea was that there was another strange world. It was said that there was an opportunity to become a Saint Venerable, including the light of spiritual energy that everyone in the Saint Spirit world was fighting for. This kind of passage didn't appear in every place. Only those big forces that were recognized by the heavens and earth could have such a place. When Jolina heard the news, she immediately went to find Ziqin and told him about it. Ziqin was very surprised. How could there be such a place in this world? The Holy Thunder clan's enlistment order has appeared. All the experts will enter. Jolina looked at Ziqin and asked, "Do you want to go?" Ziqin shook his head and said, "I'm no longer a member of the Holy Thunder clan. I'm not in the enlistment range. Besides, that place doesn't have much use for me." Ziqin was only one step away from becoming a Saint Venerable. When the time was right, he would naturally break through. He didn't need any additional opportunities. So, that place called Another World didn't have much meaning whether he went or not. The latest news says that a passage has appeared in the area controlled by Moizhan. It's under the control of the demon clan, said Jolina. Ziqin suddenly had a thought in his mind. Could the sudden invasion of the demon clan and the god clan have something to do with this? After all, that place was very important even to someone like Lei Jinka. Zichen received the news immediately. It was from the Tianwu star field. When the Jella family bought that star field, the relationship between the two sides didn't break. Instead, it became closer. Usually, when there was new news, they would immediately send it to him. Originally, they wanted to leave a way out for themselves after the war started. But now, it seemed that they couldn't wait for the war to start. The main force of the Holy Thunder clan was going to be transferred away. If the main force of the Demon clan left, they wouldn't have to worry too much. But if the main force of the Demon clan stayed, it would be a problem whether or not the main force of the Spirit clan could return in the future. The Jella family didn't have much information. They basically told Zichen everything they knew. If Zichen wanted to know more, he would have to go to the Holy Thunder clan and ask the Saint Venerables. But he couldn't enter that place at will. Even if he was Zichen, that corridor was still closed to him. Suddenly, Zichen thought of Chung Ho. He hadn't seen him for a long time. When it came to understanding the world, he believed that Chung Ho and the others were no worse than Lei Jinka. After Qiao Lina left, Zichen closed the door and disappeared in an instant. He came to the demon suppressing gate. Originally, this was the line of defense against the demon clan. Now, it was just a decoration. All the Saint Venerables had nothing to do. After Zichen arrived, this was the first time he saw a group of Saint Venerables gathered. There were 9 of them. They were all ancient Saint Venerables. When they saw Zichen, they all smiled and nodded. Chong Hao, who was talking to Han Nu, suddenly turned around and said in a strange tone, "Isn't this the great hero? Why do you have time to come here?" Frost Maiden glanced at Chung Ho. Her eyes were very cold. She walked forward, the frost on her face gradually melting. "Why are you here?" The Saint Venerables looked at Chung Ho strangely. There was a hint of mockery in their smiles. Frost Maiden treated Chung Ho and Zichen differently. "Some unforeseen events have happened in the Spirit clan. I want to know what is going on," Zichen asked. "Big Sister Frost Maiden, do you know?" "I don't know," Chung Ho muttered in a voice that only he could hear. "Brat, get lost. A different world, a legend." Frost Maiden pulled Zichen to sit under the lightning tree. "Legend has it that it is the place closest to the top. There are countless resources there. Not only can a Saint Spirit break through to Saint Venerables, but it can also make a Saint Venerable advance." Zichen was startled. He asked curiously, "What realm would a Saint Venerable advance be?" Frost Maiden said patiently, "I don't know. After all, it is just a legend. It might be the legendary realm. However, the former is true. A Saint Spirit does have a chance to become a Saint Venerable. Such an opportunity will appear once in every era of unrest. However, only a large faction recognized by this world can get such an opportunity." Frost Maiden's gentle face suddenly turned cold. Back then, Lei Jinka was determined to strengthen the Lightning clan. It was probably for this place. Both Frost Maiden and Chung Ho did not have a good impression of Lei Jinka. Zichen did not know the reason. Perhaps this was the reason? Zichen asked. "Then this time, will you go to the different world?" "Go my ass!" Chung Ho could no longer hold back. "Last time, we went to that place. After we returned, the Spirit clan was in complete chaos. Everyone went to search for opportunities. Who will protect this world?" Zichen did not understand. Frost Maiden explained. "Last time, the God race and demon race did not all enter. While the Spirit clan's main force was searching for treasures, they caught the Spirit clan off guard." Zichen nodded and replied, "Oh. He was only curious about that place, but he did not plan to enter. You have already left the Holy Thunder clan. This is a good thing. That Lei Jinka fellow is not very smart. It's better to have less contact with him," Chung Ho said again, but the resentment in his voice was very obvious. "This time, he did not ask you to go, so you don't have to go." Zichen did not ask why Chung Ho knew about this matter. It should be very easy for a holy venerate to know something. However, this also showed that everyone was still paying attention to Zichen. Did you encounter a problem in your cultivation? Frost Maiden suddenly asked. Zichen nodded and told her about Su Su's guess. Frost Maiden hesitated for a moment, as if she had something to say. Zichen waited for a moment, but did not hear anything else. The other Saint Sovereigns saw all of this with strange expressions. This kind of frigid lady was rare. In their eyes, frigid lady was as cold as ice, resolute and decisive. A single disagreement would lead to a life-and-death battle, so why would she hesitate? There are many legends about that place, but some of the legends are true. Frost Maiden no longer hesitated. Perhaps when you reach that place, you might be able to become a holy venerate. Also, rumor has it that the coordinates that Zichen found back then were found in that world. Leizhenka is determined to go there. Other than his desire for greater power, it is also very likely that it is because of those coordinates. There were many rumors about holy venerate Zichen obtaining the coordinates, but no one knew which one was true. Chungho said. That is not the only rumor. There are also rumors that Zichen has gone there more than once. It is said that he went there once a long time ago, and that time, he brought out 2 children. Children? Zichen was stunned when he heard this. Chapter 46:15. Zichen understood what the Ice Maiden meant. She wanted him to go to the alternate world to take a look. Perhaps he might be able to break through. Of course, the Ice Maiden's expression was still hesitant. This meant that even if he went to that place, he might not be able to break through. But why did she still mention this? Could it be that the probability of breaking through was very high? However, Zichen had obviously not been recruited by the Holy Thunder Clan. The Holy Thunder Clan probably did not allow him to enter. The matter of entering the alternate world was still in the preparation stage. Zichen was not in a hurry at the moment. He would first find out some information about this. Currently, in the Holy Thunder Clan, the only place he could ask for information was the Jella clan. If he wanted to contact Grace, he could only rely on this clan. As more information about the alternate world spread, many people knew that Zichen had not been recruited. For a moment, many people felt regretful. This was because once Zichen became a sacred venerate, he would be much more useful than most of the sacred venerates in this world. Some people felt regretful, while others were gloating. In particular, those forces who had some conflicts with Zichen did not hesitate to add fuel to the fire at this time. See, this is called being useless. If the Holy Thunder Clan is really handed over to such a person in the future, the Holy Thunder Clan will be finished. What happened last time was a test. It was Zichen who didn't complete the test. Those who ascend to the throne must accept the test and endure the tribulation. Otherwise, how can they be useful in the future? Zichen courted death. Because of a small tribulation, he took the initiative to give up the control of the Holy Thunder Clan in the future. It's considered a failure of the test. Not only did he lose control, but he also lost the right to go to the alternate world to search for treasures. It's like saving Sesame and losing a world. No one knew when it started, but a lot of rumors started spreading from the Holy Thunder Clan, and they were getting more and more intense. Many people could not understand this. Zichen had indeed done some things for the spirit realm, but under his great reputation, he had done more things for the Holy Thunder Clan. For example, in the Immortal Domain, Zichen had represented the Holy Thunder Clan. They had completely dominated the Immortal Domain, and they had even occupied a soul crystal mine. As a result, the number of sacred symbol masters in the Holy Thunder Clan had increased significantly in the years to come. It was the same in the Lost World. Zichen represented the Holy Thunder Clan and dominated the Lost World. But even so, the Holy Thunder Clan never stopped criticizing Zichen. Only an idiot would be willing to take over such a Holy Thunder Clan. All of them are so shameless. They even mock Lord Zichen. How laughable. Among the several great forces, the Holy Thunder Clan is the only one who played a good hand. First, they expelled Zichen, and then they said such laughable things. Fortunately, Lord Zichen left. If he still stayed in the Holy Thunder Clan, he would have to clean up their mess again. Maybe even if he wiped out his own team, those idiots would not appreciate it. Exactly. When it comes to fighting for resources, each one of them is more ruthless and decisive than the other. However, when it comes to the demon race, each and every one of them is terrified. The best proof is that those cowards who are fighting for the spiritual light are not coming out now. These were the retorts of the spirit race who felt injustice for Zichen, and they were not any weaker than the voices of the Holy Thunder Clan. Even in the areas occupied by the demon race, many people were speaking up for Zichen. In the entire Saint Spirit realm, the Holy Thunder Clan had long lost the hearts of the people. Smearing Zichen now would only make them a laughingstock. The teleportation formation lit up, and Lei Wuxuang appeared in Tianwu world. She was a little surprised to see that the world was more prosperous than before after the disaster, but she was more gratified. She went to Zichen's residence. No one stopped her, but many people's eyes followed Lei Wuxuang. Even though she had deliberately concealed her appearance, her extraordinary temperament still possessed a unique attractiveness. The door opened by itself, and Zichen's voice came from the room. "Why are you here?" "I'm here to tell you some information." Lei Wuxuang walked in and sat opposite Zichen. She took the initiative to take a cup of tea. "What information?" Zichen raised his head and looked at Lei Wuxuang. "About the other world. Haven't you always wanted to know?" Lei Wuxuang put down the teacup. "This time, the main force of the Holy Thunder Clan will go in, including many of their core members. You can think of this as an all-out effort." Zichen's expression couldn't help but change. "If the core members are gone, what will happen here? It's said that the core members of the demon race will also leave. What if they don't leave? Then wouldn't the Holy Thunder Clan be in trouble?" Lei Wuxuang glanced at Zichen. "Even if they don't leave, it has nothing to do with us. That's something the higher-ups should consider. Our duty is only to follow orders." Zichen sat down and said somewhat dispiritedly, "So, the higher-ups don't care about the life and death of these people? Aren't you the same? Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood aside and watched. Although you didn't do anything wrong, you witnessed their deaths." Lei Wuxuang said faintly. "Don't mind it. I don't mean to blame you. In this matter, no one can blame you, and no one has the right to blame you. Living in this world, our individual abilities are ultimately limited, so we just have to do what we can. Why do we have to worry for nothing?" Zichen nodded and didn't say anything more. Lei Wuxuang's words made sense. It's said that the other world is very different from ours. Even in terms of power, it will be suppressed to a certain extent. However, no one knows what it's like inside. Lei Wuxuang leaned forward and touched the table intimately. The spectacular scene in front of her was distorted because of the pressure. Her tone was serious, which was rare. It's very dangerous to enter this time, but it's also accompanied by great opportunities. That's for sure. Even if those in the know deliberately block the news, there are still many people who see the hope of rising up. Zichen's gaze shifted slightly, trying not to let her misunderstand. Everyone hopes that you can enter, because the next time, the situation of this world may change because of this. Your current battle strength is not bad, but you're still not a sacred master. Moreover, according to some news, even a sacred master may not be the strongest in that place. It's very likely that there will be existences that surpass the sacred master's battle strength. Lei Wuxuang's body moved away from the table and leaned back. Zichen's vision also returned to normal. She stretched out her slender finger and pointed at the sky. "Someone said that there's a path up there." Zichen's expression was relatively calm. This was because he already knew some information about the other world from the Frost Lady. The path up there was only a legend. The Holy Thunder Clan won't recruit you this time, so if you want to enter, you'd better think of a way to enter from another entrance. I believe that people like you will be welcomed anywhere except the Holy Thunder Clan. With that, Lei Wuxuang stood up and walked out. "You're leaving? Don't you want to eat?" Zichen was slightly startled. There's no point in eating with an unromantic person like you. Lei Wuxiang went back. Zichen fell into deep thought. First, it was the Frost Lady, then it was Lei Wuxiang. Both of them wanted him to go to the other world. Hall Spirit Su Zichen had also asked her. Her attitude was very clear. If he wanted to go, he would go. If he didn't want to go, he wouldn't go. Zichen, who didn't have any thoughts about that place, had to carefully consider it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zichen's mind. All the main forces of the clan had left. The Holy Thunder clan had made plans to go all out. What about the other major forces? If all the main forces went to the other world, did that mean that Zichen's friends would also go? The monk, the demon ape, Su Mengyao, and the others would all go? Zichen's expression changed. There was obviously a great danger there. Zichen, who was originally hesitant, immediately made up his mind. However, a new problem had arisen. Where would Zichen enter from? He didn't want to expose the fact that he had left to prevent the demons from taking the opportunity to invade. If he used the channels of those major forces, Zichen's identity would definitely be exposed. Perhaps someone with ulterior motives would use this matter to make trouble for the Tianwu world. Should he look for Mo Yizhan and use the channels of the demons? This would work, but who could guarantee that the holy sages of the demons wouldn't suddenly kill him? He couldn't go to Lei Di either. The Holy Thunder clan had too many informants. It was impossible to truly keep it a secret. Just as Zichen was worrying about this matter, another piece of news came out. This time, other than Lei Jing, the other holy sages of the Holy Thunder clan would enter the other world. The Holy Thunder clan would be temporarily handed over to Lei Jing to manage. This news was very unfavorable for Zichen. Lei Jing had an almost irreconcilable grudge with him. Many disgusting things behind his back were almost all done by Lei Jing family. If Lei Jing stayed this time, he might go all out to suppress Zichen's Tianwu world. This was really a huge problem. He had to go to the other world, and he had to be even more careful, the kind that no one would be able to detect. Thus, Zichen made another trip to the demon-suppressing sect. In any case, if there were any difficulties, Zichen would go and find Chung Ho and the others. Compared to him, these holy sages were naturally much more resourceful. Zichen directly explained the purpose of his visit. He had to be careful, safe, and not let anyone know. Chung Ho mocked. You're thinking too lightly. Do you have such a place? Come find one for me. I want to take a look too, the Lady of Frost said. Then you can enter from here. Zichen's expression changed as he looked at the Lady of Frost. Although there are only a few of us here, we can be considered a force, so the heavens and earth have acknowledged us. The Lady of Frost pointed behind her. The thunder tree behind her swayed, and as specks of light fell, a hidden passage appeared. Chung Ho muttered something that no one could hear. Zichen's eyes lit up. The most troublesome matter had been resolved. If he entered from here, no one would be able to detect him. After returning to the Tianwu world, Zichen began to make preparations. However, before he left, he had to settle the entire Tianwu world. Chapter 46:16. In the Tianwu continent, all authority had to be handed over to Zhou Lina, so after returning, Zichen told Zhou Lina about this matter. Because he was worried that the news would be leaked, Zichen did not take the initiative to look for Zhou Lina. Instead, he waited for her to report some information before telling Zichen about this matter. During this time, he did not forget to isolate an independent space. Zhou Lina listened quietly. In front of Zichen, she was always like a listener and would not interrupt Zichen. After Zichen finished speaking, she gave a certain opinion. What do you think? In the end, Zichen still said the same thing. Zhou Lina smiled and said, Do what you want to do. This world has me, Jono, and the others. Nothing can go wrong. Zhou Lina knew that Zichen had to go because there were many people he cared about and also cared about his companions. Perhaps those people had the right to choose not to go, but considering that Zichen might be there, they all went in one by one. I will explain this matter to Jono and the others. When necessary, you can take over all the military authority of the Holy Thunder Clan. Zichen thought about it and said, I don't plan to tell Tasha. It's not that I don't trust her, but the fewer people who know about this, the better. In addition, I will also leave a doppelganger that will appear once or twice from time to prevent people with bad intentions from guessing my whereabouts. Zichen was very thoughtful and had thought of all the details. Chilina only needed to check a little. After explaining everything, Jolina left as usual. Zichen's soul power directly connected to the laws of heaven and earth and connected to the three kings underground to inform them of this matter. Of course, he did not forget to tell the little fairy in the Thunder Spirit world. It was not curious about the other world. The Thunder Spirit world was developing with all its strength and completely treated that place as its home. After that, Zichen created another doppelganger that left the Tianwu world and went directly to the Devil Race's territory. Right now, the biggest threat to him was Moe Dong's troops. As long as these demons didn't attack his world, then no matter how Lei Jing wanted to target the Holy Thunder Clan in the future, he wouldn't be able to personally lead the spirit race to attack his world. Zichen walked around, but he didn't find the information he was looking for. After all, he was only one person at the moment, and he didn't have any forces to mobilize. He was only using his eyes, so he couldn't even see the faces of the three leaders. Thus, Zichen's clone went back again. This time, it was Zichen who left the Tianwu world. As soon as he arrived in the Tianwu starfield, he caused a huge commotion. After all, he was the famous Zichen, who was rarely seen. When the person in charge of this starfield heard about this, he immediately appeared and prepared to personally welcome Zichen, but Zichen had already left. It was still the same area controlled by the Devil Race, but unlike the previous doppelganger, Zichen who came here received a lot of attention. Moe Dong, thank you so much this time. Mo Yen Danzwa raised his wine cup and burped. His cheeks were red from drinking. Mod quickly stood up, raised his wine cup, and said, If it weren't for you, us two brothers wouldn't have such an opportunity. Thank you. You're welcome. Moe Dong was about to stand up. No need. You sit, the two of us will stand. Mod lowered the wine bowl and said, This is what you deserve. Let's drink first. The two of them stood and drank the wine. Moe Dong smiled and finished it in one gulp. This time, a passage had appeared in the area controlled by the three of them. This could be considered as heaven and earth recognizing their power. It was also because of this that the three of them were given more quotas, so that not only could the three of them enter to search for opportunities, but they could also bring their own capable subordinates. Many of the leaders who came to explore the wasteland like them didn't have this opportunity. Moe Dong could already predict what would happen next. There would definitely be many leaders who would come to ask for quotas in various ways. After Mo Yen Dans was sat down, he said, Say, if we leave, will the Holy Thunder Clan take the opportunity to make things difficult for us? Don't worry, they don't have that much ability to act. People die in war, and no one is willing to die now. Moreover, this time, the main force of the Holy Thunder Clan will definitely enter the other world. The ones who should be worried are not us, but them. Moe Dong said confidently. Mod said, Then what about Zichen? That guy likes to meddle in other people's business. He might take the opportunity to attack us. When he mentioned Zichen, the smile on Moe Dong's face disappeared. This was indeed a problem. Moreover, he already knew that the Holy Thunder Clan didn't recruit Zichen. Once they left, Zichen might really attack them. They had already experienced Zichen's methods. Without the support of a Holy Venerable, however many demons there were, they would all die. Moe Dong fell silent. The lively atmosphere at the table was gone. Mo Yen Dans was slammed the table heavily. How can there be such a meddlesome guy in this world? It's really King strange. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Reporting to my lord, Zichen suddenly came to our territory and is wandering around the city. Zichen? The three of them were shocked. Why was that guy here? The three of them looked at each other in confusion. Is he alone? MOD asked. Yes. A hint of killing intent suddenly appeared in MOD's eyes. This might be an opportunity for us. Mo Yen Danzwa nodded. Zichen had run out by himself, he was simply tired of living. Did he really think that they didn't have the ability to kill him? Mo Dong shook his head and said, We can't be rash about this. Let's go take a look first. When he walked out of the room, a confident smile appeared on Mo Dong's face once again. It was unknown if he had thought of something. Zichen was walking on the main street, and there were many people gathered around him. They were all looking at the number one person in the world at a close distance. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, but there was also reverence. There was some commotion in front of them, and the crowd immediately dispersed. With the group of demons leading the way, the three leaders arrived. Zichen stopped and looked at the three of them quietly. When the three of them approached, Zichen said, You dare to block my way, are you courting death? Zichen, don't be so arrogant here. This is our territory. Mo Yen Danzwa shouted. Do you believe that we won't kill you right now? Mo waved her hand, indicating that Mo Yen didn't need to fight. She looked at Zichen and said, Zichen, why didn't you stay in the martial world? Why did you come here? I came to see how you guys are doing. You reek of alcohol in broad daylight. It seems like you guys are living a very carefree life. Zichen smiled faintly. You're still so carefree in our spirit clan's territory. I wonder if you guys will continue to be carefree after my people come. The expressions of the three changed. Many people's eyes lit up. Was Zichen planning to attack the demon clan? It's boring for you to joke like this, Mo said with a trembling voice. Originally, I wanted to treat you to a drink. As for why you're here, I've already guessed it. Oh? Tell me about it. Zichen looked at Lucian from back then. I'm sure you've heard about the news of the other world. There are a lot of resources there. It's not impossible to become a holy master. Everyone's attention should be on the other world. Not only us, but your spirit clan and the god clan's future attention is also on that place. Mo said with a smile. This is an extremely good thing in itself. Unfortunately, because you've already left the Holy Thunder clan, you won't have the chance to search for treasures and opportunities. This matter had always been a rumor. Although many people knew about it, it was still not the truth. Mo had placed the truth in front of his eyes. Zichen said, Actually, you shouldn't feel regretful. You should feel lucky. If I was still in the Holy Thunder clan, you wouldn't be here. It would be even more impossible for you to drink in this place. This sentence was undoubtedly Zichen admitting that he had not been drafted. Many people were muttering that the Holy Thunder clan was really petty. Mo clapped his hands and said, That's right, that's what I thought too. So I plan to treat you to a drink and then give you a spot. What do you think? Are you that good? Zichen sneered. Of course there are conditions. Mo said. I heard that you have a lot of thunder leave. Since you're no longer in the Holy Thunder clan, it's useless to have thunder leave. Take out 200 thunder leave and I'll give you a spot. Zichen looked at Mo as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you know the value of thunder leave? The others also had strange looks in their eyes. This Mo really dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. The thunder leaves were auctioned off piece by piece, and each piece was sold at a sky-high price. She had asked for 200 pieces in one go. Even the Sacred Thunder Tribe might not be able to take out that many. Of course I know. It's comparable to a supreme treasure. The price is not cheap, but what's the use of that? You can't go back anymore. That thing is useless in your hands. Mo said. It's worth it to use useless trash to exchange for a chance to become a saint. Zichen said. Not to mention exchanging it for something. Even if you give me a spot for free, I won't go. I'm here today to remind you that the demon clan won't be chased away as soon as you leave. Mo's trembling eyes gradually turned cold. Are you threatening me? Of course. Zichen said. Can't you tell? With that, Zichen turned and left. A hint of killing intent appeared in Mo's trembling eyes, Do you think you can leave? Zichen turned around and glanced at Moe. Why don't you send me off? Moe trembled in anger. I want you to kill you, and I still want to send you off? Mod and Mo Yan's eyes were also filled with boundless killing intent. Unfortunately, even after Zichen left, they did not dare to make a move. Or rather, the hidden saint did not dare to make a move. Chapter 46:17. The two of them seemed to have a great tacit understanding. After Zichen left, Moe also felt relieved. He guessed that Zichen would also go in. He just didn't know which passage he was going to take. This is a bit troublesome, Mod said worriedly. Zichen is obviously trying to restrain us. He doesn't want us to look for opportunities. His thoughts are too evil. Mo Yan Danzwa nodded. Actually, we should take a gamble. Maybe we can kill him on the spot and the threat will be gone. Mo was silent, thinking about something. After a while, Mod asked, Mo, what should we do now? Mo came back to his senses. Let's wait and see. Anyway, the passage is still unstable. There's no rush to leave. Then what about Zichen? It's indeed a problem, but it's also possible that he's just probing and doesn't really want to attack. After all, last time when the Holy Thunder Clan asked him to send troops, he didn't even move. The chances of him attacking us are very small. Mo smiled coldly and said, It's also possible that it's just as I guessed. He came this time just to ask for a slot. Unfortunately, the two sides didn't come to an agreement. This was just Mo's guess, so he naturally couldn't take it seriously. However, it made the two of them feel relieved. No matter what, they had to go to the other world. This was because this opportunity was very rare. Even territory pioneers like them might not have the qualifications to go there. Those who would go in would be the true main force of the demon race. They were the main force that had never come to this spirit world before. They were the true core strength of the demon race. Before coming, Mo didn't know about the other world. Even many Saint Venerables didn't know about it. However, with the appearance of the other world, Mo understood why no one agreed when he asked those half-step Saint Venerables who had obtained the demon god's inheritance to come. These people should be used where they were really useful. When they returned to their residence, the drinking party had already ended. After Zichen's arrival, the three of them were no longer in the mood to continue drinking. Next, there was a big problem that needed to be discussed and considered. The three of us have a total of 100 slots. Next, we have to think about how to arrange these slots, Mo said with a trembling voice. He was no longer worried about Zichen, so it was naturally time to think about the slots. The two of us will take 30 each, and the other 40 will be for you. If you think it's not possible, we'll discuss it again, Mo Yan said. He and Mod had discussed this a long time ago. In the past, the two of them didn't get along because of Mo. Because of their common interests, the two of them walked together. Now, they were getting along quite well. Mo shook her head and said, You don't understand what I mean. What I mean is, are you really going to bring your trusted aides in? What else? The two of them looked at Mo in confusion. The quota was theirs. Who else would they bring if not their trusted subordinates? That place is very mysterious. Until now, no one has been able to clearly explain what kind of place it is. But look at what kind of people have entered our clan, Mo said with a trembling voice. If it's not the royal family, then it's the imperial family. Just based on the few dozen people we brought, can we be sure that we'll get something? Mod said. But our chances are a little higher. You said it yourself, it's just a matter of probability. What if we don't get anything after entering? Mo asked. It can't be. The expressions of the two changed. There is nothing absolute in this world, Mo said. Right now, rather than fighting for a slim chance, we might as well maximize our own benefits before we enter. You mean to say sell those spots? Mo Yen Danzwa immediately understood what Mo meant. There should be a lot of people who will have their eyes on our spots. Rather than offending them, we might as well open up the spots and let those who have the ability to obtain them. As for us, we just need to bring a few trusted aides. Moe smiled and said, "This way, even if we don't get anything after entering, our gains outside will be enough to make up for our losses this time." The two of them pondered and nodded. That was indeed what they meant. There were many people who did not obtain a spot this time, and many of them were even the children of the Saint Sovereign. Thus, the spots in the hands of Moe and the other two were extremely precious. The ownership of the spots was also a problem that needed to be carefully considered. The demon clan was like this, and so were the various forces of the spirit world. Who should be allowed to enter, and who should not be allowed to enter were all being discussed. Just as Moe had said, the spirit world had once again welcomed peace. All the forces were fighting for the spots and no longer had the time to fight. Zichen had already made his preparations. Now, all he had to do was wait for the various forces to enter. However, before that, he needed to properly condense a clone. At the very least, it couldn't be weak in terms of battle prowess, in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Lightning surged around Zichen's body, and like a real stream of water converging in front of him, it gradually turned into a human figure. The figure's appearance gradually became clearer, and countless dazzling lightning bolts blossomed around his body. Finally, the clone was formed. This was the strongest clone that Zichen had condensed. It consumed a lot of his energy, and his face was somewhat pale. Familiarize yourself with your own power first. This world will depend on you from now on. Zichen looked at the clone and said. The clone nodded, then sat down cross-legged and comprehended its own power. This was a pure lightning clone, and it was also the most powerful one. In the future, it would be overseeing the Tianwu world. After leaving behind a clone, Zichen came to the demon-suppressing gate. Next, he quietly waited for the passage to stabilize before entering. Ever since the Han Nu made the passage appear last time, the other Saint Venerables had no intention of hiding anymore. When Zichen came over, Chung Ho was drinking with two Saint Venerables. When he saw Zichen appear, he curled his lips and said, "You're too enthusiastic." Zichen came to Chung Ho's side and said, "I'm here to ask what's going on in the other world." "TSK." Chung Ho pretended not to hear anything and clinked glasses with the two people opposite him. Zichen took out a few jars of wine and placed them aside. "There's no harm in knowing a little in advance, right?" Chung Ho still ignored Zichen. The Saint Venerable beside him seemed to be unable to stand it anymore. He took the wine and said with a smile, "Actually, there's more than one place in the other world." "What?" Zichen's expression changed slightly. "The other world is not a place, but a general term," the Saint Venerable said. The Saint Venerable said, "Just like the spirit realm and the devil realm, can you tell me more about these two places? It can be said that there's everything, but it can also be said that there's nothing. For example, if you come to a dilapidated planet in the spirit world, everything is lonely and there's nothing. However, if you're teleported to the Tianwu world, it's different. It's a very good place for cultivation. There are also cultivation resources and many people there." "So, you don't know what's behind the passage?" Zichen asked in surprise. "No one really knows. If they really know, the secret of the other world will be solved." The Saint Venerable continued. "That other world is too mysterious. It only opens during the age of turmoil. After entering, you'll encounter many problems. Maybe it's the suppression of heaven and earth, or the suppression of power, or the rejection of rules. There are all kinds of strange things." Zichen nodded. Then, he looked up at Chung Ho, who was looking at him mockingly. Zichen said unhappily, "You don't know anything. Why are you pretending to be profound?" Chung Ho said sarcastically, "I don't need to know what's in the other world. As long as I try my best to adapt after entering, there's a high chance that I'll survive. Then, when I come out, there's a high chance that I'll break through to the Saint Venerable level. It's enough to know that. As for the rest, it's all nonsense." Chung Ho looked at Zichen and said, "You're still too inexperienced. You always want to know everything. If you could figure it out, the other world would not be a secret. Let's not talk about the other world. Have you found the secret of the place where you found the light of spiritual power last time? It's better to know some potential dangers in advance. It's better to be prepared, Zichen said unhappily. That's called worrying about nothing. Chung Ho waved his hand. Go, go, go. Go to the side and play. Don't disturb us from drinking. The temperature in the surroundings suddenly plummeted. A chill permeated from not far away. Zhong Hao said calmly. But what you said makes some sense. Isn't there a saying that goes, what's that? Know yourself and know your enemy and you won't be defeated in 100 battles, right? Good luck, I think highly of you. Han Nu walked over from afar. She swept a glance at the three of them. The three of them immediately kept quiet out of fear. Anything can happen after you enter. You might even turn into an ordinary person, Han Nu said. Ordinary person? Zichen's expression changed. He thought back to the trip to the Holy Talisman realm. When he fell into the Card Tower world, he mysteriously lost all his strength. After that, Zichen asked the others about it. None of them had encountered such a situation before. There's a possibility, but it's not absolute. Han Nu couldn't be bothered to look at the three of them. She pulled Zichen to the side and said, If such a situation happens, it might not be a bad thing. Back then, that person said that there's a huge secret in the alternate world. According to the standards of this world, it seems to be one level higher than the spirit world. If you can obtain the recognition of your strength there, the benefits when you come out will naturally be great. That person was also called Zichen. Zichen had a deep understanding of this point. Back then, he obtained strength in the Card Tower world and his soul energy increased in the Holy Talisman realm. After returning to the Sky Martial continent, he reached his current cultivation realm without any bottlenecks. It was just that Zichen's combat strength was too strong, and he concealed his powerful soul energy. Otherwise, Zichen would be the only 9-star Holy Talisman master in the world. He would definitely cause a huge commotion. Han Nu told Zichen everything she knew. For example, there might be some special situations. But ultimately, the goal was to strengthen oneself. As time flowed by, the passageway gradually stabilized. The people from the various major powers were also done with their preparations. It was the same for Zichen. Chapter 46:18. In the Holy Thunder Clan, everyone was ready, including all the core members. While the others were worrying about the quota, the core members were ordered to participate. All the core members who had gone out had returned. Regardless of their realm, they had to enter. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the core members because they didn't have to worry about not having enough quota. All the Saint Venerables were also ready. Previously, Saint Venerable Lady didn't intend to enter, but he changed his mind in the end. The spiritual and pulse ancestors were also at the front. These two most active ancestors of the Holy Thunder Clan were also going in this time. Before entering, Lei Junke went to the Tree of Lightning. Looking at the tree, he said worriedly, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous this time. The Tree of Lightning swayed gently, and 3 rays of light flew out from above and fell toward Lei Junke. This was the seed of lightning. It was about the size of a cherry, and countless lightning snakes were swimming on its surface. Lei Junke nodded gently in thanks, and disappeared in a flash. When Lei Junke reappeared, the spiritual and pulse ancestors glanced at each other, as if they had guessed what he was going to do. The pulse ancestor snorted with a disdainful expression. The first person is afraid of death. Lei Junke didn't seem to notice the change in the pulse ancestor's expression. He glanced at the crowd and said, No one knows what dangers will happen in this trip to the strange world. Everyone must be careful. Lei Junke waved his hand. Now go in! The teams entered one by one. In other places with passageways, this scene was also playing out. One after another, the elites entered. In the Holy Moon Clan, Shangguanyu and Mingyu stood side by side. They were already 9-star saint spirits, and their auras were somewhat similar. A hazy moonlight power shrouded their delicate bodies. At the front was the Holy Moon Lord and many Saint Venerables in the clan. This time, they had also sent out their main force. The moonlight power shone, and everyone began to enter one after another. As a major force, the Holy Star clan was naturally not weak. All the experts had arrived and were ready to enter. All the Saint Venerables could sense when the passageway would stabilize. Therefore, the time when the major forces entered was almost the same. The Holy Glory Tribe, the Five Elements Aristocratic Family, the Holy Devil Region, the Buddhist Region, and other colossal forces began to move. The Devil Race and the God Race were also on the move. On the Devil Race's side, countless black-robed people quietly came to the spirit realm, and then quietly came to the area where the passageway was. They were the core force of the demon race, and also the strongest force. They had never appeared in this world before. Some of them had appeared in the ruins of the demon god, but they did not encounter Zichen at that time. The few half-steps sacred venerables with demon god power had also come. They had not made a breakthrough yet. This time, they came to this strange world to break through to sacred venerables. Mo-Ijin stayed at the very back. Beside him, other than the two original leaders, there was also Mo-En. It was because of Mo-En that Mo-Ijin was able to obtain the Mo surname, allowing his future path to be so smooth. At this moment, the two of them were holding hands. Mo-En was obviously very nervous. This time, Mo did not bring any of her trusted subordinates. She exchanged all of her slots for resources and contribution points. If she could come back alive this time, even if she did not obtain anything, she would not suffer a loss. Mo-Yen Shanzwa and Mod, who had originally planned to bring their trusted subordinates, changed their minds at the last minute. They each brought 2 half-step sacred venerables in as guards. Not far from them, there were other people standing there. They were all commander-level existences who had bought slots from the 3 of them. Mo-Ijin looked at everyone and nodded at them. This transaction not only allowed her to make a profit, but it also gave her a good relationship with others. Among these people, even if only 1 or 2 could successfully break through to sacred venerables, it would be an unexpected gain for her. "Will this world be fine?" Mo-Yen asked softly. "Don't worry. I have made sufficient arrangements. There will be no problems." Mo-Ijin also deliberately lowered her voice. "Zichen. I believe he doesn't have the guts." Mo-Ijin seemed very confident, and this confidence also encouraged the 2 people beside her. Mod said, "Sister, don't worry. If Zichen has the guts to attack us, we will not attack the Holy Thunder clan. Mo-Ijin's ability to calculate, not even 10 Zichens can compare to her." Mo-Yen nodded, and her expression relaxed a little. At this moment, the demons in front had already begun to enter the passage. A portion of the sacred venerables entered first to open the path, followed by a portion of the half-steps sacred venerables. The others would enter in the 3rd stage, and in the end, it would be the half-steps sacred venerables and sacred venerables who would close the path. Just as the forces of the entire world began to enter, Zichen also stood up and prepared to enter. These ancient sacred venerables all looked at Zichen and gave him an encouraging look. Zichen did not understand. This was a place that everyone in the spirit realm wanted to go. Why did these sacred venerables not enter? After all, there were many spots, and this world did not need them to take care of it. Like a big sister, Han Nu tidied Zichen's clothes and repeatedly reminded him of some things that he needed to be careful of. Different people have different lives. Lu Shanao glanced at Chung Ho with a mocking smile. Chung Ho unhappily snorted. At this moment, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Chung Ho's expression changed, and he subconsciously wanted to take 2 steps back. It was just a snort, could there be a problem? In the next moment, he discovered that Han Nu's gaze was on the lightning tree. So it was not him. After Chung Ho calmed down, he found that everyone was looking at him with mocking expressions. However, this time, he did not dare to snort because he did not want Han Nu to be angry at him. "Don't you have any eyesight?" Han Nu's voice was very cold, and so was her gaze. The others looked at the lightning tree with sympathy. This fellow had great enmity towards Zichen. Whether it was the one from back then or the one now, it was impossible for it to willingly bleed. It seemed that no one could withstand the pressure of Han Nu's gaze. The lightning tree began to sway, and a ball of light fell from the sky. This ball of light was like a lightning seed. It was the size of a walnut, and flew towards Zichen. Zichen was very surprised. He did not expect to obtain something good. He knew that this was a life-saving treasure. Just as Zichen caught it, Han Nu said, Did this mean that there was only one? The lightning tree could only sway again, and the second ball of light fell. As if dissatisfied with the lightning tree's stinginess, Han Nu's surrounding chill became even stronger. Then, the lightning tree continued to sway, and the third ball of light fell. The 3 balls of light were exactly the same. Lightning shot out in all directions, and they were of the same size. Han Nu did not seem satisfied. She gently raised her hand, and a cold current appeared in her palm. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and the boundless chill invaded the surroundings, condensing the air into frost. Shwa! The lightning tree began to sway, and specks of light appeared. One after another, balls of light appeared. This time, there were a total of 15 balls. However, compared to the walnut-sized balls of light from before, these 15 balls of light were clearly much smaller. They were the size of cherries. However, Zichen was satisfied and put them all away. The surrounding chill disappeared, and Han Nu turned to look at Zichen. She instructed again. I'll say the same thing again. You must be very, very careful. Zichen nodded solemnly. Okay, you can go now. Zichen cupped his fists towards everyone, and then towards the lightning tree. Then, Zichen turned and entered the passage. Chung Ho's lips curled into a smile. This fellow's performance was very good, but in front of the stingy lightning tree, this behavior might be seen as showing off. Therefore, his following days would not be easy. This was because Chung Ho had noticed that before Zichen entered, the lightning tree flashed. Chung Ho's understanding of this ancient existence was only its temper. Apart from that, he did not know much about it. However, he also knew that the place Zichen went to should be very interesting. What are you laughing at? At this moment, Han Nu's voice suddenly sounded. Why aren't you going in? Ah? Chung Ho was stunned, and the smile on his face froze. Can't you see that Zichen has already gone in? Why are you still standing here like a fool? Why aren't you going in? Han Nu said again. Why me? Chung Ho looked to the side. There were several people here. Lu Sha now smiled and said, Isn't that simple? You have thick skin. Even if there is danger, you can take a beating. Among us, you are the most suitable. You want me to be Zichen's fighter? Chung Ho protested. No, I'm not going. Han Nu said. You're not going? It was rare for Chung Ho to be stubborn. I'm not going to be a fighter. I'm a Saint Venerable, and I'm going to be a fighter for a mere Holy Spirit. I'm not going, I won't go even if I die. Han Nu sighed and said in a rare gentle tone. You're wrong. We don't have any intention of asking you to be a fighter. Chung Ho was overjoyed. He thought that as long as Han Nu said a few more gentle words, he would give her face. Unexpectedly, Han Nu continued, I want you to be Zichen's meat shield. The other Saint Venerables could no longer hold it in and burst into laughter. Chung Ho was stunned once again. He wanted to cry but had no tears. A meat shield was even worse than a fighter. Are you going or not? Han Nu stared at Chung Ho. I'll go. Chung Ho could feel Han Nu's anger that was about to erupt, and said, So what if I'm a meat shield? It's still better than being a fighter. If you want me to be a fighter, I won't do it even if I die. After saying that, Chung Ho immediately ran in. He could vaguely feel an ice dragon rushing up behind him. After Zichen entered the strange world, all the clones condensed by Zichen in the Tianwu world and other areas occupied by the demon race were suddenly stunned. Then, they looked up at the sky at the same time. At that moment, they all lost their perception of their main bodies. In other words, everyone was free. They had become real existences and were no longer controlled by any power. They had independent thoughts and the power to act arbitrarily. Chapter 46:19. Zichen entered the spatial passage and arrived in a different world. He felt as if he was standing on solid ground. He was full of vigilance and curiosity as he looked around. This was a grassland. The height of the grass barely reached his ankles. He could see the end of it at a glance. There was no danger. Sensing his body, there was nothing abnormal. Not bad, Zichen thought to himself. At this moment, a pressure suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. This pressure instantly attacked like a storm and fell on Zichen. Zichen's breathing quickened and he subconsciously knelt on one knee. This pressure came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just as Zichen was wondering if there was danger, he suddenly found that the powerful force in his body disappeared. What's going on? Zichen's expression couldn't help but change. He stood up and looked around, but there was nothing. But his power was really gone. Who could take away his power with a gust of wind? No one could do it. Only God. In this world, only God had this ability. The God here was not a divine race, but a ruler. Zichen was the ruler of the Tianwu world. In his Tianwu world, he could use a thought to deprive a person of all their power and make them an ordinary person. But there was a limit. It would not be permanently deprived. Once he left his world, that existence's power would be restored. In addition, Zichen could only deprive low-level existences of their power. Since he could deprive them of their power, he could kill them with a thought. So although this ability seemed powerful, it was actually not very useful. But now, his power was gone. Zichen knew that even if a holy venerate stayed in his own world, it would be impossible for them to easily take away his power. Then who was it? An unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. Could it be the ruler of this world? And his realm was far beyond the powerful holy sage. Just as Zichen was muttering in his heart, all the holy spirits who came to this world experienced the same thing. After an inexplicable pressure, everyone lost their sense of power and became ordinary people. This included the saint venerables who came here. However, compared to the panicked ordinary people, these saint venerables were still relatively calm. The holy spirits were all dumbfounded. They used to possess powerful strength, and all of them were experts who could fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. Now, they had become ordinary people. This huge difference made them panic. This was because many of them had never experienced the life of an ordinary person. They were born with power. When Mo Yen and Mo Chan entered, they were holding hands, so the two of them appeared together. Mod, Mo Yen, Danzua, and the others were nowhere to be found. Now that she had suddenly lost her strength, Mo Yen immediately felt helpless. She was the kind of person who was born to be a genius. Since she was young, she had always been protected by experts. She had never been like this before. Now that she had become an ordinary person, she was afraid that she would not even be able to live a basic life. It was as if a normal person had suddenly become blind. Moe smiled and comforted him. It's okay, don't be nervous. Even if we become ordinary people, we still have the ability to survive. At the very least, I know how to survive. As he spoke, Moe Chan's eyes scanned the surroundings. Clearly, he did not let down his guard. Now that they had become ordinary people, any powerful being could easily destroy the two of them. Isn't there a saying in the spiritual realm that men plow and women weave? Perhaps we will continue to live like this for a while. Moe Chan still said casually. This kind of life is extremely rare. Perhaps it will only happen once in one's life. Similar situations kept happening. After the panic and helplessness, everyone started to move. The most important thing was not the opportunity here, but how to survive as an ordinary person. Zichen should be one of the few people who could adapt to such a situation. He had such an experience before. Before coming here, Chung Ho and the others had also mentioned it, so he was mentally prepared. No matter what the other world was, as long as he could survive and adapt, there would be gains. At this moment, Zichen was thinking about how to adapt. When he was in the card tower world, he gradually adapted to that world and possessed soul power. Before he got used to it, Zichen had to understand himself. He reached into his chest and found that the thing the Thunder Tree gave him was still there. Other than that, his weapons and storage space were all gone. Fortunately, Zichen was a little glad. Compared to others, at least he had something to save his life. At the same time, Zichen was also curious about what level of existence the Thunder Tree was. The life-saving thing it gave him was actually useful in this other world. Unable to fly, Zichen stood on his tiptoes and looked around. This was a boundless grassland, but he still did not discover anything. This was a good thing for him. At the very least, he did not have to worry about survival. As for the wholly venerate opportunity here, he did not have to worry too much. Zichen decided to find something to eat first. He was not very hungry now, but he was very clear about the life of an ordinary person. Eating was the most important thing. Just like in the card tower world, the life spirit fruit was everything. If this world was the same as the card tower world, Zichen would be more confident. Zichen walked forward and looked around. He could also find some food while he was at it. Suddenly, Zichen thought of a problem and could not help but laugh. If there is a chicken here, I can catch one. A rabbit will do too. He thought of the past, the distant and almost forgotten years. I don't know how everyone is doing, but in this situation, survival should not be a problem. Zichen thought of those friends and his mood did not become bad. Almost everyone had come from the beginning and still had the basic knowledge of life. Suddenly, Zichen heard the sound of the ground shaking. The moment he looked up, a big bird appeared in Zichen's vision. It was as tall as a person. When it stepped on the ground was shaking. This is a chicken? Zichen's eyes suddenly opened wide and looked in front of him in disbelief. Just then, a sense of danger rose in Zichen's heart. Although he had become an ordinary person, his sense of danger was still there. He rolled subconsciously. The big bird was like a whistling rock, passing by Zichen. His body rolled to one side. Zichen looked back at the big bird or chicken creature with lingering fear. Just a moment ago, he was almost knocked down. Looking at the power, he was afraid he would be knocked to death in an instant. How can there be such a creature? Zichen immediately rolled to get up and quickly retreated. The big bird in front of him turned around and stared at Zichen. This time, Zichen could see that it was indeed a chicken. But its size was a little too big. It was as tall as a person. This was just the most ordinary poultry. What kind of world was this? The big bird tilted its head and looked at Zichen. There was curiosity in its eyes. It seemed to treat this inexplicable intruder as a toy. It approached again at an extremely fast speed. In almost the blink of an eye, it was in front of Zichen. Zichen rolled again to avoid the attack. This went back and forth a few times. Although he barely dodged a few of the bird's attacks, he became more and more alarmed. This bird's strength was too strong. Even if he had 9 stars of strength, he might not be able to withstand it. And until now, the other party was still acting like it was playing around. After repeating this several times, the other party seemed to be tired of it. This time, it suddenly accelerated, and its speed was even faster. Pun! Zichen could not dodge in time. The powerful shock wave sent Zichen flying. When Zichen landed on the ground, he felt like his body was going to fall apart. This was just a graze on his shoulder. If it hit his chest, the consequences would be unimaginable. He forcefully endured the pain in his body and immediately rolled a few times. Just as he flipped over and stood up, the big bird arrived. There was no way to avoid it. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Zichen subconsciously took out a thunderbolt seed. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of a thunder tree appeared in front of him, protecting Zichen. Boom! A huge tremor. The big bird hit the thunder tree. As the thunder tree shook, the big bird was forced back. Zichen was protected by the thunder tree. He looked ahead with lingering fear. He had just arrived here and he had already encountered such a dangerous existence. If he did not have a life-saving method, he might have died just now. Zichen, who was not worried about his companions before, could not help but worry. Without the thunderbolt seed, how could they avoid such an attack? The big bird did not give up. It was still hitting the thunder tree. Moreover, this thunder tree seemed to only have defensive abilities. It did not have any offensive abilities. Continuing like this was not a solution. Zichen looked at the big bird and began to hesitate. A moment later, Zichen clenched his teeth as he looked at the thunder tree that was in imminent danger. Just as the large bird was knocked back again, Zichen immediately leaped up and forcefully jumped over the large bird's head, landing on its back. Perhaps he could tame it. That was Zichen's idea. The big bird began to struggle, but Zichen held on tightly to its wings, not letting himself fall. In the next moment, the big bird stopped. Did it succeed? Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Then, a shocked expression appeared in Zichen's eyes. He saw that the big bird's body suddenly burned with flames. The raging flames, with intense heat, surged out of the big bird's body and rushed toward Zichen. The flames rose, and bursts of meat fragrance wafted out. Moe was roasting a rabbit that was close to a meter long. Moe looked at the wounds on his body and arms, and there was a trace of pity in her eyes. Previously, the two of them had gone to look for food and met such a white rabbit that did not run away when it saw people. Moe said that there was food. At that time, Moe Yen saw that it was very obedient and did not have the heart to eat it. She did not expect that it was so strong that Moe Yen could not suppress it at all. In the end, she used a stone to smash the rabbit's head, and it fainted after a dozen consecutive hits. Okay, we can eat now. Moe Yen smelled the meat fragrance and was very satisfied. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.